A few days ago, the United Council of Terra, Supreme Court. Defendant Yao Qian, ID Terra. 9527. The synthetic electronic voice echoed in the dome with a cold distortion. Do you plead guilty to openly insulting the new human evolution path and assaulting gene fusion officer? Sally? The spotlight was firmly fixed on Yao Qian's face. He squinted and looked at the victim on the left side of the judge's bench. The so-called officer Sally had half of his face embedded with compound eyes. Where a nose should be was a writhing elephant trunk, and he occasionally emitted 2 jets of yellow gas from his mouth. Yao Qian felt a spasm in his stomach. The nutritional paste he had for breakfast almost came up. Ever since he was reborn into this interstellar era where mutation was considered evolution, his aesthetic sense had been under constant bombardment. I do not plead guilty. Yao Qian adjusted the position of the magnetic shackles with a look of disdain. I refuse to acknowledge that thing as human. It looks like an over-fermented dough. How is that evolution? Silence. The presiding judge banged the gavel heavily. This is a great transformation to adapt to the toxic gas planet. Sally suddenly stood up, his elephant trunk trembling violently, emitting a wheezing sound like a bellows. This is racial discrimination. Such stubborn pureblood scum should be sent to the waste mining star to fuel the furnaces. Give me a break. Yao Qian couldn't be bothered to look at him, his gaze sweeping over a group of freaks with long antennae and chameleon skin on the jury bench. If humanity's future is to turn into a seafood platter, I'd rather be an uncivilized monkey. At least monkeys know that they're, but shouldn't be on their face. The audience gasped. Enough. The presiding judge was obviously enraged, the gavel banging loudly. Defendant Yao Qian shows no remorse and promotes extreme racism. I hereby revoke your status as a member of the United Forces and sentence you to immediate exile to the Fringe Star regions. Exile to the Fringe Star regions was akin to a death sentence with a stay of execution. There were only pirates, insectoids, and constant stellar storms ready to erupt. Yet, Yao Qian showed no fear on his face. Instead, he let out a long sigh. Finally, he wouldn't have to face this group of monsters anymore. 3 days later, Military Airfield No. 7. A pitch-black Corvette quietly docked, its hull battered, as if it had just been dragged out of a junkyard. This is your coffin, Yabo. The escorting soldier, a guy in full exoskeleton, threw the chip over with glee, a 50-year-old antique. The shield can probably only fend off hail. Hope you die quickly, pure blood. Yao Qian caught the chip and walked straight to the airlock, waving his hand without looking back. Thanks. At least this ship looks man-made, not like something dragged out by someone. The airlock door slammed shut, cutting off the soldier's roar. Entering the bridge, the air was filled with the stale smell of machine oil. Yao Qian threw himself into the pilot's seat and skillfully inserted the chip. Main control, activate. The screen lit up, without AI voice, directly displaying an encrypted audio message. Yao Qian, if you are hearing this recording, it means you haven't been foolish enough to beg for mercy in the courtroom. The voice was old yet robust. Marshal Layton. The old stubborn who refused mechanical modifications even after losing a leg. The United Forces are sick. They've forgotten that humanity conquered the starry seas not by turning themselves into monsters, but by wielding swords. You did well cursing in court. Humans shouldn't look like seafood. The old man's laughter came with a cough. This Yabo may appear to be retired junk on the surface, but I had some modifications done. Under the main control console, there's a red physical lever. Pull it down. Yao Qian bent down and felt a cold metal handle. Without hesitation, he yanked it down fiercely. Click. The sound seemed to break some kind of seal. The entire warship shook violently, a deep rumbling sound emanating from within, as if a giant beast was awakening. The armor on both sides of the hull slid open, revealing gaping black holes. The holographic screen was instantly flooded with warning red lights. Warning. Illegal components detected. Power core replacement. Red giant type, 3 nuclear fusion reactor. Battleship class. Main cannon unlocked. 380 caliber Gravedigger railgun X2 secondary gun array. Metal Storm close-in defense guns X12 special loadout. Antimatter. Annihilation torpedoes X4. This was cramming the firepower of a cruiser into a corvette. Simply awesome. Keep the spark alive. Don't forget your original form. Layton's voice abruptly stopped. Long live humanity. Yao Qian's lips curled up, a long-lost flame igniting in his eyes. Charge main cannon. Set sail. The tail of the Yabo shot out a dazzling azure flame, like a blade, breaking free from the gravitational well and rushing into the wild starry sea. As the ship entered superluminal cruise, the red dots representing United Forces monitoring completely disappeared from the radar. Detected disconnection from United Forces monitoring. Stealth protocol disengaged. Spark system online. Yao Qian's finger paused while reaching for a cigarette. System. This thing actually has a delay? It had to wait until no one was monitoring to come online. Before his retina, a light blue data stream cascaded down, coalescing into a simple panel. Host, Yao Qian race, pure-blood human territory, non-beginner gift pack has been distributed. No nonsense, Yao Qian focused his mind. Congratulations, you have obtained Spark Space Station, core module, function, has industrial mother machine attributes, can autonomously produce drones, maintenance robots, and corvettes. Note, this is your foundation for survival in a chaotic universe. Note, the space station is in a folded state. Please find coordinates to unfold. Obtained. Energy points 100 foot. Yao Qian gazed at the magnificent nebula outside, exhaling a puff of smoke. Armed with guns, cannons, and a base, things were finally looking up for him. Chapter 2 admitted, you can't coexist with those aliens at all. The star map is a blank space. Here is a blind spot at the end of the galactic spiral arm. Even the most ruthless pirates disdain this leftover cosmic dust. The monitoring network of the Earth Federation is blind here. This is it, a treasure of feng shui. Yao Qian glanced at the dashboard. Although the red giant engine was powerful, the shock absorption system of this old antique ship was truly pathetic. After flying a bit longer, he felt like his bones were going to be shaken apart. He pointed in the void, pulled out the golden fire seed space station icon, and pressed it hard. Expand. There were no fancy pre-rolls. Metal roared and grew, as if it was a mechanical carnival. This scene was simply ecstasy for the industrial faction. The huge alloy skeleton resembled a steel giant tree growing wildly in a vacuum. Hexagonal heavy armor plates clicked together, fitting perfectly, and sparks silently exploded in the vacuum. In just a few minutes, a giant dodecahedron space station domineeringly spanned the planetary orbit. Completely black, only the core area flickered with a ghostly blue light. Clearly hard as hell, filled with a violent aesthetic. This is called art. Yao Qian let out a long breath, looking at the sharp metallic lines. Feeling as if his aesthetic, which had been violated by that group of tentacle monsters for years, had finally been healed. This is very spiritual. That perverse aesthetic of elephants on faces and eyes on thighs should have been swept into the garbage dump of history long ago. Those people in the Earth Federation must have brains made of mush, mixed with formaldehyde and shit. Fireseed Space Station expansion complete. Level 1 authority transferred. Detected host has a Yabo-class frigate. Would you like to guide it to dock? Docking, gently. This is our only asset. The landing gear of the frigate slowly extended, precisely locking into the docking clamp, accompanied by the hissing sound of pressure balance. Yao Qian adjusted his collar and stepped into this steel fortress that belonged to him. First impression, big. Second impression, poor. The main control hall, which could accommodate thousands of people, was empty, and footsteps echoed crisply on the metal floor, appearing somewhat desolate. System, stop playing dead. Besides shipbuilding, what else can you do? You can't expect me to repair the turrets with just a wrench, right? A light blue data stream gathered in front of him, and the system's response remained concise. With no nonsense. Core functionality unlocked. Interdimensional consciousness projection technology. Note, the system has anchored the host's native dimension, capable of capturing high-dimensional soul signals and injecting them into bioclone bodies produced by this space station. Yao Qian raised an eyebrow. Speak human language. You can pull people from your hometown. They think they are playing a holographic online game, but in reality, they are working for you, without having to pay wages or contribute to social insurance. Fourth calamity? This is not working. This is a blessing. Yao Qian snapped his fingers, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Got it, cyber black slaves. No, I mean, warriors saving the world. What's the price for the clones? Basic human clone, blank slate 1 energy point each. Current energy balance, 100 points. Kill aliens, submit minerals, biomass, and other resources to convert into energy points. 100 slots. Yao Qian felt the malice of poverty. These 100 points are startup capital, all of his life savings. If he goes all in and these folks come in and find they can't be resurrected or drop dead on arrival, that would be a big mess. But this is also the only chance to turn things around, relying on just himself. He couldn't even make this broken ship smoke against those tentacle monsters from the Earth Federation. System, there are several key settings that must be added. Yao Qian's gaze turned sharp. As a seasoned old player, he knew exactly how to deceive and guide players. First, load a tactical UI interface onto the retinas of all clones. Maps, taskbars, chat channels, get it all in there. They must firmly believe this is just a game. If they realize this is a real battlefield, they might easily piss their pants. Command received. Visual deception protocol loaded. Second, this is the most important. Yao Qian tapped the console, his expression serious. Tech lock on. All the technological principles, combat skills, star map coordinates learned in the game must have thought shielding added. Once consciousness returns to Earth, this hardcore knowledge must be forcibly blurred. Command confirmed. Meme isolation lock activated. After player consciousness disconnects, they cannot replicate related technologies and high-risk actions in the real world. Perfect. Now he could confidently recruit people. Yao Qian brought up a virtual keyboard, fingers flying, transforming into a soul artist. Build a website. Don't do anything superficial. Go for a style that looks expensive and hardcore at first glance. Use a deep, starry sea background with our space station, and add a grand orchestral soundtrack that makes you want to rush to your death. Since we're summoning warriors, we need to elevate the vibe and expand the scope. The screen rendered a dark, epic-style webpage. Game name, Stars Online. Type, fully immersive virtual reality MMORPG. Realism, 100, without any anti-addiction measures. In the introduction section, Yao Qian thought for a moment and typed a provocative line, each word carrying the scent of gunpowder. Admit it, you can't coexist with those aliens at all. Emotional disconnect. Logical contradictions, coexistence? That's an excuse for the weak. Non-human races must have different hearts. The galaxy is vast. Only humanity is allowed. Finally, add that classic timeless hunger marketing line. Beta test qualification, limited to 50 people. Reservation opening time, immediately. System. Launch this thing on the largest game forum on Earth. By the way, make a CG of the Yabo class and the space station's data model, focusing on that 380mm caliber electromagnetic railgun. This is a man's romance. No military fan can resist that thick black tube. After finishing all this, just as Yao Qian was about to light a cigarette to celebrate the early stage of his entrepreneurship, a piercing alarm sound blew his good mood away. Beep, beep. The entire command hall was flashing red, as if he had entered a disco. Warning, high energy reaction detected. Warning, an unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching this star region. The holographic screen suddenly magnified, and on the radar scanning interface, a scarlet light point dragged a long trajectory, madly rushing towards this side. According to ballistic calculations, it is highly likely to be a non-natural manufactured object. Estimated arrival time, 3 system days. Unknown star region, unidentified object. And now there's a crash happening right at his doorstep? This is definitely not a good neighbor coming to visit. It could be a big trouble, given the circumstances. Thinking too much is useless. First, let us recruit some cannon fodder. No, let us recruit some players. Chapter 3, are you crazy? Do you need a certificate to play a game? Upload complete. The holographic projection in midair quivered slightly, and the green progress bar finally reached the end. On the largest comprehensive game forum on Blue Star, the Fourth Calamity section, a black and red banner advertisement suddenly popped up at the top of the homepage, exuding a cold and hard sense of killing. The pitch-black universe, the modeled hull of the frigate resembled the remains of an ancient giant beast, silently hovering. Soon after, 2 380mm caliber Gravekeeper electromagnetic railguns began charging, blue-purple arcs of electricity crazily leaping between the rails, and that unique mechanical roar of heavy industry, enhanced in audio, rolled over every viewer's eardrum, resonating even with their hearts. Boom. A tungsten alloy projectile fired at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and in the next second, an asteroid over 200 meters in diameter disintegrated. The trajectory of the flying debris, the Tyndall effect of dust under the starlight, and the heavy tremor of the frigate under the terrifying recoil felt so real it made one's scalp tingle. Yao Qian leaned back in the command chair, rhythmically tapping his fingertips on the armrest. Even across a dimensional distance, he seemed to be able to smell the gunpowder scent that was about to explode in the forum. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes after the post was released, the comments section exploded. The first commenter, ID Keyboard Warrior number 1, replied instantly. Here we go again. Which small workshop's reskin web game is this? It starts with 100 realism, and now even CG scams have no sense of basic law, and calling it Stars OL. Why not call it The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Replies below came in swiftly, forming a uniform line. To be fair, the lighting looks like it was rendered in Unreal Engine 5, just enough to fool the layman. If consumer-grade graphics cards can run this kind of physical destruction effect, I'll eat my computer screen right here, no dipping sauce. The original poster must be dreaming. Let us disperse. Another crowdfunding scam looking to reap profits. Case closed. If this game is playable, I'll livestream washing my hair upside down with boiling water. The screen was filled with mockery and sarcasm. Even a few bloggers who usually make a living by debunking scams, like sharks smelling blood, quickly published long analytical posts, adamantly asserting that this is a high-quality CG animation. And there's absolutely no real gameplay demonstration. The more they curse, the more traffic they get. Just when the collective mockery across the internet reached its peak, A discordant reply was suddenly boosted by several tech enthusiasts. The ID was Hardcore Old Wong, a well-known pedant in the forum and a seasoned post-production professional. Wait, everyone. Don't rush to attack. Look at the rotation trajectory of the shell casing at the 14-second mark, and the diffuse reflection effect of light on the metal surface in a vacuum. I just ran the particle effects for this scene on the company's supercomputer. Guys, if this is CG, just the calculations for that 1 second of debris flying would be enough to smoke the servers of Hollywood's top special effects studios. The physical parameters are so random, it's like filming a documentary. This doesn't look made. It looks like it was filmed. Old Wong, did you get paid? Is this how you wash things clean? But Old Wong used to criticize big companies harsher than anyone else. Has he been hacked? A few tech-savvy individuals with professional knowledge began to waver. They reopened the video, no longer scrutinizing it with a critical eye, but rather examining those details with a sense of uncertainty. The subtle scratches on the metal surface, the distortion of air caused by high temperatures at the engine nozzle, were too delicate enough to create an illusion that this thing truly exists in some corner of the universe. Just as this undercurrent was surging, the entry of a heavyweight figure completely ignited public opinion. ID Chua, a former FPS world champion, who transitioned to hardcore game reviews after retiring. With millions of fans, he didn't write a lengthy post. He simply retweeted the pinned post with a meaningful comment. If it's a scam, just fill out a form and you'll know. But this application form is a bit extreme. For those wanting to play, be cautious. This planner might be out of their mind. With Chua's traffic boost, those who originally just wanted to watch the excitement flocked to the official website's registration page. However, when they clicked the button to apply for the first test qualification, what popped up was not the familiar input for a phone number or linking a Steam account, but a lengthy 10-page survey, densely packed enough to trigger anyone with a fear of tight spaces. What the hell is this? A college student preparing to fill out the form stared at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out. The first question, please detail your geological exploration experience. Can you identify mineral composition through rock texture? Note, if you have relevant certifications, please upload scanned copies. This is really important. Second question, what is your 5-kilometer off-road time with a 30-kilogram load? Do you have experience in free climbing? Third question, do you possess skills in turning, milling, planing, grinding, or fitting? Please briefly describe your understanding of heavy machinery maintenance. Fourth question, if a 2-meter-tall arthropod were charging at you, would you choose A. Scream and run, B. Smash its exoskeleton with the wrench in your hand, C. Try to establish interspecies friendship. The forum completely exploded. Is the game planner insane? Are they recruiting players or soldiers? I just want to go in and kill monsters to level up, and you're asking me if I can operate an excavator? Do you really need to test for an all-around engineer's certificate just to play a game? Isn't the threshold a bit too high? I think they're looking for free labor. Fireseed Space Station, main control hall. Yao Qian looked at the rapidly increasing number of applicants on the holographic screen. Not feeling happy about the large numbers, but rather with a calm gaze like an AI sorting products. System, initiate screening program. He only had 100 points of energy. That means he could make a maximum of 100 primary clones. Considering the subsequent error rate and backup bodies, the first test quota absolutely could not exceed 50 people. This meant that every slot was incredibly precious. The red data stream on the screen scrolled down like a waterfall, with a large number of applications being thrown directly into the trash. Keyword capture. Prioritize retaining IPs with backgrounds from military networks, research institutes, geological exploration bureaus, or extreme sports clubs. Focus on veterans, mechanical engineers, civil workers, and emergency doctors. Yao Qian exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze deep. In this perilous frontier, star domain, he had no time to teach a group of novices how to use guns, let alone how to screw in bolts. What he needed were those who wouldn't even require a tutorial, who could be thrown in and survive, and once they survived, they could work. As the screening criteria intensified, a glittering list of candidates gradually surfaced. ID, my big knife is already eager to drink. IP source, a military district family compound. ID, construction site Palu. IP source, a major bridge construction command. ID, Breaking Bad. IP source, a chemical research institute. Meanwhile, on the Earth network, the first batch of players who received rejection emails began to wail. Why was I rejected? Saying this game isn't suitable for me. I spent 80,000 on my account and said let us go, and I haven't suffered this kind of grievance. Don't shout up there. I'm a mechanic and got rejected too. The reason is that I only know how to fix fuel cars and don't understand nuclear fusion engines. I really thank their whole family. This isn't a high and mighty attitude that you can just play if you have money. It completely ignited the competitive spirit of the core player base. In just 1 hour, the number of reservations surpassed 100,000, but the acceptance rate was less than 0.05. Those who were still on the fence, including big names, tech enthusiasts, and even some industry elites in real life, were all intrigued by this bizarre screening standard and began to fill out that ridiculous form seriously. Humans are like that. The more unattainable something is, the more they want to stir things up. Yao Qian looked at the final confirmed list of 50 participants for the first test, satisfied as he closed the screening interface. Almost done. He glanced at the energy bar, showing a deduction of 50 points. In the cloning workshop below the main control hall, 50 transparent, cylindrical incubation pods lit up with red lights simultaneously. A light green biomass solution began to infuse, rapidly growing the bones modulated from human genes in the solution. Muscle fibers layered over each other, and nerve bundles spreading throughout the body like precise circuit boards. The scene was both biologically bizarre and coldly beautiful with industrial technology. Yao Qian stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was a brilliant yet dangerous galaxy, with a distant red giant star emitting destructive light and heat, casting a long shadow behind him. System, send login keys to the first test players. Chapter 4, confiscate the tools of the crime. Blue Star, Daxia District, time 23:59. Inside a rental room, Li Lei put on the VR headset he bought from the secondhand market. As a retired reconnaissance platoon veteran due to injury, his life had long lost the smell of gunpowder, leaving only goji berries in his thermos and a knee that ached at night. 100 realism? Huh. Li Lei stared at the countdown in the corner of his retina, a mocking look on his face. Under the ID my big knife is already eager to drink. He filled out that bizarre form purely for fun. The current game developers have lost all sense of shame for the sake of hype. Countdown, 0000. A finger hesitantly taps the connection. The world goes completely dark. Immediately follows an extreme sense of claustrophobia and a bone-chilling cold. Li Lei suddenly wakes up. His first reaction is not to open his eyes, but to cough violently. His nasal cavity and mouth are filled with a thick liquid, and his lungs feel as if they are on fire. Gulping, he instinctively tries to breathe in, only to have more liquid rush into his trachea. His limbs are confined in a small cylindrical space, slick to the touch and enveloping his entire body. Hiss! The sound of pressure release vibrates through him, and the previously sealed curved hatch slowly slides open with the movement of hydraulic rods. The unblocked liquid finds its outlet, surging out with Li Lei in tow. He is thrown onto the hard metal grid floor, gasping and coughing, expelling the simulation liquid from his lungs. Cough, 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 cough. He kneels on the ground, violently coughing out the amniotic fluid. His stomach cramps and spasms, acidic fluid mixed with mucus splattering everywhere. This extreme physical discomfort sends tingles across his scalp. If this is a game, then this development team must be a bunch of inhumane lunatics. The sound of shattering glass echoes around him. In this vast, cold metal hall, 50 cultivation pods collapse like dominoes. What the hell is this ridiculous start? Help! I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to drown. 50 naked figures thrash on the floor, dry heaving, resembling deep-sea fish just pulled ashore. The air is filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant and stale machine oil, and the low temperature causes everyone's skin to break out in goosebumps. This all-encompassing sensory shock leaves this group of high-end players, who usually dominate the gaming world, in a state of collective daze. A few minutes later, the coughing subsides. ID Hardcore Old Wong is a balding middle-aged man who doesn't bother wiping the slime off his face. Instead, he lies flat on the ground, sticks out his tongue, and licks the metal floor. Ugh, tastes like rust and a bit salty. He lifts his head, eyes wide with shock. Brothers, this light and shadow, this texture, I just felt the old grease in the cracks of the floor. Even if you combine all the computing power in the world, you can't achieve such real-time calculations. Next to him, ID construction site Palu is obsessively touching the metal burrs at the break of the cultivation pod. His fingertips getting cut and blood seeping out. Yet he looks like he is admiring a work of art. CNC machining marks. This ISN, TA model texture. This is real industrial cutting texture. This is definitely a masterpiece. Li Lei pushes himself up on his knees, his long military career allowing him to regain his composure first. He stretches his stiff neck, hearing the joints crack. This body is young, powerful, and full of explosive strength, 100 times stronger than his broken body in reality. He instinctively reaches down to touch himself. There's no familiar sensation. His palm feels smooth, flat skin. Li Lei freezes. He looks down, pupils constricting. This perfect male body has nothing between its legs, smooth like a plastic mannequin displayed in a mall. A dead silence lasts for 3 seconds. Then, a piercing scream nearly blows the roof off the workshop. What the hell? Where's my tool? This scream is like a drop of water hitting hot oil. All the men present, upon hearing this, lower their heads to check, and their faces turn pale. The scene instantly spirals out of control. Gone. How could I lose something so big? Planner, come out here. Didn't I just boast on the forum that I didn't need women? Did you really cut it off? Complaint. I want to file a complaint. This is bodily harm. A group of naked men jumps around in the workshop. Some try to find an exit button, while others curse at the air. Just then, a segment of Crimson System text pops up in their retinas. The font sharp as a knife. Initial energy quota insufficient. Non-combat survival organs not included in the generation sequence. This is a battlefield, not a brothel. Please focus on survival. Fireseed Commander. Yao Qian, damn non-combat organs. ID Drug Lord is so furious he trembles. He glances at Keyboard Warrior number 1, who is still wailing, and a flicker of malice crosses his eyes. Stop howling. Drug Lord swings his arm and delivers a loud slap. Slap. Crisp and loud. Keyboard Warrior number 1 stumbles back, his left cheek visibly swollen and a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He covers his face, stunned. His expression shifting from anger to fear, and finally to ecstatic joy. Does it hurt? It hurts. Keyboard Warrior number 1 touches his burning cheek, his voice trembling. It really hurts. The entire place falls silent. Everyone stares at the clear handprint. In an era when virtual reality technology is still limited to vibration feedback, a game that can perfectly simulate pain, smell, and even visceral sensations means what? It means this is the second world. It means they have truly crossed over. The anger recedes like a tide, replaced by an almost frenzied excitement. It is a greed for facing an unknown new continent, a conquest instinct ingrained in human genes. No one cares anymore about the missing weight in their groin. As long as you dare to show your health bar, even the gods will be killed before you. Everyone. Li Lei takes a deep breath of the oil-scented air, the despair in his eyes swept away, replaced by a wolf-like glint. It seems we are not here to play games, but to sell our lives. But this life is worth selling. Construction site Paulu picks up a shard of glass from the ground, waves it a couple of times, and grins. Who cares, as long as we can move? As long as we can create, this is heaven. Suddenly, the broadcast at the top of the workshop sounds. An emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoes in the vast hall. All units, attention. Immediately proceed to the front landing pod for assembly. Mission has been assigned. With the broadcast, the heavy airlock door at the end of the workshop bursts open, revealing a deep, dark corridor outside. The 50 naked men exchange glances. Though their appearance is comical, even somewhat lewd, the flames burning in those 50 pairs of eyes are enough to set the world ablaze. Let us go. Li Lei takes the lead, striding toward the airlock door. His back seems to carry the weight of 1,000 troops. Chapter 5. The Frontier. Is this the landing pod? A middle-aged man with the ID hardcore Old Wong approaches the nearest metal cylinder, reaching out to touch the armor plate that has been hammered on with rivets. Feeling the rough texture under his fingertips. Incredible. Old Wong is not disappointed. Instead, he presses his face against the complex pipes, like a pervert admiring antiques. Examining the oxidation layer, the thickness of the oil sludge accumulation. This is definitely not something that can be achieved with art resource textures. This texture is so damn real. This is hardcore. Keyboard Warrior number 1 stands barefoot on the cold grid floor, his legs trembling from the chill. He circles the iron coffin dubbed the landing pod twice, trying to find a door handle, only to find that it's as tightly sealed as a welded iron barrel. He pulls hard on a handle that looks like a valve on the side, but it doesn't budge. Hey, is there anyone alive to explain this? Keyboard Warrior no. One yells at the empty dome above, his voice tinged with irritation. Whereas the newbie guide NPC. This must be a bug, right? I just want to ask. Can I get a pair of pants first? The crowd begins to stir. This complete lack of guidance, relying solely on intuition, starting off naked, indeed challenges most people's gaming common sense. Some begin to kick the surrounding iron frames. Others try to call up the exit menu. And even some suspect this is a half-finished scam. ZZZ. Without warning, the row of dim yellow high-pressure sodium lights above the maintenance area suddenly goes out. Darkness engulfs everything. Immediately, a piercing red light began to spin, and all the exhaust valves opened simultaneously, releasing a high-pressure steam that whistled and made the eardrums ache. What is happening? Is this a plot twist? Don't panic. Look above. Above, accompanied by the loud metallic clashing of heavy gears, a massive circular observation platform slowly descended. Click. A beam of bright, almost blinding spotlight pierced the darkness like the spear of God, smashing directly onto the center of the platform. In the column of light stood a figure. No, to be precise, it was a humanoid war machine. Streamlined power armor in dark green covered its entire body, and the jetpack on its back was still emitting a faint blue ion stream, distorting the surrounding air. Above its head, a line of pale golden holographic characters floated. Faction leader, Yao Qian, former major of the Human Federation. System, is the visual deception module stable? Yao Qian stood with his hands behind his back, maintaining a sculptural pose in the half-ton power armor, while his mind frantically hammered the system. Module operating normally. In the player's retinal projection, lighting rendering is maxed out, and BGM has switched to Dusk of Humanity. Good to go? Yao Qian looked at the players below, who were craning their necks and gaping with their mouths open, knowing the moment had come. He stepped forward, and the battle boots of the power armor slammed onto the metal floor, producing a dull thud. The speaker activated, and a deep, magnetic voice echoed in the enclosed space. Reverberating, look at what you all have become. The commotion below ceased. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming sense of pressure. This was not a programmed, rigid NPC. The disdain in its gaze was too realistic, so realistic it made people feel like complete failures. Someone asked, "Why are we hiding in this abandoned star domain?" Yao Qian suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the starry sea beyond the dome, his tone rising sharply. Because the Federation is sick. They think implanting compound eyes on their foreheads is evolution, that infusing their spines with Zerg genes is sublimation. The emotions of the alien race cannot resonate with us. Their logic is contrary to humanity. They see individuals as ants, view life as playthings, and consider our survival as a cosmic mistake. Coexistence? That's a lie for the weak, begging for charity. That's the Federation's self-deceptive illusion. Yao Qian slammed his fist onto the railing, sparks flying. The only thing that can save humanity is humanity itself. The only thing that can protect the flame of civilization is the sword and cannon in our hands. Here, there is no retreat. Either conquer the planet beneath our feet as our starting point, or become a pile of debris in the excrement of bugs. A deathly silence lasted for 2 seconds. Then, the player crowd exploded. Wow, these lines. This is what professionalism looks like. It's heating up. I said this game is no ordinary reskin. The world building, the themes, it's all maxed out. Is this the original intention of the pure-blooded human faction? I love it. Screw the aliens. I want to be a racial purist. Players began to imagine countless backstories. The sense of disparity that originally arose from the simple environment was now completely transformed into a recognition of the post-apocalyptic style by this dramatic performance. Simple? No. This is called wasteland style. This is called war damage aesthetics. Yao Qian seized the moment and waved his hand. A system-like curtain popped up in front of all players' retinas. Newbie main quest. Pioneering. Objective. Board the airdrop pod and land on the planet's surface to establish a forward base. Requirements. Collect mineral biological sample energy crystals. Submit supplies to the space station for energy points. Reward, 100 citizen contribution points. All personnel board. Forced ejection in 3 minutes. Yao Qian issued the final command. This is the game a man should play. Li Lei, ID, my big knife is already hungry, was the first to snap back to reality. He looked at the towering figure above, and it felt like the blood in his body had started to flow again. No small talk, no pretentious newbie guidance, not even a gun. They just throw you straight into hell. This long-lost, battlefield-exclusive brutality made every cell in his body tremble. He took the lead, quickly finding the nearest landing pod and slipping inside like a slippery eel. Damn, let us do this. Breaking Bad was also infected by the atmosphere, gritting his teeth and rushing toward another pod, for energy points. For cannons. Don't crowd. This one is mine. I have a mechanic's license. I can fix this thing. Construction Palu ran while knocking aside keyboard warrior number 1, his eyes filled with enthusiasm like a starving dog that had seen a meaty bone. 50 bare-chested men scrambled to stuff themselves into those big, black, round landing pods. No one cared if there were real leather seats inside. Nor did anyone care about seat belts. Their minds were filled only with that 100 contribution points and the impending unknown world. Click, click, click. With a series of grating metal locking sounds, all 20 airdrop pods were sealed. Yao Qian looked at the empty preparation area and the 20 iron coffins that had lit up with green readiness lights, letting out a long sigh. Cold sweat finally seeping out from behind. Thankfully, I managed to fool them. He walked to the control panel, looking at the countdown displayed on the screen, without any hesitation. His palm gripped the red mechanical lever and forcefully pushed down. Good luck, cannon fodder. Boom, 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 boom. There was no elegant countdown, no smooth launch. Accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions like giants spitting, high-pressure gas released terrifying kinetic energy. 20 dark metal cylinders were violently ejected from the space station's airlock, as if they were stones casually thrown by a mischievous child, tumbling down toward the murky planet below without any grace. Inside the pod. Ah, what the hell is this? Several times the gravity. My insides are about to explode. Damn you, planner. This vibration is too realistic, right? Player screams echoed in the channel, but to Yao Qian, this was the most harmonious melody in this star domain. It was the prelude to the revival of civilization, although the tune was a bit off. Chapter 6. This game is so realistic. Li Lei felt like a sardine stuffed into a can, his limbs trapped tightly by alloy restraints. He struggled to turn his eyes, looking through the palm-sized explosion-proof porthole in front of him. The once towering Spark space station was now rapidly shrinking in his field of vision, becoming an inconspicuous polyhedron in the star sea. Meanwhile, the gray-brown planet dominating the entire view was glaring at him with a suffocating sense of oppression. The surface of the massive planet was murky, its atmosphere like a layer of dirty oil film, tightly enveloping the unknown dangers. Suddenly, the public communication channel exploded. Let me out. What the hell is this broken setting? ID named Keyboard Warrior number 1 was ranting wildly. I can't move. Completely immobile. The UI shows the oxygen circulation system is still starting. Why do I feel like I can't catch my breath? This is a bug, right? This is definitely a bug. No one paid attention to his hysteria. The starry sky outside the porthole disappeared. In its place was a sky full of crimson. That was the plasma generated by supersonic friction with the air, as if it were living magma, wildly licking the outer shell of the landing pod. The thermometer inside the pod began to soar, the alarm red lights illuminating the narrow space like a hell. Hot. So hot. Breaking Bad looked in terror at his arm. Even though it was a virtual body projected in holograms, the layer of simulated skin was already seeping with tiny beads of sweat. He tried to wipe it away but was bound so tightly he couldn't move. Are these beads of sweat still flowing? Jesse's eyes widened as he watched a drop of sweat slide down his pores, pooling at his elbow. Has the body temperature regulation mechanism even been accounted for? What kind of divine algorithm is this? In a typical game, at this moment, the screen would probably just show some red light at the edges, accompanied by a blood loss sound effect. But this is not a typical game. The sensation of skin cracking from being baked, the burning pain in his throat as if he had swallowed charcoal, was so real it made him want to rip the chip out of his brain. Ha! Amazing. So amazing. Just as half the people were screaming in panic, a burst of wild laughter suddenly came through the channel. Hardcore old Wong was practically pressing his entire face against the already melting window glass. He didn't care about the flames just inches away. His eyes were crazed with excitement. Brothers, look at that turbulent flame. Old Wong's voice cracked with excitement. This isn't a looping texture. Absolutely not. Look at that piece of heat shield that just peeled off. Its ash trail after burning perfectly conforms to the Navier-Stokes equations for fluid dynamics. The computational load per second is astronomical. Even Hollywood's top industrial light magic would take months to render this 1 second of footage. But this game is real time. Real time. Old Wong's words were like a shot of adrenaline, injecting excitement into everyone's veins. The initial fear was replaced by an indescribable shock. Although this group of players was in danger, subconsciously, their understanding of the game quickly transformed them from victims into connoisseurs. Since they wouldn't die, this was a billion-dollar exclusive special effects show. The developers are really good. They are truly burning money. Li Lei gritted his teeth, resisting the increasingly strong G-force. His retina began to bleed, and dark halos appeared at the edges of his vision, but he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This thrilling feeling of teetering on the edge of death made every pore in his body open up. This is what real men's romance is. 1,000 times better than those garbage games where you just grind monsters for levels. Whoosh. The crimson outside the window suddenly faded. The drop pod violently pierced through the thick clouds. The view opened up, revealing a desolate world below without any reservations. There were no green mountains or clear waters. Only vast stretches of gray-brown Gobi Desert and dry riverbeds winding like scars. In the distance, a massive eye of a storm was slowly rotating, with a sandstorm rising thousands of meters high, blocking out the sun. Even more alarming was the fact that there were no satellites or spaceship wrecks in the planet's near orbit. Only a sense of lifeless desolation. Altitude warning, 2,000 meters. Retro rocket ignition sequence initiated. Everyone, grit your teeth. Li Lei shouted in the channel. Before his words fell, the enormous backward thrust hit him like a heavy hammer right in the chest. Bang, bang, bang. The retro thrusters at the bottom of the pod violently expelled several blue flames. This brutal deceleration didn't consider the passengers' comfort at all. The massive overload made many people's cervical vertebrae crack, and a few even rolled their eyes back and fainted in the red vision effect. This isn't a landing. This is a planned crash. Boom. The ground trembled violently. 20 metal cylinders fell like meteorites, trailing long tails of smoke, crashing to the ground one after another. Dust surged like a tsunami into the sky, and gravel pelted the outer shell of the pod like a rain of stones, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. The shock absorbers in the seats were nearly bottomed out, and the tremendous impact coursed through their spines, causing a chorus of painful groans to rise in the cabin. Landing confirmed. Cabin pressure balancing. Lilay shook his buzzing head vigorously. The cabin door opened automatically. He staggered onto the solid ground, squinting and raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Behind him, the remaining players either helped each other or crawled out of the pod using their hands and feet. Some clutched their chests and retched, while others gasped at their bruised arms. But when they raised their heads, all complaints caught in their throats. Above them, 2 stars of varying sizes were slowly descending toward the horizon. The blood-red setting sun painted the entire Gobi in dark red, and the distant rolling black mountains resembled the spine of a sleeping giant. The wind howled, like the cries of ghosts. That desolate, grand alien atmosphere was so real it made them shiver. Chapter 7. Wearing the wildest grass skirt, the dust cloud hung over the Gobi like a collapsed wall, heavily pressing down and refusing to disperse. Ugh! A sharp retch broke the surrounding silence, followed by a chain reaction of retching sounds from the 20 landing pods that stood like tombstones in the ground. Lilay braced himself on his knees, feeling as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his stomach. He shook his head, trying to shake off the dizziness that felt like his brain was sloshing around in his skull. Bare feet stepped on the rough reddish-brown gravel, and sharp pain shot through his nerves straight to the crown of his head. This is no game. It's simply paying to suffer. Nearby, in a pile of rubble, a construction worker named Paru was trying to pull himself out of a twisted position. The impact during landing nearly dislocated his spine. Isn't this physical feedback a bit over the top? I feel like my lumbar disc is about to rupture. Although he cursed under his breath, no one chose to log off. On the contrary, this group of players now had shining eyes. Hardcore Old Wong completely ignored the bleeding gash on his forehead, which he got from bumping into the doorframe while exiting. He was like a lecher who had seen an extraordinary beauty, leaning against a giant rock, pressing his face against the surface and rubbing it frantically. This is a miracle. This is a miracle. Old Wong held 2 fist-sized stones and slammed them together. Crack! Sparks flew, and fragments scattered. Old Wong trembled as he picked up a shard, holding it up to his eyes, his voice quivering. Look at this fracture surface. Do you see it? This irregular crystal cleavage, this randomly generated texture orientation. This isn't a preset destruction model. This is real-time calculation. This is physics-based destruction based on molecular structure. How much computational power does it take to run this? A player beside him couldn't help but reach out to touch the fracture, only to have his finger immediately cut by the sharp stone edge, blood gushing out. Wow. I'm bleeding. That player not only didn't cry out in pain, but also stuffed his bleeding finger into his mouth to taste it, finding it a bit metallic and rusty. This is way too real. This almost perverse desire to explore quickly infected everyone. Some began punching and kicking the exterior of the landing pod, trying to test its metal fatigue. Others attempted to bury their heads in the sand, looking for clipping bugs. And even a guy with the ID only thighs was trying to write a name on the dry rocks with his urine. The results were both despairing and exhilarating. There were no invisible walls, no texture errors, no clipping. It was as if this was truly an independent universe, coldly and precisely following its own physical laws. Hey, can we turn off the pain sensation first? A voice with a crying tone sounded out of place. Keyboard warrior no. One was curled up in the shadow of the landing pod, grimacing and holding his ribs. The landing impact must have broken a rib. He was frantically tapping in the void, and the semi-transparent UI interface that only he could see rippled as he poked it. Where's the pain setting? Why is it gray? Keyboard warrior number 1 panicked. This is unscientific. What game starts with 100 pain sensitivity? I want to complain. I want a refund. As soon as the voice fell, a blood-red warning box suddenly popped up in the center of all players' vision, the bright red color resembling freshly splattered blood. Warning: this body is a biological clone. The nervous system has been physically linked and solidified after the setup is complete. Tip: to change the pain perception settings, please reselect after death and respawn. Fortunately, at the beginning of the game, I chose a pain perception setting of 50. A player next to me patted his chest, looking relieved and quietly muttering, "Grateful to have escaped a calamity. Are we really doing this? I just want to move some bricks. Do I need to risk my life?" Main quest: Li Lei suddenly shouted, his voice echoing across the vast Gobi Desert. Let's complete the main quest first. Only then did everyone wake up from their daze, remembering why they were here. Almost simultaneously, 50 naked men turned and rushed towards the landing pods behind them. Get out of the way. This pod is mine. Whoever picks it up gets to keep it. A series of jarring metallic sounds erupted. The storage compartments inside the pod were violently broken open, and the supply packs were dragged out one by one. When Construction Palu pulled out the half-meter-long tool from the canvas bag, it was a heavy-duty pneumatic industrial pickaxe made entirely of metal. It was pitch black, the handle wrapped in non-slip matte tape, and the pick head was a tungsten alloy point that glinted coldly, connected to a high-pressure gas canister. Heavy, powerful. Construction Palu gripped the pick handle with both hands and swung it fiercely. The sound of air being torn apart was deep and powerful. This industrial beauty was even more attractive to men than a supercar that only had aesthetic value. With this thing, I could carve through this planet. However, the real conflict erupted the next second. Gun. There's a gun. Someone shouted, and the previously harmonious looting scene instantly exploded. Underneath the main driver's seat of each landing pod, there was an inconspicuous black engineering plastic box. At this moment, one box was opened, revealing a rugged-looking black handgun and 2 magazines filled with yellow bullets. A self-defense kinetic pistol. The problem was, there were only 20 landing pods. That meant only 20 guns. And there were 50 people here. Keyboard warrior no. One was quick and nimble, darting like a monkey to a box that had just been opened, reaching out to grab the gun. I'm a range class. This gun is mine. Bullshit. I used to get the earth in CS. A muscular man next to him knocked him aside with his shoulder, his large hand reaching for the gun handle. Pushing, shouting, and physical conflict was about to break out. Crack. A crisp yet piercing sound of metal colliding silenced all the noise. It was the sound of the chamber resetting. Li Lei stood on a protruding rock, holding a freshly assembled self-defense gun, the dark muzzle pointed not at anyone, but down towards the ground, his finger resting professionally on the trigger guard. Are we done messing around? This is a team dungeon, not reality. He lowered his eyelids, inserting the gun back into the holster. The only clothing accessory in the toolkit. There are 20 guns in total. I want one, the remaining 19. Who knows how to use a gun? I mean a real gun, not the kind on the keyboard. Li Lei scanned the surroundings. Veterans, people who have been to the shooting range, or police officers, step forward. The rest, just take the pick. Some people were unconvinced. Why? We're all players. Just based on the recoil that could dislocate your wrist. Li Lei suddenly raised his hand, without any aiming action, and no one even saw how he lifted the gun. Bang! The flash of the muzzle passed by. 50 meters away, a stone the size of a fist was shattered into pieces. Smoke wafted from the muzzle. The shooters are responsible for perimeter security, and those with picks are in charge of clearing the path and gathering resources. Li Lei holstered the gun. If you don't want to die, listen to the command. If you want to die, you can leave now. Order was established for the first time in this savage alien planet. Although primitive and brutal, it was very effective. However, after resolving internal conflicts, nature immediately gave this group of clueless bipeds a lesson, as the 2 suns completely sank below the horizon. The originally scorching Gobi Desert rapidly cooled down within minutes. A biting cold wind mixed with sandpaper-like grit scraped against everyone's bare skin. Even worse were those plants. A deep purple shrub resembling barbed wire covered the Gobi, with each branch filled with backward-facing hooks. Ow! My butt. Keyboard warrior no. One had taken just a few steps when he accidentally brushed against a patch of shrubs, instantly scratching his inner thigh with several blood marks, causing him to jump up and perform a tap dance. Is this a place for humans? The planner must be a pervert. Absolutely. A group of big men, holding high-tech kinetic pistols and industrial picks, moved cautiously like plucked quails, legs tightly pressed together, carefully navigating through the thicket. The scene was too beautiful to behold. This game is way too hard on the ass. Breaking Bad looked at his scratched calf, his face full of despair. Just as everyone was cursing, wishing to send greetings to the planner's entire family, a person in the corner of the team stood out. The player with the ID Big Brother Bay did not rush to move like the others. Instead, he crouched beside a patch of those damn thorny shrubs. He held a sharp stone shard, skillfully peeling off the prickly hard shell from the shrub's surface, revealing the soft white fibers inside. His fingers moved as if they were dancing, several rough fibers flying, intertwining, and knotting in his hands. Everyone stopped in their tracks, staring at him in awe. Just a few minutes later, a rough yet thick, windproof grass skirt, which could protect key areas, appeared in his hands. Big Brother basted up, calmly tying the grass skirt around his waist, even adjusting the tightness. The previously exposed image transformed into a wild barbarian warrior full of primal energy. The entire area fell silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that grass skirt. Their longing eyes even more fervent than when they saw the guns earlier. Big shot. Keyboard warrior number 1 was the first to rush up. A lewd grin spreading across his windswept, purplish face. Can you make a set of this high-end outfit for my little brother? I'm willing to sell my labor. I'm strong. Get out of the way. I don't know who was just whining about being tired carrying a box. Construction Palu pushed him aside, pulling out the heavy industrial pick from his bag, offering it with both hands. Brother, big brother, this pick is yours. Make me one. Just need it to cover my butt. I want one too. I'll trade you a magazine. Can I pay? Can I do a bank transfer in real life? A few hours later, the last rays of sunlight were about to disappear beyond the horizon. A bizarre team regrouped on the Gobi Desert. 50 muscular men, bare-chested with broad chests, wore matching grass skirts fluttering in the wind on their lower halves. Some held high-tech black handguns, while others carried heavy industrial picks on their shoulders. This forced mashup of primal wildness and futuristic industrial style exuded a sense of absurdity that was hard to describe, yet somehow compelling. Chapter 8. I Want to Drive a Gundam. The last rays of the twin suns were completely swallowed by the horizon, and the Gobi Desert immediately turned hostile. The temperature plummeted sharply, and Li Lei's grass skirt army shivered like freshly unearthed terracotta warriors, tucking their necks, trudging over the gravelly path towards the landing pods. No newbie gift package? Fine, then we'll do it ourselves. This group of players had commendable execution, but their only flaw was their overly imaginative minds and lack of common sense. Get out of the way. The first bucket of gold in the entire server is mine. ID Keyboard Warrior number 1 held a large handful of dark red soil, pushing through the crowd as if protecting the Imperial seal. This was the result of his earlier efforts spent digging on the ground. He stuffed the still crumbling clump of soil into the recycling port on the side of the landing pod, rubbing his mud-covered hands together with an expectant face. This color, this texture, it's definitely rich iron soil. Surely I should get at least 5 points? The machine emitted a low rumble, reminiscent of an old cow chewing cud. Then, with a puff, the pile of soil was ruthlessly spat out, covering his face with dust. Composition: waste soil with extremely low silicon content. Recycling value: 0. System prompt: this is a resource recycling module, not a garbage incinerator. Don't shove any junk in here. This line of text was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. What the hell? Keyboard Warrior number 1 wiped the mud off his face, angrily slapped the cabin wall. Is this physics engine targeting me? It's still alien soil. It should be able to extract some trace elements even if it's not used for planting, right? 0 points? That's too shady. Some people, not believing in evil, stuffed in the glowing moss they found. Value: 0.001 points. Someone shoved in a pretty-looking pebble. Value: 0 points. The continuous blows instantly have the originally high spirits. This was not picking up trash to get rich. It was like doing hard labor in a cyber world without pay, a pure black slave simulator. The game designers must be a bit sick. Among the crowd, Heisenberg discarded the dead branch in his hand. The physics engine is so realistic, but the economic system is as stingy as a miser. Just as everyone was worrying about the piles of waste, and some even began to consider whether to stuff their grass skirts into try. A player named Dragonfinder squeezed out from behind. Stop wasting your effort. He pointed to a giant rock that the construction worker Palu was about to smash, his tone exuding a sense of superiority typical of an expert. That's sedimentary rock. In this type of terrain, the surface sediments are either sand or calcium oxide. Even if you smash it, there's no profit. Li Lei's eyes lit up. Do you have a way? The Dragonfinder adjusted his non-existent glasses. I'm from the geological exploration team. He turned and pointed to a cliff 100 meters away, his voice slightly heavy due to lack of oxygen, but sounding particularly reliable. I saw it as soon as I landed. The fault direction over there is off. It's all sedimentary rock around. But there's a gray-black banded texture sticking out there, which is a typical igneous rock intrusion zone. A group of laymen around looked stunned. What rock? Keyboard Warrior no. One gaped. Dude, are you bringing a thesis into a game? The Dragonfinder ignored the group of academic failures and climbed the cliff with a few people. He pressed his face against the rough rock face, examining it like an antique appraisal, and after a long time, he raised the hammer in his hand and confidently struck an inconspicuous dent. Here, there's definitely something under this layer of brown weathered crust. Really? Li Lei didn't hesitate at all, waving his hand. Palu, take a few strong ones and smash it for me. All right. Construction worker Palu was already itching to go. He swung the half-man-high industrial pickaxe, muscles in his waist and abdomen exploding, and with a whoosh, the tungsten alloy pickaxe head slammed into the rock wall. Bang! Sparks flew. That crisp sound was soothing. As the surface grayish weathered rock peeled away, a heart-stopping dark red metallic luster revealed itself under the bright flashlight. In the rugged metallic fracture, there were also a few crystals emitting faint blue light, like a demon winking. We found it. We really found it. Holy crap. Is this the legendary knowledge changing destiny? The crowd was in an uproar. Not only did they dig up, but it was also telling everyone, if you know your stuff, this game can really help you realize your skills in reality. Everyone scrambled to pry off a piece of, or the size of a basin. Construction worker Palu, like a barbarian carrying spoils of war, sprinted back to the landing pod and stuffed it into the recycling slot. Beep. This time, the system's prompt sound was simply heavenly. Detected high-purity hematite and associated energy crystal clusters. Valuation, 15 contribution points. 15 points. This string of numbers was like high-purity stimulants, directly injected into everyone's veins. Brothers, we're gonna get rich. Don't push. That or spot is mine. Who has a geology degree? I'll pay a high price to hire you. Take me under your wing. The team that had just been lifeless instantly transformed into a group of enthusiastic gold diggers. However, this rush of dopamine hadn't fully released yet. Brother Lei, come look at this. The Heisenberg in charge of perimeter security spoke in a low voice, even trembling slightly. Li Lei's heart tightened, instinctively pressing his hand on the kinetic pistol at his waist, and quickly walked over. In a gap between wind-blocking rocks, Heisenberg was crouching there. The flashlight beam locked tightly on the rock wall. It was a scratch, an inch deep, with sharp and neat edges, even cutting through the quartz vein inside the rock smoothly. The shape was clearly the mark of a three-fingered claw left by some creature with terrifying strength. This wasn't formed by weathering. Heisenberg turned pale and said, "And look at your feet." Lile looked down, using the barrel of his gun to poke at a grayish-white object in the sand. It wasn't completely dried out and carried a foul smell. It was excrement. As the gun barrel stirred, a few pieces of undigested bone fragments emerged, which were fragments of a skull from some creature, with a row of bite marks clearly visible on top. This planet is alive and very hungry. Everyone stop working. Lile suddenly stood up and roared in the channel. Retreat. Defend the landing pod. Hurry. Night had completely shrouded the Gobi, and the howling wind sounded like countless wronged souls crying out among the sand dunes. Although the players didn't understand why, under Li Lei's intimidation, they still cursed and retreated. They used the dry shrubs they had collected to light several campfires in the makeshift camp formed around the landing pod. The orange flames danced in the darkness, slightly dispelling the biting cold. The taste of emergency nutritional paste was like fermented toothpaste, but in extreme hunger. This group of people still ate it with relish. The sense of fear came quickly and left just as fast. After all, for the fourth day calamity, as long as the health bar wasn't empty, they could still mess around. Old Wong, what do you think this game will open up in the future? Construction worker Paulu chewed on his toothpaste-flavored dinner while looking longingly at the pile of, or in the distance. Hardcore Old Wong lay by the fire, gazing at the unfamiliar starry sky above, his eyes sparkling with fervor, as if he could already see the future. I've seen the design collection. As long as resources are sufficient and the main storyline can be pushed forward, the official will definitely open up STC standard construction templates. He picked up a stone, excitedly gesturing on the ground, spitting as he spoke. At that time, we'll build a steel fortress right here. Fully automated mining machines, fusion reactors. And we need railgun positions. We'll turn this broken planet into the hardest hedgehog in the galaxy. Right. It also needs powered armor. Just like that NPC Yao Qian wears. Think bigger. I want to build a Gundam. I want to pilot the Strike Freedom to jump into the capital of the Earth Federation. A group of big guys in grass skirts, covered in dirt, gathered around the campfire, starting an unprecedented automated pie-in-the-sky conference on this perilous alien planet. Chapter 9, Am I Asking for Too Much by Taking a 90 Service Fee? Fireseed Space Station, Core Control Room. This batch of players is not good, too slow. Yao Qian's finger slid over the back-end economic model, his gaze lingering on the originally planned energy point distribution ratio. Yao Qian's initial plan was to distribute 30 of the profits to the players. Of course, when distributing, he would rename the energy points to contribution points and send them to the players' accounts. Now, Yao Qian clicked his tongue and shook his head. The draft he had said earlier was practically charity. In the capital world, it would be displayed as a failure case hanging on a lamppost. System, make a change. Just giving them 10 is enough. He tapped a few times on the virtual keyboard, completing this shameless harvest without any psychological burden. Watching the modification take effect, Yao Qian leaned back in his chair with a sense of peace. This isn't exploitation. It's macro control to prevent currency devaluation. As long as he provided them with a constantly growing number, this group would be willing to give their all. This is the joy of monopolistic gameplay. Simple and mundane yet tedious. On the planet's surface, the twin suns had just peaked over the horizon, and the morning light was faint. The wind on the Gobi Desert still felt like a barbed whip, stinging the skin. But here it was bustling. 50 men, bare-chested and wrapped in grass skirts, were performing a primitive versus industrial age performance art. Bang, bang, bang. The construction worker Paulu's bare torso was steaming with white mist, sweat sliding down his chiseled lap muscles into his grass skirt. Each swing of the heavy industrial pickaxe sent a tingling shock through his hands. The feeling of precise feedback with every muscle contraction made him, a civil engineer long numb to reality, feel an unprecedented clarity. There were no fake health bars, no non-existent critical hit numbers, only the crisp sound of rock shattering under heavy blows and the real sensation of power being released. Awesome. Paulu wiped the mud off his face, revealing a big white grin. This isn't just moving bricks. It's a spiritual massage. 100 times better than lifting weights at the gym. Just then, a shout came from not far away. Holy shit. We struck gold. Big loot. Another rich iron mine. A player with the ID playing in the northeast with mud excitedly picked up a dark red or the size of a watermelon. The heavy weight strained his arms. Muscles tensed, veins popping, but his face was filled with the joy of finding treasure. This can be exchanged for something, right? Where's my backpack? The mud player instinctively tried to shove the or behind him while his eyes darted around, trying to summon the familiar grid interface. However, apart from the cold, hard, 350 meters to landing pod, prompt, there was nothing. He froze in place, hands clutching the several dozen-pound rock, resembling a monkey holding a hot potato. Reality hit him hard. There were no extra-dimensional pockets here, nor was there a one-click pickup feature. No way, man. You want me to carry this back myself? Not believing it, the mud player glanced at two other decent-looking oars at his feet, attempting to stack them together to carry. This isn't a problem. I helped your sister move back in the day. Just as he stacked the third rock on top, his center of gravity shifted. The gravel beneath his feet slipped, and he lost his balance entirely. Ouch! The mud player fell hard, landing face-first in the dirt, the heaviest rich iron or crashing down onto his bare toes. His scream was as piercing as a cat being stepped on, startling several carrion flies lurking in the distance. This is hardcore. Is this weight system based on human biomechanics? He rolled on the ground, clutching his foot, tears streaming down his face. Is this physics engine discriminating against weaklings? This game is too real. It's so real, I want to call the police. The surrounding players showed no sympathy. Instead, they erupted in laughter. They quickly realized a harsh truth. Wanting to be a lone wolf in this godforsaken place? Just transporting or back to the landing pod would wear you out like a dead dog. The efficiency was too low, or piled up at the bottom of the pit, while the landing pod was hundreds of meters away. At this rate, don't even think about building a Gundam. It would be a miracle to fill a pod before dark. Stop. Stop wasting your energy. A loud shout drowned out the noise at the scene. Lile stood on a tall rock, holding a Defender pistol, his gaze sweeping the crowd like a hawk, exuding an aura of authority. Don't run around. That's a waste of energy. It's meaningless other than exhausting yourselves. He pointed towards the landing pod, then at the bottom of the mine, quickly calculating the optimal solution in his mind. Everyone, listen to my command. Stand 5 meters apart, form a line. Stationary relay. The authority of the retired scout, combined with the lesson learned from the real physics, made this unruly group of players quickly choose to obey. After all, no one wanted to do shuttle runs while holding dozens of pounds of rocks on a gravel beach. Soon, a human conveyor belt made up of 50 men in grass skirts formed on the desolate alien Gobi. The scene was bizarre yet inexplicably exhilarating. Go, Lile commanded. The first piece of ore was struck down by the construction worker Paulu and tossed to the person behind him. That person caught it steadily, turned, and tossed it to the next. The heavy ore was passed between calloused hands, stretching from the bottom of the pit to the recovery port of the landing pod. Initially, it was a bit clumsy, some couldn't catch it, and some stubbed their toes. But in just 10 minutes, a strange rhythm emerged. 1, 2, go, heave, go. It was unclear who started it, but a bright chant began to echo across the Gobi. This primitive, rugged, yet powerful sense of cooperation made this group of modern people, used to cursing at each other on keyboards and being indifferent in reality, feel the weight of the word collective after a long absence. Every time a piece of ore was sent into the recovery port, the delightful sound of contribution points being credited was the most wonderful symphony in the world. Efficiency skyrocketed. Watching the contribution points rise, everyone's eyes turned red. Fatigue seemed non-existent. leaving only a mechanical fervor. 3 hours later, the high-intensity labor finally pushed some players' physical limits. Although they were clones, the mental exhaustion was very real. A player in the middle of the line with the ID health punk was trembling. It was already 3:30 a.m. in the real world. I can't take it anymore, brothers. I can't hold on. I have to leave early tomorrow to clock in. He gasped out loud in the public chat, and then clicked the disconnect button on the system panel. The crowd waited as usual for him to vanish in a flash of white light. However, crack, like a puppet with its strings cut, Health Punk's body suddenly went limp and fell straight into the pile of rubble. The ore he was about to pass rolled aside. The player behind him, Keyboard Warrior number 1, jumped back in fright, nearly dropping the stone on his own foot. Holy shit. Did he die? Health Punk lay face down on the ground, motionless, his posture contorted like a broken doll. A few brave players gathered around. Keyboard Warrior number 1 nervously extended a finger to check for a pulse, then lifted an eyelid. There was breath, still warm. The pupils hadn't dilated. He turned Health Punk over and found his eyes tightly closed, his chest slightly rising and falling with each breath. But no matter how much he slapped his face, pinched his pressure points, or even tickled him, the body showed no reaction. Is he in a vegetative state? The crowd exchanged glances, a chill running up their spines. In this game, when you log off, your body actually stays in place. What kind of hellish setting is this? Looking at the body on the ground, the player Deadly Chemist turned pale. If we log off in the wild, doesn't that mean we're delivering takeout to those beasts? It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. The planner wants our lives. Forget him. Drag him behind that big rock. Don't block the way. Lile walked over and kicked the body on the ground. After confirming there was no danger, he immediately regained his composure. The others filled in the gap and continued working. If they wanted to survive, they needed to accumulate more points. Although they said to keep going, everyone secretly harbored a nail of anxiety. Here, going offline did not mean safety. There was no absolute safe zone. Earth, Dashia District. The official forum for Fourth Day Disaster was already in a frenzy. Just a moment ago, the health-conscious punk who had just gone offline posted a thread titled "This game is insane. I moved bricks for 3 hours in another world, and it cured my insomnia." Attached are high-definition or texture images. The content of the post was simple, with only a few screenshots and a brief text, exuding a strong sense of Versailles. The first image was a close-up of a hand. The palm lines were clearly visible, and the area around the thumb had been worn raw from long hours of swinging a pickaxe, blood mingling with black dirt trapped under the nails. The texture of the skin and the details of the wound were flawless. Not even a microscope could find a flaw. Even the dust in the pores was clearly visible. The second image showed the spectacular human conveyor belt made of grass-skirted men. The background featured a desolate alien desert and a massive binary star. Dozens of shirtless men formed a long line, each with a distorted yet fervent expression on their faces, resembling a scene from some kind of cult. The health-conscious punk wrote in the post, "Brothers, I can even feel the lactic acid buildup in my arms right now. But my mind is unusually clear, and the satisfaction of completing a major project makes me, a severe insomnia patient, just want to fall asleep. This isn't called playing a game. This is called living. Enough talk. I'm going to sleep now. You all take your time feeling sore." Less than 10 minutes after the post was published, the number of replies exceeded 3,000. This lighting? This texture? Are you sure you didn't take these photos while working illegally in Africa? I want to move bricks too. What else with that grass skirt? Are sci-fi games this wild now? This wild beauty is absolutely stunning. I want to play. Please. Who has an activation code? I'm willing to sell my soul. I'd even move bricks. Those still hesitating, the cloud players, looked at the screen with visuals that transcended the era and felt their scalp tingle. A sour taste of jealousy, named lemon, began to spread across the entire internet. Chapter 10. Dim light. The body of the health-conscious punk was like a heavy bag of cement, dragged and pulled by the construction site Palu and 2 other players to a rocky crevice sheltered from the wind. His head bumped and scraped against the rubble as he was dragged, making dull sounds. But he, or rather this flesh shell known as a biochemical clone, remained completely unresponsive, not even twitching an eyelid. His messy hair was covered in dark red dust, making him look like a corpse freshly dug out of a mass grave. A few flat pieces of shale were moved over and hastily piled on top of him, leaving only his head exposed for breathing. This shape looked all too much like a makeshift grave. Isn't this setting a bit too ominous? Keyboard Warrior number 1 shrank his neck, looking at the faintly glowing, offline text hovering above the body, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Does going offline mean becoming a vegetable? If a wild wolf or dog comes at midnight, wouldn't that mean we've delivered ourselves as sushi? Several players around him unconsciously rubbed their goosebump-covered arms. In this place where even the sense of pain could be turned up to 100%. No one doubted that the planners could create a nightmarish scenario where players going offline were devoured by beasts. There was no absolute safe zone. This realization struck everyone like a thorny whip, harshly lashing at their hearts. The team, originally somewhat disoriented due to extreme fatigue, suddenly erupted with an astonishing desire to survive. Stop looking. If you want to become sushi, keep dawdling. Li Lei's voice rolled through the wind like thunder. If you don't want to leave this body here for the dogs, hurry up and finish the work. Fear is the primary productivity force. The human conveyor belt made of grass-skirted men resumed high-speed operation. This time, no one complained about sore arms or shouted fatigue. Each throw and catch was executed with an almost neurotic precision, dozens of pounds of or slicing through the air, accompanied by rhythmic shouts, continuously crashing into the recycling opening of the landing pod. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sounds of impact formed a chorus, the first notes of civilization ringing out in this desolate world. Last piece. The construction site Palu roared, his muscles bulging like blood-filled rocks. He charged towards the landing pod with a piece of iron or as tall as a person, heedlessly stuffing it into the already overflowing recycling slot. Buzz clack. The warning red light that was originally flashing suddenly went out, followed by a pleasing green glow. The emotionless electronic synthesized voice now sounded like heavenly music in everyone's ears. Main quest. Pioneer, Phase 1, completed. Resource quota met. Contribution points being calculated. Done. I knew it would work. My liver is still functioning. A group of big men collapsed onto the rubble, gasping for breath, their chests heaving violently. Yet their faces bore foolish grins. On the planetary surface, players simultaneously had the settlement interface pop up before their retinas. Settlement completed, 100 contribution points distributed according to contribution. ID, my big knife is already eager, contribution 12, received 12 points. ID, Seeking Dragon and Dividing Gold, contribution 8, received 8 points. ID, Construction Site Palu, contribution 8, received 8 points. ID, Keyboard Warrior number 1, contribution 0, 5, received 0, 5 points. Damn, this isn't fair. Keyboard Warrior number 1 looked at the number in his account that couldn't even buy a compressed biscuit, letting out a wail like a pig being slaughtered. I was the one scouting. Doesn't scouting count as work? This is exploitation. Naked exploitation. No one paid attention to his tantrum. Everyone's attention was drawn to the newly lit material exchange icon in the lower right corner of the interface. This was their fundamental means of survival in this world. However, when they clicked on the list, the previously heated atmosphere dropped to freezing point as if a bucket of liquid nitrogen had been poured over it. At the top of the list was the icon revered by countless sci-fi fans, a hexagonal block radiating a silver-gray metallic sheen. STC Standard Construction Template, Type 1 Outpost Core. Description: when deployed, it can provide a 50-meter radius of constant temperature vitality field, a primary material printing station, and a 5-meter high composite armor defense wall. Price: 200 contribution points. 200 points. This number weighed heavily like a mountain on everyone's hearts. How do we play this? Is this price set with an extra zero? Breaking Bad looked at the icon, his eyes nearly popping out. Even if we sold ourselves, we couldn't gather enough. Gurgle, it was unclear whose stomach growled first, and soon, the sensation of hunger spread through the crowd like a plague. After hours of intense labor, the blood sugar of this clone had already dropped to rock bottom. With the cold wind blowing, many felt stars in their eyes from hunger. Their gazes involuntarily shifted from that unreachable base core to the cheaper items below. High molecular compressed ration, chicken flavor 1 point per serving. Multipurpose engineer shovel, 5 points each. Self-heating field water bottle, 2 points each. Forget it, I need to eat. A player gritted his teeth, his finger trembling as it reached for the ration icon. If I don't eat something, I feel like this body is going to go into shock. I want one too. A shovel isn't expensive, and I can use it for self-defense. Right? I can dig a pit to make do for the night. And tomorrow I can save money to buy the base. Short-sightedness is a common flaw of humanity, especially in times of hunger and cold. Once these hundreds of contribution points are spread out among 50 mouths, don't even think about gathering enough for that base core tonight, or even next week. Bang! A crisp gunshot tore through the noise. The player who was about to buy supplies jumped in fright, his finger hovering in midair, his face pale. Li Lei stood on a towering rock, the muzzle of his defender still emitting wisps of smoke. He didn't aim at anyone in particular. It was just that his eyes, particularly cold in the night, made everyone too afraid to look directly at him. Everyone, put your hands back. This is a survival game, not a weekend picnic. Anyone who dares to spend points without permission Don't blame me for being merciless. Why should we? Keyboard warrior number 1, hiding behind the crowd, shouted with his neck stretched out. Those are my points. I can spend them however I want. Are you going to come through the internet to hit me? I can't hit you. Lilei lowered his eyelids, his fingers gently stroking the rough gun handle. But I can blow your body away with one shot. And make you start all over again. After this back and forth for 3 hours, by the time you log back in, you won't even get a drop to drink. This threat was too deadly. In this race against time during the early game phase, no one wanted to fall behind and become truly bottom tier. Listen to him. Hardcore Lao Wang, who had been silent, stepped forward. I've calculated it. As long as we gather the points of the top 20, it will be exactly 80 points. If we don't have that vitality field tonight, the night temperature here will drop to minus 40 degrees. At that time, don't talk about eating. You won't even be able to keep that energy bar. He pointed to the blue status bar representing body temperature below. At that moment, that bar had already shrunk by 1/3. Survival or destruction. This is a simple math problem. Damn it, let us do it. Construction worker Paulu was the first to step forward, quickly clicking on the control panel. I'll transfer it to you. Brother Lei, if it doesn't get built, I'll be the first to roast you. I'll transfer too. Count me in. Remember to save me a good sleeping spot. With someone taking the lead, the others no longer hesitated. Streams of light blue data flowed into Li Lei's account. Even the most reluctant keyboard warrior number 1, upon seeing Li Lei's half-smiling gun barrel directed at him, reluctantly transferred over his pitiful 0.5 points. That is more like it. Li Lei looked at the number in his account finally jumping to 200, and his tense shoulders relaxed. He solemnly pressed the flashing silver STC icon. Purchase successful. Deploying. Inside the space station, Yao Qian looked at the 80 points of contribution value that had been collected, then glanced at the primary base module that only required 40 points of energy to generate, unable to help but whistle. He was in a great mood. Slamming his finger down on the red drop button. Shipping. Give my warriors a little industrial shock. Boom. Above the clouds, the rumble of thunder suddenly erupted. Players instinctively looked up, only to see the originally dim sky torn apart by a blinding fireball. It wasn't a light and airy delivery package, but a meteor carrying immense power. That several-ton alloy airdrop pod ignored the piercing scream of air resistance and, like a space-based weapon, smashed straight down onto the cleared area of players. Scatter. Quickly scatter. Li Lei shouted as he ran backward. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Like a small earthquake had occurred. The terrifying shockwave kicked up a whirlwind of dust, sending the group of muscular men in grass skirts tumbling like bowling pins. Debris hit them with a crackling sound, the real pain causing everyone to wince, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. This is too hardcore. Now this is what a man's game looks like. Before the smoke had cleared, the dark metallic giant began a dazzling transformation. Click. Countless nano-mechanical arms swarmed out from the core like a colony of black worker ants. They interlocked, welded, and extended, accompanied by the heavy groan of hydraulic rods and the crisp sound of metal plates colliding. A circular steel fortress covering about 200 square meters rose up from the ground in just a few minutes. The heavy composite armor plates automatically closed, fitting tightly together. The solar wings on top slowly unfolded, like a steel lotus blooming in the wasteland. Buzz. A semi-spherical energy shield generator activated. A deep hum dispelling the biting cold winds and dust around. The originally dark Gobi Desert was instantly illuminated by this warm, artificial light. This industrial marvel, born from nothing, could not be compared to the countless times seen in Hollywood blockbusters. Witnessing its birth right in front of one's eyes was 1,000 times more impactful. Hardcore Lao Wang gazed obsessively at the sharp metallic lines, his eyes slightly moist. For this group of modern people who could only eat instant noodles in rented rooms, this steel fortress was not only a shelter, but also the first nail they had driven into this indifferent universe. The heavy airtight door at the front of the base roared open to both sides, warm and soft milky white light spilling out, as if welcoming the wanderers home. The system's light screen popped up in front of everyone, finally stopping in front of Li Lei as the purchaser. Outpost construction complete. Please name the current base. The public channel instantly erupted. Call it Doghouse. Cheap names are easy to maintain. How about single apartment? Anyway, there are no women. Flat Top Mountain. Or Liangshan. After all, we don't look like good people. After voting, Li Lei filled in the system box with the name Buzhou on behalf of everyone. Name successful, Buzhou once. Gong Gong angrily touched Mount Buzhou. The heavenly pillar broke, and the Earth's support was severed. It was both a dead end and a way to heaven. In this cold, alien long night, humanity's spark finally ignited the first glimmer of light. Chapter 11. You call this a beginner monster? Inside the Buzhou outpost, the constant temperature field generator emitted a low and steady hum. This invisible barrier kept the outside's -40-degree cold winds and sand at bay. Inside the force field, the temperature was maintained at a comfortable 20 degrees. Next to the freshly opened material printer, 50 players, or 50 muscular men in grass skirts, were slumped ungracefully on the silver metal floor. This stuff tastes like chewing on some 10-year-old compressed biscuits. One player held a light yellow rectangular block, the freshly redeemed, polymer compressed ration. He bit off a corner with effort, his cheeks bulging and his features contorting as he chewed. Not only is it hard, but it also sticks to your teeth. Whereas the promised chicken flavor. All I taste is sawdust. Be grateful, at least it restores your stamina. A companion nearby was gulping down warm water from a self-heating kettle, comfortably burping. Look at this wall. Look at this lighting. This ISNTA game. This is Mars Rescue. The 5-meter-high composite armor wall surrounded them, leaving only a circular observation hole above to see the starry sky. This sense of security, being inside a steel fortress, finally relaxed the tension that had been tight all day. Some had already started snoring in the corner, while others excitedly studied the folding structure of the multifunctional engineer shovel. Even in the virtual world, humanity's obsession with home remained deeply ingrained. On the north side of the camp, the observation platform, Deadly Chemist stood on the platform, uneasily looking around. The deep scratches he had discovered earlier kept swirling in his mind. Click, click. A very faint crisp sound mixed with the wind, drilling into his cochlea. The sound was fragmented, the frequency extremely fast, like someone quickly tapping nails on the rock. Something's up, Deadly Chemist yelled out. Before the alarm could fully spread in the enclosed camp, a massive black shadow shot up like a fired cannonball, ignoring the 5-meter-high vertical walls, directly launching into the air above the camp. Boom. The dull sound of something heavy landing hit everyone's hearts. It was an extremely grotesque creature. 3 long, backward-jointed legs supported a streamlined body, covered entirely in a grayish-brown chitinous shell that glinted with a metallic cold light under the camp's illumination. On its triangular head, 6 compound eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty red glow. It landed right next to keyboard warrior number 1, who was still holding a half-eaten compressed ration in its mouth, preparing to boast about today's grinding achievements on the public screen. Damn, the curse hadn't even left his lips when the monster's scythe-like forelimbs struck out. There were no unnecessary movements, only extreme speed and brutality. Keyboard warrior number 1's body flew away like a rag doll, and even before hitting the ground, his chest had already burst open, blood splattering like ink on the pristine material printer. He didn't even have time to scream. The green dot representing his life signs went out instantly. The smell of blood exploded in the enclosed space. The monster is here. The old keyboard warrior was killed in an instant. What kind of damage is this? The originally peaceful camp erupted in chaos. Several players holding self-defense pistols instinctively raised their guns and pulled the triggers at the shadow. Bang, bang, bang. Muzzle flashes flickered wildly in the confined space. Bullets struck the metal floor and armored walls, sparking. The monster's movements defied all laws of physics. It used its 3 long legs to perform triangular refractive jumps between the walls and the ground, like a gray lightning bolt. Another player fell to the ground, clutching his thigh, which had been easily pierced by the monster's toe, a hole so large that bone fragments were visible. Stray bullets flew. A few bullets hit the monster's back armor but only produced a series of jarring clinks, sparking dazzling flames without leaving a mark. Don't shoot recklessly. You'll ricochet. Li Lei rushed out of the crowd. He was the only one who could maintain a shooting stance amid the chaos. He steadied his gun, predicted the monster's landing point, and fired 2 short bursts near the creature's compound eyes. However, the monster's shell seemed to extend around its eyes, and the bullets only bored 2 small holes into it. The monster's compound eyes locked onto a nearby player, its mouthparts opening to reveal a dense array of sharp teeth. Desperation. Li Lei's gaze frantically scanned his surroundings, finally settling on a pile of heavy, pitch-black tools at his feet. It was a pneumatic industrial pick used for mining rich iron or during the day. Tungsten alloy pick head. High-pressure pneumatic assistance, designed specifically to deal with rocks of Mohs hardness 7 or above. If the gun can't penetrate, then let's use it like a rock chisel. Grab the pick. Everyone grabbed the pick. Li Lei threw away his handgun and picked up a half-man-high heavy pick, fiercely pressing the air valve switch on the handle. This is just a game. What is there to be afraid of? His shout snapped the stunned crowd back to reality. Fear stems from the unknown and from helplessness. But when they realized they were holding a weapon capable of chiseling through rock, the ferocity, named the Fourth Cataclysm, was completely awakened. Damn, dare to touch my resurrection point. Construction worker Paulu's eyes turned crimson, his muscles bulging from blood flow. The frustration he suppressed in reality transformed into primal violence here. He swung the industrial pick, which emitted a piercing whine due to overload, charging at the monster like a bull gone mad. Smash its skull. The monster seemed enraged by this food that dared to resist, letting out a piercing shriek. It didn't even dodge. Its forelimbs, trailing afterimages, stabbed toward construction worker Paulu's chest. If it were a one-on-one fight, construction worker Paulu would undoubtedly die. But there were 48 madmen here who didn't want to die. Just as the monster's sharp claws were about to touch construction worker Paulu, two shadows lunged from the side. They were two players who had long discarded their guns. They didn't care about the razor-sharp barbs, clinging tightly to the monster's two strong supporting legs like two dogskin plasters. It's locked. I've locked it down. Thankfully. I set my pain sensitivity to 0. One of them had his shoulder instantly shredded by the monster's leg hair barbs, blood pouring out, but he didn't let go. Instead, he let out an excited roar. This physical collision engine is incredible. I can feel its muscles twitching. Quick output. The monster struggled wildly. Its immense strength throwing the player hanging on its leg against the wall like a pendulum, producing a dull cracking sound of bones breaking. But this group of players acted like zombies that didn't feel pain. One was thrown off, 2 more jumped on. 3, 5, dozens of people piled on the monster, using their weight and flesh to force this killing machine down to the floor. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Construction worker Paulu leaped high. He adjusted his posture in midair, his arm muscles bulging, the pneumatic industrial pick raised above his head. Buzz. The air tank released pressure. The piston propelled the tungsten alloy pick head, carrying tons of impact force, drawing a black line in the air. Precise, violent. Thud. A sound of extreme dullness. That was the sound of exoskeletons shattering along with soft tissue bursting. The skull, hard enough to deflect bullets, crumbled like thin paper before the industrial-grade heavy machinery. The half-meter-long pick head directly pierced through the monster's triangular head, deeply embedding itself into the metal floor. Green bodily fluid gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over the surrounding players. The monster's body convulsed violently a few times. Its long legs, like steel whips, finally went limp and stopped moving. Hoo-hoo. Construction worker Paulu maintained his downward striking posture, breathing heavily, sweat mixed with green alien blood streaming down his cheeks. Silence lasted for 3 seconds. Then, a cheer erupted that could topple the dome. Is it dead? It died just like that. The impact. The feedback. It really made my palm go numb when I struck that pick. A bloodied player climbed up from the ground, excitedly wiping his face, completely ignoring the blood still flowing from his shoulder. This monster's AI is too high. It even knows to flank and hit the weak spots. This game is definitely going to be a hit. The crowd gathered around, staring at the grotesque corpse on the ground. The fear from earlier vanished, replaced by an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Some reached out to touch the monster's sharp claws, while others tried to pry off the shattered shell as a souvenir. If this thing could be made into armor, its defense would be off the charts. Li Lei squatted down, inspecting the back armor that even bullets couldn't penetrate. His eyes ablaze with excitement. Don't just stand there, while it hasn't respawned. Hurry and take apart any useful parts. Blue Star, Dasha District. 2:15 a.m. The recently fallen keyboard warrior number 1 and 2 other unfortunate souls who sacrificed themselves in the chaos awakened in a pitch-black connection interface. Host death. Cybernetic reconstruction cooldown. 025959 3 hours. In the rental room, keyboard warrior number 1 ripped off his VR headset, letting out a pig-like wail. 3 hours to wait for revival? The withdrawal reaction from being kicked out, just as his adrenaline was surging, made him feel restless. In anger, he opened his computer, logged into the game forum, and typed a post titled First Kill. Alien Xenomorph Night Attack on Base. The death penalty in this game is too hardcore. The post included a first-person screenshot from the last second before his death. It was under night vision green light, a monster occupying the entire field of view. Its compound eyes flickered with a heart-stopping red light, scythe-like forelimbs exuding the aura of death, less than 10 centimeters from the screen. The overwhelming sense of pressure and realism was something that special effects could never replicate. Brothers, don't believe in any brick-moving simulator. This is a freaking horror war blockbuster. The monster's AI is ridiculously high, one-hit kill, and you still have to sit in jail for 3 hours if you die. But right now, I only feel one thing. It's exhilarating. The forum at midnight was already bustling with countless night owls. This post featuring a high-definition death photo exploded across the internet. Looking at that gruesome monster screenshot, countless cloud players who hadn't yet qualified drooled with envy and jealousy. With such graphics and oppressive atmosphere, I refuse to believe this is a domestic game. Stop showing off. OP, give me your account, and I'll take the blame for you. A 3-hour cooldown? That's a good setting to prevent infinite deaths. It seems this game is serious about it. A discussion about the night raid on the Unzao outpost spread like a virus in the dead of night. And for the 47 players still alive, this night was just beginning. Chapter 12, Biological Recycling Factory. Let go of that leg. I sawed it off first. Bullshit. The last hit was clearly mine. According to damage percentage, that leg is mine too. Inside the Unzao outpost, the atmosphere was as lively as a market day. 47 burly men surrounded the alien corpse they named the jump bug, their eyes green like wolves starved for 3 days. Several multifunctional military knives were madly scraping at the joints of its shell, producing a painful grinding sound. This group of players perfectly illustrated what it meant to be locusts passing through, leaving no grass behind. Some wanted to pry out the teeth for daggers. Others wanted to strip the shell for shields, and even in the corner crouched a tough guy with the ID Bay's closed-door disciple, who was tasting a bit of the purple-green bug blood, trying to savor the flavor of alien delicacy. The surrounding people looked at him expectantly. How is it? Can you eat it? Any buffs? The guy's face turned green, and he dry-heaved as he gave a hardcore review. Sour. Tastes like 3-year-old stinky socks soaked in aged vinegar. And it's got a bit of spiciness. Brothers, this thing isn't meant for eating. In the high-altitude track, the main control room of the Fireseed space station, Yao Qian looked at the screen showing this group of Fourth Catastrophe players who even wanted to swallow the bug's whole. And one might think he opened an interstellar refugee camp. Their military knives were only suitable for slicing high-molecular synthetic food, trying to saw through the jump bug shell, which was comparable to armored steel, would just polish it by next year. Moreover, how could such a precious biological sample be wasted on them? System, stop playing dead. Scan the value of this pile of rotten meat. Scan complete. Target, primary arthropod combat unit. Contains high-energy biological fats and high-strength chitin. Expected energy points conversion, 10 points. Materials extractable, 6 heavy shell plates, 2 high-density bone spikes. 10 points. Yao Qian's previously helpless expression instantly sharpened, as if he saw mountains of gold and silver. It should be known that creating a blank clone body only requires 1 point of energy. On the ground, Unzao outpost. Server-wide announcement. Triggered sudden plot mission sample recovery. Mission description. The Great Commander has noticed your bravery. The first kill of an alien creature has extremely high scientific research value. For the revival of humanity and the expansion of the base, please submit the complete spoils for analysis. Mission objective. Transport the jump bug corpse intact to the landing capsule recovery area. Mission reward. Unlock functional building biomass recombination recycling factory. Unlock new technology tree branch alien equipment manufacturing. All participants receive 5 contribution points as a reward. Wow, a new technology tree. Equipment. Finally, there will be gear. I don't want to wear this tattered grass skirt anymore. The crowd erupted. Just moments ago, a few players clinging tightly to the bug legs were immediately throwing their loot away, their faces filled with righteousness. Hurry, don't just stand there. This is what the commander wants. For humanity. For equipment. 1, 2, 3 lift. Construction worker Palu took the lead, directly shouldering the heavy back half of the jump bug. The others scrambled to lift the claws and head, shouting as they moved towards the landing capsule. This scene was extremely surrealistic. A group of men in grass skirts, covered in blood, joyfully carried a several hundred-pound gruesome alien, lined up like they were sending it to the slaughterhouse. Those who didn't know would think they were holding some evil sacrificial ceremony. A few minutes later, the massive jump bug corpse was shoved into the temporary recovery port at the bottom of the landing capsule. Detecting a high-value biomass sample, the STC construction protocol activated. A cold electronic synthetic voice echoed throughout the camp. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before all players' eyes. A thick armor plate on the side of the Unzao base slowly slid open, not revealing any mechanical arm or large funnel, but a torrent of silvery white flowing out. It was billions of nanotechnology robots. They moved like living liquid metal, rapidly shaping and solidifying in the air. The silver stream constructed a sci-fi silver-gray building in just 10 seconds, as if it were 3D printing. There were no gears, no screws. And the entire structure presented an extreme streamlined industrial aesthetic. At the core of the building, a deep blue plasma arc pulsed silently. Biomass recombination recycling factory, primary, has been deployed. Current conversion efficiency, 80 wow. This special effect, this modeling, this funding is on fire. This is sci-fi. This is the interstellar warfare I imagined. Players watched in a daze. The visual shock of witnessing a towering building rising from the ground was far more stunning than any CG animation. Z. The decomposition field at the core of the recycling factory activated. Players watched as the jump bug, which had just moments ago seemed invincible and impervious to bullets, was sent into the deep blue light arc. At the same time, the virtual store panels in front of all players refreshed. Store update. Alien Armament Series 1. Jump bug shell chest armor. Rough alien back armor restructured using nanotechnology. Lightweight, yet sturdy. Defense. Medium. Can withstand bladed cuts and small caliber bullets. Exchange price. 5 contribution points. 5 kilograms of biomass. 2. Bone spike spear. Mass production type retains the high-density molecular structure of the alien forelimbs. Extremely sharp. Exchange price. 3 contribution points. 2 kilograms of biomass. Looking at the equipment attributes, players' breaths became heavy. It was a thirst for power and an obsession with escaping their naked state. They could exchange. They really could exchange. These attributes were much better than this broken pickaxe in hand. It was like starting with a knife. And all gear depended on luck. Brothers, I understand the game's loop logic now. Kill monsters, dismantle, make equipment, and then kill stronger monsters. In the crowd, someone shouted, "Is there any other bugs? I want to kill 10. Let us team up to farm bugs. Come on." T with no regard for life, and high output C. Just looking for a piece of clothing. Commander, can you revive that bug from just now? I think my posture was wrong. I want to kill it again. Chapter 13. Biological warship inside the Unzao outpost. The atmosphere was heated as if it would roast a person dry. 47 pairs of eyes were fixed on that semi-transparent virtual panel, their breathing merging into a heavy wind chamber sound. The icon named Alien Shell Chest Armor looked 1,000 times more tempting than a naked beauty to them at this moment. Medium defense. Lightweight. This was not just equipment. It was the capital for survival in this monster-infested hellhole. Exchange. Must exchange. A player wiped the drool off his mouth, reaching out to poke the exchange button. Even if I have to sell my blood, I must get this thing. Put your claws back. A rough hand suddenly interjected, clamping down on the person's wrist like a vice. Li Lei, with a face full of stubble and deep-set eyes, looked at him with a fatherly authority written all over his bloodshot eyes. He pointed to the small number below the panel. Did the gym teacher teach you elementary math? Look at the price. Only then did everyone calm down from their frenzy and take a closer look. Exchange price. 5 contribution points. 5 kilograms of biomass. How many kilograms of shell did they even get from that jump bug? Li Lei let go of his hand, his voice hoarse. This bug, if fully utilized, could make a piece of chest armor and 2 spears. How do we divide it among the 47 of us? Cut it into 47 pieces to hang as amulets around our necks? The crowd, once filled with enthusiasm, suddenly turned as cold as if doused with liquid nitrogen. So what do we do? This equipment is here and can't be exchanged. Isn't that just tempting? Someone wailed in despair. 20,000 kilometers above. In the Fireseed space station. Exactly. This feeling of yearning for something unattainable is the true driving force of productivity. He opened the backend management permissions and brought up the task editing interface. Currently, players could only earn rewards by killing monsters, which was not feasible. The efficiency of killing monsters was too low, and the risks were too high. What he needed was rapid expansion of the base. A massive amount of ore and energy to repair the warships. Since you all want equipment so much, I'll give you an irresistible reason. Yao Qian's fingers flew across the holographic keyboard, injecting lines of new code into the system core. He issued a server-wide daily task, Infrastructure Frenzy. Modified resource weights, the recycling price of rich iron ore increased by 5. Added new entries, rewards for building defensive structures. He hit the enter key, on the ground, at the not-so-perfect forward base. The players, who were still worrying, suddenly heard a pleasant ding. Server announcement. Detected weak base defenses. Commander issues an emergency mobilization order. Daily task. Infrastructure Frenzy has begun. Task 1. Resource reserve. For every 100 kilograms of standard or submitted, reward 0.1 contribution point. Task 2. Wall reinforcement. Participate in building outer defensive structures. Contribution points calculated by work hours. Task 3. Alien cleanup. Search for and mark alien nests. Rewards based on intelligence value. Holy crap. They're paying for the work. 0.1 contribution point is also money. As long as we don't die from overwork, let us go all out. The first to jump up was Paulu, his muscular body trembling with excitement. He picked up the pneumatic industrial pick on the ground and roared at the sky. Don't fight me for it. I'm taking the Western mine. Anyone who tries to snatch it from me will regret it. After saying that, he charged out of the base like an out-of-control tank, kicking up dust. The remaining players also reacted, rushing towards the surrounding Gobi like zombies pumped with adrenaline. Even the laziest player had their eyes burning with the desire to work. It was a thirst for equipment, an obsession to grow stronger. Within 5 minutes, the once crowded forward base was empty, with only a few weaker players left, disheveled in the wind. However, reality is often much more daunting than ideals. Half an hour later, at the Western Mine. Is this even human work? A player threw down a basin-sized piece of rich iron ore, sat down with a huff, panting, even though his hands were wrapped in rough grass ropes. They were now covered in blisters. There were no conveyor belts, no heavy trucks, not even a handcart, relying solely on their legs and shoulders. They had to carry hundreds of kilograms of ore back to the base a kilometer away. It was like asking someone to scoop out the Pacific Ocean with a spoon. Our efficiency is terrible. Another player rolled his eyes in exhaustion, his tongue hanging out halfway. He only earned 0.1 contribution point after a trip. At this rate, how long will it take to save up for that armor? Not far away, a few people responsible for searching for aliens returned, looking defeated. Don't mention it. There wasn't a single bug in a 5-kilometer radius. The leader stuck his engineer's shovel into the ground. The nearby monsters had been cleared by the system. And to kill monsters, they would have to go further away. But with our current state, going too far is just delivering takeout. With the mines unworkable and monsters unfindable. The passion that had just ignited was about to be extinguished by the harsh realities of physics. Make way, make way. A strange grinding sound came from behind. The crowd turned around to see hardcore old Wong pushing a bizarre contraption towards them. It was made from several curved thermal tiles salvaged from the landing pod's wreckage, combined with a few metal pipes dug out from the ruins. The two wheels were of different sizes, and the bearings were made from who knows what. Creaking as they turned, but at least they could roll. What is this? A unicycle? Someone widened their eyes. To be precise, it was a soldier's heavy-load transport platform based on the principles of leverage and rolling friction. Hardcore old Wong adjusted his non-existent glasses, looking proud. The thermal tiles serve as the cargo bed. Although it looks ugly, this thing can carry 500 pounds at a time. 2 people pushing it is 10 times faster than you all shouldering it. Lilei walked over, circling this little cart full of wasteland punk style, his eyes lighting up. Can it be mass-produced? As long as there are enough materials, we can make as many as we want. Hardcore old Wong patted the cart bed. Good. Lilei slapped his thigh, turning to the players slumped on the ground. Stop playing dead. Get up and work. We're going to turn this into a production line. Under Lilei's command, the 47 people quickly split into 3 groups. One group was responsible for loosening the soil with pneumatic picks, specifically breaking down large pieces of ore. The second group was in charge of loading the cart and pushing it. The third group was responsible for sorting and stacking the ore at the base, while also bringing the cart back. 1, 2, 3, go. The originally lifeless mine was suddenly filled with a vibrant energy. A dozen simple carts shuttled back and forth across the gobi, the dust they kicked up forming a yellowish dragon under the sunset. The efficiency increased by at least 5 times. Inside the not-so-perfect base, as cart after cart of ore was dumped into the recycling outlet. The numbers on the system panel began to jump madly. The players were exhausted like dogs, soaked in sweat, their grass skirts long reduced to rags. But they wore a peculiar sense of satisfaction on their faces. Some even posted on the public screen. Brothers, the weight-bearing feeling of this game is incredible. When I pushed the cart just now, the feedback from the center of gravity shift was simply divine. I've never seen a game with such a refined physics engine. Yeah, although it's tiring, watching the base grow richer bit by bit feels so good. And we don't have to spend money. It's all based on our own hands. This is a conscientious game. Even if we're moving bricks, we need to bring out an industrial aesthetic. This group of free laborers, pushed to the limit, not only didn't complain, but even began to self-guide, feeling that this pure physical labor was a rare hardcore experience. In space, Yao Qian watched the energy gauge rise at a terrifying speed, and he was engulfed in an indescribable shock. 150 points, 200 points, 300 points. How is this only after a few hours? This group of players is like a cow that makes you feel uncomfortable if you don't squeeze it. They don't need to rest, don't need wages, and will even praise you for giving them difficult tasks. Just as he was preparing to grant this group of lovely, oh no, brave warriors some benefits, an ear-piercing red alarm suddenly blared, interrupting Yao Qian's thoughts. On the main control screen, the previously calm deep space radar interface turned blood red. That faint light spot that had been on the edge of monitoring for 3 days had now entered this star domain. 5 hours until impact. All system images have been parsed. The noise on the screen quickly faded away, revealing a clear image. It was a giant object about 300 meters long. Its surface lacked the luster of metal, instead covered with a dark red, writhing flesh-like membrane. Countless thick, purplish-blue veins snaked across the surface of the hull, resembling some kind of parasite. Its tail had clearly suffered severe damage, with a large chunk of rotten flesh peeling away, dragging long black smoke and nauseating green bodily fluids, falling towards the backside of the planet under the pull of gravity. Is this a biological warship? Chapter 14, Adult Time Bang. The last piece of angular rich iron ore smashed into the recycling slot, producing a pleasant sound of impact. The figure of Palu, who had been tirelessly working like a steam engine at the construction site, finally came to a stop. He gasped for air, sweat washing over his dusty muscle lines, looking as if he had just been pulled out of the mud. But his eyes were frighteningly bright, fixed on the green button that had finally lit up on his retina. The system prompt sounded particularly harsh amid the noisy construction site. Contribution points, 50 biomass, 50 G. Enough. After a full 8 hours, he had moved bricks as if it were his entire life's work. Done? Someone nearby asked. This question was like pressing the pause button. The players who had been huffing and puffing, pushing carts or swinging picks, whether they were exhausted like dogs or just logged and looking bewildered, all threw down their tools and gathered around like sharks scenting blood. Everyone wanted to see what this first piece of equipment in the entire server looked like. TCH. I don't believe this broken game can produce anything impressive. The newly revived keyboard warrior number 1 stood at the outer edge, arms crossed, wearing that signature sour expression, thinking that after all this effort, it better not just be a decorative item with no attributes. Today's planners are so dark-hearted. The trailers are the seller's show. The actual items are the buyer's show, as if I haven't seen this before. Palu completely ignored this fly. He trembled as he pressed the virtual confirmation button heavily on the sci-fi-looking manufacturing station. Buzz. The biomass reassembly factory emitted a roar similar to a beast's growl. The bluish plasma arc suddenly surged, pulling in the pile of limbs and severed arms that everyone had previously found disgusting. There was no bloody cutting scene, only a kind of spine-tingling industrial aesthetic. Everyone watched as the insect legs decomposed into their most basic molecular structure within the light arc. Silver nanofluid weaving through the air like living veins, reassembling. This visual effect was like dancing on the retina. Even the previously sarcastic keyboard warrior number 1 gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. The light faded. The first set of alien armor quietly hovered on the teleportation platform. There were no flashy lights. It was purely a killing tool. The gray-brown chest armor perfectly preserved the rugged chitin texture of the jumping insect, but the joints had been precisely industrially refined, appearing both wild and ergonomic. The matching bone spike spear was 2 meters long, with the spearhead polished to a pale and deadly cold light, no longer retaining its original bone color. This aesthetic of blending primal wildness with industrial technological violence made all the male beings present hold their breath at that moment. This modeling is amazing, someone murmured. Palu swallowed, reached out, and grabbed the chest armor. Neural link synchronization rate 100 during equipment installation, with a slight mechanical clanking sound. The chest armor fit snugly against his chest. He held the spear. The feeling was wonderful. This weapon didn't feel like an inanimate object, but rather like a part of his arm extending outwards. What are the attributes? Hurry and report the attributes. Someone jumped up in urgency. Palu said nothing. He didn't even look at the data panel. In this so-called 100 realistic world, data was pale. Only physical feedback was real. He turned and walked towards the corner of the base. There lay a discarded high-hardness alloy plate used to weigh down a tent, a fragment from the crash of the landing pod. Just now, a strength-based player had been chipping away at this plate with an industrial pick for half a day, leaving only a few white spots. Its hardness was absurdly high. Palu held the spear with both hands, exerted power from his waist, and casually swung at the alloy plate. Bang! A piece of metal was sheared off and fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged out. Immediately, a synchronized gasp of shock erupted from the crowd. This value was outrageously unreasonable, but it felt so good. Holy crap. This penetration power. This ISNTA spear. It's a lightsaber, right? Lilei squeezed out from the crowd, glanced at the chest armor on Palu, and without saying a word, raised his self-defense pistol, reversed the gun, and slammed the stock against Palu's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Palu stood still, while Lilei felt his wrist go numb, stumbling back 2 steps. Looking at the chest armor, there wasn't even a white mark left. Bro. A player who had been quietly working on the side suddenly pushed through the crowd, his eyes gleaming as if he had seen a long-lost father. He grabbed Palu's arm and blurted out, "Bro, I'll give you 20,000. Cash, Alipay, or WeChat. Either works. Take off that equipment for me. If you're not satisfied with the price, we can negotiate. 20,000 for a set of virtual data?" This wasn't unusual in other online games, but this game had only been live for less than 24 hours. Palu was taken aback. In reality, he was just an ordinary worker. 20,000 was equivalent to 3 months of his salary. seeing Paulu's silence. The wealthy player thought he hadn't offered enough and immediately raised the offer. 30,000. Can't go higher. After all, this is just beginner equipment. Bro, wouldn't it be nice to take the money and enjoy a good meal? As long as you're willing to grind. You can make a second and third set in the future. Many players around were tempted. This was real money. Paulu looked down at the hand reaching toward the chest armor, then at the shell still warm from his body. He suddenly smiled. That smile carried an indescribable pride. He pushed the hand reaching for the armor away, not forcefully, but resolutely. He lovingly stroked the rough textures on the armor, as if caressing a lover's skin. 30,000? This is what I earned by moving bricks for 8 hours on this alien planet against the wind and sand. This is a man's romance. You wouldn't understand a damn thing. Don't insult my grind with your stinking money. After saying this, he slammed the spear down onto the ground, producing a crisp sound, and stood there, exuding a fierce aura akin to an interstellar warrior. The entire venue fell silent for a second. Then it erupted. Good. Well said. Paulu is awesome. This is how to play a game. The dignity of grind emperors cannot be insulted. Screw the money power. This pure emotion spread like a virus. The players who had just felt the drudgery of moving bricks now felt a fire burning in their chests. What is joy? This is joy. Earning a fortune on this cruel alien world with your own hands is more exhilarating than spending any amount of money. Don't hold me back. I want that set of equipment too. For the tribe? No, for the equipment. Charge. The players who had just been spectating shouted, all of them seemingly on steroids. Turning back to the mine. This time, no one complained of fatigue. The fervor of recharging for faith was enough to overturn this barren land. 2,000 kilometers above. In the fire seat space station. Beep, beep. The harsh red alarm sounded again. On the main control screen, the red had crossed the last safety warning line. The ugly biological warship, through high-definition imaging, even showed the densely packed parasitic turrets wriggling like maggots on its fleshy hull. System, prepare. Release a server-wide announcement. On the ground. At the Unzao forward outpost, the players were busy at work, and Paulu was surrounded by a group of fans asking to touch the spear. Suddenly, a red exclamation mark popped up in everyone's field of vision. Server announcement. Emergency version update notice. Dear players, in light of the recent establishment of the Wuzhou outpost, in order to provide everyone with a better gaming experience and a grander battlefield environment, the server will undergo maintenance for version 11 and will go offline in 10 seconds. All personnel are requested to log off immediately to avoid potential data loss if not done within the specified time. Countdown. 010. 00. What the hell? Maintenance. No. I've only moved half my mine. Are you even human, planner? I just got started and you're pouring cold water on me. Let me play for a bit longer. I need to finish pushing this vehicle. A chorus of wails erupted across the Gobi Desert. The withdrawal symptoms of this group of players, who had just tasted success only to have their connection severed, drove them nearly insane. But it was clear that Yao Qian had no intention of bargaining with these internet-addicted youths. As the countdown hit 0, all the standing players rolled their eyes back, their bodies collapsing to the ground like puppets with severed strings, their once lively gazes instantly losing focus. Good night, my warriors. Yao Qian watched as the green dots on the screen extinguished one by one. Next, it was time for the adults. Chapter 15. Heretic Zelgan has joined the game. System. Take control of the space station's fire control and vaporize any debris that dares to approach. Command confirmed. Defense array charging. Detected adrenaline surge in commander. Heart rate elevated by 15 due to excitement. No kidding, this is a man's first night. First battle. Yao Qian strode into the boarding hatch of the Yabo. This Corvette, privately modified by Marshal Layton, now resembled a steel beast awakened from the depths of the ocean. Lying quietly in the dark dock, its entire body was matte black, with high-strength armor, lacking any flashy aerodynamic design, only rough rivets, exposed hydraulic lines, and asymmetrical heat dissipation grills that would drive any perfectionist crazy. But to Yao Qian, it was 1,000 times more pleasing to the eye than those Ground Alliance ships that looked like toilet seats or seafood. This is called industrial aesthetics. This is called multi-rivet steam steel. Pressure balanced, hatch locked. Yao Qian sank into the heavy load-bearing suit, his fingertips gliding across the cold control panel. With a low roar from the battleship-class power furnace, the entire ship seemed to come alive. A wave of overwhelming vibration surged through the seat straight to the crown of his head. Lock released. Engine power at 30. The rear of the Yabo spewed 2 blinding blue ion streams, brutally tearing through the darkness. The view suddenly opened up, 20,000 kilometers away. The nauseating, unwelcome guest was already up close. It was a standard dirty thing. Its dark red flesh-like shell was covered in parasitic organisms, densely packed like barnacles. Countless tentacles twitching and swaying in the vacuum. The giant hole at the bow looked like a rotting wound of some creature, continuously spewing green pus. Truly disgusting. Yao Qian felt a wave of nausea. This was the physiological rejection of pure-blood humans encoded in their DNA towards aliens. Its existence was an insult to the universe. Warning: high-energy reaction. Target locked on. Distance reduced to 5,000 kilometers. The flesh tumors on the surface of the biological battleship suddenly burst like pimples. Several clusters of dark green acidic plasma, mixed with highly corrosive biological toxins, fanned out towards the Yabo. Is that it? Yao Qian looked at the sparse and crooked ballistic prediction lines on the tactical panel, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Let us get closer. I want to see what kind of crap is inside this thing. The Yabo showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it executed an extremely aggressive Z maneuver in space, slicing into the target's shooting dead zone like a scalpel. As the distance closed, the biological battleship appeared increasingly weak despite its initial volley. Aside from that first somewhat decent barrage, the subsequent counterattacks were akin to a Parkinson's patient trying to operate. Some of the tumor turrets got stuck halfway, spewing black smoke before completely failing and falling off. It was like a terrifying zombie that had long since lost its legs. Commander, scan complete. The system's voice remained calm. Target hull structural collapse rate exceeds 60, core biological brain in deep shock state. No high-threat biological weapons detected. Yao Qian narrowed his eyes, looking at the red cross-section on the screen. So it's a low-health specimen. Since it's here to deliver, I want to be polite. Just in time for my players to grind for resources. The Yabo executed a beautiful 180-degree drift in the void, the bow firmly biting into the bleeding giant crack on the side of the biological battleship. Main cannon charging. 380mm railgun ready. Tungsten alloy armor-piercing round loaded. As the command was given, the originally smooth back of the Yabo suddenly split open, a 20-meter-long, outrageously thick metal cannon barrel slowly rising. Layer upon layer of electromagnetic coils lit up sequentially, blue arcs of electricity wildly jumping in the vacuum, terrifying energy accumulating within the slender track. Even the surrounding space seemed to slightly distort from the violent energy. In this bizarre universe filled with tentacles and magic, nothing makes more sense than a large-caliber kinetic weapon. If there is, it better be even bigger. In the next life, remember to look a bit more human. Yao Qian pressed down hard on the red firing button with his thumb. There was no sound in the vacuum. But the recoil in that instant shook the entire Corvette violently, as if it had been struck on the back of the head by a giant hammer. A tungsten alloy projectile, accelerated to the extreme, became a streak of light invisible to the naked eye, ignoring distance, ignoring armor, directly piercing through thousands of kilometers of void. Truth only exists within range. The biological battleship seemed to be snapped in half by an invisible hand of God. The terrifying kinetic shockwave shattered its fragile spine. The front half of the hull completely lost control under the immense inertia, spinning like a rotten watermelon kicked away, plummeting towards the gray-brown planet below. The rear half of the hull, because the power core was shattered, exploded into a brilliant and disgusting display of bloody fireworks after a violent spasm. Target silenced. Recovering wreckage samples for analysis. Yao Qian watched the massive chunks of flesh floating outside and did not rush to leave. The Yabo extended its mechanical arm, grabbing a still twitching severed limb. Analyze composition. Sample confirmed to be biological tissue similar to the Zelgan species. Judging by its remains, this should be a colony ship. Undeveloped genetic seeds detected. Colony ship? Yao Qian's eyes lit up. That means it's full of resources? The heavy stone on his heart dropped. Fortunately, the escort ship of this colony ship didn't know where it went. Such a large chunk falling down would be enough for that group of players to feast on for months. System. Immediately prepare for the second round of closed beta qualification distribution. Yao Qian waved his hand grandly. This time, let us take bigger steps. Let us recruit 500 more, no? 50 is fine, just to be safe. It's not being stingy. Mainly worried that too many players would devour the ship down to the last scrap. Blue Star. Late at night. Although it was already 2 a.m., the official forum of Stars Online was buzzing with even more activity, practically exploding. The reason was simple. The sudden forced log-off had caused severe withdrawal symptoms for these players who had just tasted success. A pinned post had racked up tens of thousands of replies. The title filled with a sense of urgency. Urgent. I'm the Urgent King. Can anyone analyze what that update image means? The poster was none other than Stars Online's #1 diehard fan, Hardcore Old Wong. Brothers, I can't sleep. Not at all. As soon as I went offline, I felt like there were ants crawling all over me. Just now, the official website refreshed with a new background image, and I analyzed it frame by frame on my 4 monitors. Something big is definitely happening. Attached to the post is a hardcore breakdown of the new background image. Image 1. This is a concept image from a low-angle perspective. Everyone should pay attention to that giant fireball that is falling. That is definitely not a meteor. If you zoom in on the details, doesn't that thing's outline look like a ship? And it's a ship that has been broken in 2. Image 3. Notice the texture on the surface of the wreckage. It's not metal, it's flesh. It's freaking flesh. Combined with the jumping bugs we killed today, I have reason to suspect that this is the alien's nest that has been shot down. Conclusion. Version 11 is definitely a major update. New map, new monsters. Maybe there's even a new faction to fight against. The comments section is filled with cries of despair. Old Wong, stop analyzing. The more you say, the more I crave it. I was just dreaming about pushing a unicycle. Who says otherwise? Now when I look at my dog, it looks so charming that I want to take a pickaxe to it and see if I can get some biomass. To the one above, I suggest you go to the hospital and get a checkup. And by the way, transfer your second test qualification to me. Just when everyone was pulling their hair out due to being unable to go online, the homepage of Stars Online suddenly flickered. Below that background image of burning wreckage, a blood-red countdown slowly appeared. Version 11 expansion, Cataclysm approaches. New area, biological warship crash site unlocked. New faction, heretical Zelgan implemented. Second test qualification reservation, opened. New slots, 50 people. These few lines of text were like a giant stone dropped into a pool full of piranhas. The cloud players who had just been pretending to be calm instantly broke down, and responses in the thread refreshed at a crazy speed of dozens per second. Holy crap. There really is a big move. Dad, I'm your long-lost son. Please give me an activation code. I can carry bricks. I have strength. I can even shout 666. Don't push. Whoever tries to snatch the reservation from me, I'll follow the internet cable and chop you up. This game is my life. Watching the back-end application data explode, Yao Qian, sitting in the control room sipping synthetic nutrient solution, revealed a capitalist's unique satisfied smile. What does top-notch operation mean? This is what top-notch operation looks like. These aren't players. They are clearly a bunch of cyber slaves who bring their own rations. Don't need wages, and even help you count money. Since you are so enthusiastic, then I 1T charge you an entrance fee for this crashed half-ship. Go and loot, go and kill. Turn those disgusting aliens into fuel for my fleet's rise. Chapter 16. Make sure to land the finishing blow. The ground trembled. The impact point was in the dead volcano group on the dark side of the planet. That broken biological warship fell like a chunk of rotten meat from a high altitude, smashing hard against the black basalt ground. The originally hard ridges were directly flattened by this terrifying kinetic energy, replaced by a crater over 5 kilometers in diameter, with dark red magma and nauseating green bodily fluids swirling at the bottom. As it entered the atmosphere, the anti-gravity field was fully activated. Yao Qian's hands flew over the console, and the vector nozzles on the belly of the warship suddenly turned, plunging headfirst into the murky atmosphere, accompanied by an orange-red shockwave. I want to see this thing take its last breath. Yao Qian stared at the impact crater on the screen. I can't sleep at night if I don't shoot it a couple of times. 3 minutes later, the Yabo hovered 1,000 meters above the crater. The high-temperature airwaves from the engine forcefully blew away the surrounding smoke and dust, revealing the true appearance of the crater's bottom. That scene made even Yao Qian, who was used to various grotesque creatures, want to vomit out today's nutrient solution. The mound of flesh was bubbling like boiling water, swollen with thousands of pus-filled blisters. Then, a series of muffled sounds followed. Those blisters burst simultaneously, and countless yellow-green smoke columns shot up into the sky with astonishing initial speed. That was the highly active spores of the plant-like Zelgans. The spore cloud has spread. According to simulations, these spores will combine with the local geological elements upon landing and hatch into fully formed Zelgan plant warrior forms within a week. The system issued a final judgment. Should we proceed with flame purification? Purification? No, why purify? Yao Qian suddenly laughed. System, don't you think this planet is a bit too quiet? So what if they grow? Without the help of technology, they are just big primitive humans. If we let the wreckage of this warship remain, those hatched Zelgans will be able to inherit biological technology through linking to the mother body. So, let this guest from afar rest in hell. As for your descendants, my players will take good care of them. Ka. The belly armor plates of the Yabo slid open to the sides. 6 30mm, 6-barrel close-defense rapid-fire guns extended their fierce gun barrels, and 4 Hive-type missile launchers were already fully loaded. Fire. Buzz. 6 rapid-fire guns roared simultaneously, and the dense gunfire sounded like ripping fabric, gathering into a metal storm. Tens of thousands of rounds per minute fell like a torrential rain, smashing down on the still twitching mound of flesh at the bottom of the crater. There was no need for aiming. Wherever the barrage passed, whether it was the growing tumors, the hard shells, or the holes trying to spray spores, all were shredded into a sky full of blood missed by the violent kinetic energy. Next came the missile barrage. Dozens of high-explosive incendiary bombs drilled into the cracks in the warship wreckage. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled explosions sounded from within that pile of rotten meat. The dark red biological tissue was blown to pieces, and the green blood that sprayed out was vaporized by the high temperature. The biological core that was still trying to reorganize hadn't even had time to issue its final command before it was completely turned into roast meat by a missile that drilled into its body. Flames soared hundreds of meters high. The entire impact crater turned into a giant incinerator. Dead aliens are good aliens. Yao Qian looked at the still-burning wreckage and nodded in satisfaction. The mother body is destroyed. The tech tree is broken. Although the spores that have already dispersed cannot be recovered, without the mother body's command, what they hatch into will just be a bunch of primitive humans. Consider it a benefit of the new version. Alright, wrap it up. Leave the rough work of cleaning the battlefield to the players. At the Unzao forward base, Yao Qian's consciousness reconnected to the central hub of the base. Looking at the empty square, he always felt that something was missing. System, bring up the building list. With the launch of version 11, Cataclysm approaches, there will definitely be friction between players and these Zelgan plant beings in the future. Death will no longer be an accident, but a regular occurrence. It turns out that the mechanism where you have to resurrect from the space station after dying once is too outdated. This would severely affect the efficiency of players dying, oh no, fighting bravely. As long as the leaks are harvested quickly, there is no sadness, only love. Yao Qian rummaged through the list, and his finger stopped on a bright white icon. Building name, Gene Recombinant Hall. Function, pre-store player gene sequences. When a player dies, energy can be consumed to complete body reconstruction, and consciousness can be downloaded instantly. Construction cost, 100 energy points, a bit expensive. Confirm construction. Buzz. The massive resources stored in the warehouse vanished into thin air. In the center of the base square, the originally empty space for storing miscellaneous items was filled with countless nanobots, like silver sand given life, beginning to stack and interlock frantically. First the foundation, then the walls, and finally the sci-fi dome. In just 10 minutes, a completely white, softly glowing circular building rose from the ground. It was no longer the rough container-style building from before, but a facility that truly carried the atmosphere of a high civilization. The hall is neatly arranged with 50 transparent pods filled with light blue restorative fluid, resembling eggs waiting to hatch. Next to the hall, Yao Qian has thoughtfully set up a basic medical pod. After all, not everyone wants to die. For players with severed limbs who are reluctant to commit suicide and start over, spending some points to lie here for a while is an excellent recycling mechanism. Perfect. At this moment, Yao Qian is like a homeowner who just finished renovating, strolling around the base with his hands behind his back. The eastern wall has been raised. The western mining road has been paved, and a resurrection hall has been erected in the middle. All the stages have been set up. The lights are in place. The sound system is ready. The villain roles have also been cast. Yao Qian looks up at the two suns slowly descending from the horizon. The twilight of this alien world is as beautiful as an oil painting. Chapter 17 Welcome to Cyber Myanmar North. The night sky of Blue Star is as quiet as a stagnant pool, but the online world has already exploded. The traffic curve of the official forum for Starry Sky OL produced a thrilling ICU ECG at 3 in the morning. Below the pinned announcement for version 11 updates, the number of comments is skyrocketing at hundreds per second. If the previous fully simulated physics engine only amazed hardcore players, then the release of gene sequence cloud backups and alien technology trees is like injecting a high-purity stimulant into all the gaming addicts. What does this mean? It means this is no longer a perverse challenge where one life is all you get. It has save points. Even if these save points cost expensive energy, at least they give players a chance to try again. This is not just an update announcement. This is clearly a contract for my servitude. Planner, are you asleep? I can't sleep. Please, release one more slot. My roommate wants to see the login interface of this game before he dies. The kid is crying from longing. Don't even think about it upstairs. Those 50 beta slots just went gray in less than 0.1 seconds. I suspect some cheaters are using scripts. I recommend a thorough investigation. Countless cloud players are pounding their chests in front of the screen, treating this as a new type of electronic pickled vegetable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, 50 lucky players who have secured their spots are nervously and excitedly putting on their helmets. Alien, Wuzhou Forward Operating Base. The two suns have just climbed out of the horizon, dyeing the Gobi Desert a desolate blood red, reminiscent of a long shot from a post-apocalyptic film. Inside the newly constructed gene recombination hall, the air is humid and sticky. There is a faint fishy smell similar to amniotic fluid mixed with the odor of ozone after metal electrolysis. Buzz. The 50 cultivation pods arranged in a circle simultaneously light up with eerie blue indicator lights. And the deep hum of motors sounds like the heartbeat of a giant beast awakening. The hatch doors slide open. The experience is not pleasant. It can even be described as utterly terrible. It's like a drowning person suddenly being pulled above water. The instinct for survival causes these 50 new players to do the first thing, not to cheer, but to uniformly bend down and cough violently. Cough, 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 damn. The feeling of water choking into my nasal cavity is too real. My throat burns. Ugh, I feel like vomiting. Who the hell designed this login method? I want to complain. A player with the ID kindergarten boss is on the ground, coughing out the simulated liquid from his lungs while looking up in confusion. There's no UI interface, no health bar, no map. There isn't even a piece of modesty cloth. Surrounding him are big, naked men like him. Their skin covered in sticky liquid, appearing particularly ridiculous in this cold, technological white hall, like a group of pigs awaiting slaughter. The cold air brushes against their skin, causing every pore to contract, and that real tactile sensation makes everyone's minds freeze for half a second. Is this what 100 realism feels like? Some are trembling, unsure if from the cold or fear. Am I being kidnapped to northern Myanmar? Is someone about to harvest my kidneys next? Just as this group of rookies is in chaos, some try to cover their key areas with their hands, while others attempt to call for the system to log out. Suddenly, the heavy airtight door at the end of the hall makes a dull depressurization sound. The door slides open slowly to both sides. Blinding sunlight crashes in like a wall. Backlit, dozens of tall, fierce black figures block the entrance. This group looks like bandits emerging from a nightmare. They wear still-dripping monster shells and hold pale-boned spears, even carrying heavy mining picks still caked with dirt. The strong scent of sweat, blood, and oil hits the faces of these little lambs with the wind. The new players' screams get stuck in their throats, choked back. Monsters attacking the city. A timid player instinctively shrinks back, slipping and landing hard on the ground. The group of monsters moved. The leading muscular man stepped forward, making a loud clang. He slammed the 2-meter-long bone spear into the ground. Clang. This sound is like a death knell ringing in everyone's hearts. This batch of newcomers is not up to par. The muscular man grinned, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, though he was smiling. It felt as if he would eat someone the next second. His psychological quality is poor, but his voice is quite loud. Only at this moment did the new players on the ground notice that above these people's heads, there was a line of eerie green glowing text. It was the AR-enhanced display granted by the system to the players. No levels, no professions, but it carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. Construction site Peru. Then, the fierce-looking monsters behind also revealed their true forms. Deadly Poison Master, Bear's cousin. What the hell? A new player squeezed out 2 words from his throat. His eyes nearly popping out. Are they players? The contrast is too great. If the new players are freshly slaughtered chickens, then this group of veteran players in front of them is like iron-hard men who have rolled through a meat grinder 3 times. The killing intent and superiority emanating from them do not need any verbal embellishment. This is the class barrier brought by equipment. All right, don't scare the newcomers to death. We'll have to clean the floor later. The crowd parted, and Li Lei stepped out. He wasn't fully clad in armor like construction site Paru. He wore oil-stained work pants and was bare-chested, revealing a body of well-defined muscles, with the signature Defender pistol at his waist. But when he stood there, the rebellious veteran players around naturally quieted down. Li Lei didn't waste words. He raised his hand and pointed to the outside door. There lay 50 brand new pneumatic industrial picks, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. I know you have many questions. Li Lei's voice was hoarse yet powerful, honed from years of shouting in the sandstorms, carrying a unique authority of a foreman. But here, questions are not important. What matters is how to survive. Did you see that panel clearly? He pointed to the holographic projection resource exchange table on the wall. Synthetic nutritional paste, 0.5 contribution points. Basic work pants, 1 contribution point. Alien shell chest armor, 5 contribution points. 5G biomass. This game has no recharge entrance. No newbie gift packs, and no dragon-slaying swords given out with a click. Li Lei walked up to a still-shivering new player, looking down at him from above. Want clothes? Want food? Want to be as awesome as Paro? Then go work. He bent down, picked up a mining pick, and roughly shoved it into the new player's hands. This place does not raise idlers or useless people. If you don't want to starve to death, Swing this thing. The new player clutched the heavy mining pick, feeling the rough texture of the anti-slip grooves on the handle. Fear is receding. In its place is a fervor surging from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He looked at the impressive armor on Palu at the construction site, then lowered his head to see his own bare body, which could only be pixelated. Isn't it just moving bricks? Working for a boss on Earth means you have to watch your tone, but here, moving bricks can genuinely earn you equipment and respect. The perspective has opened up. Let's go? The player shouted, gripping his pickaxe tightly, his eyes becoming clear and foolish, all for the equipment. Where's the mine? I feel like I could dig to the center of the earth right now. Lilei nodded in satisfaction. The awareness of these new recruits was quite high, which made him feel gratified. The old rule, old players bring in new ones. Lilei turned around, waved his hand, and organized 5 gathering teams, each led by an experienced player to guide a newcomer. Teach them how to use the pickaxe efficiently, how to avoid wind and sand, and most importantly, how not to get themselves killed. Move quickly. If you want new equipment, fill up the warehouse for me. The entire hall came alive with a clatter. The previously timid new players, under the guidance of the old players, surged forward like a group of zombies pumped up with adrenaline. Big brother, take me with you. I study civil engineering in real life. I've been running with buckets for 20 years. It's right up my alley. Palu, I'm your fan. From now on, I'll be your exclusive pendant. You point, and I'll dig. Don't push. That pickaxe is mine. Whoever takes it from me will face my wrath. In less than 5 minutes, the 100-member gang of beggars charged out of the Wuzhou forward base. The unicycle's bearings emitted a painful creaking sound. The pickaxes clanged against the stones, and the players shouted in unison, breaking the ancient silence of the Gobi Desert. Dust flew everywhere. The atmosphere was hot and intense. 2,000 kilometers above, in the Fireseed space station, Yao Qian watched the enthusiastic players, with no guilt as a dog planner. It's not that I don't want to give you access to advanced creations, it's just that there's no money, so the players have to suffer a bit. The growth of these new recruits was even better than expected. TSK, this is the demographic dividend. Yao Qian looked at the industrious figures below, filled with a capitalist's unique kindness, admiring these lovely cyber slaves. Oh no, brave warriors. They don't need a salary, they bring their own food. And they even praise me for making the game good because the tasks I give them are heavy. Chapter 18. Homemade firearms under the blazing sun. The 2 suns seemed like 2 tireless heating lamps, roasting the Gobi Desert fiercely. In the open-air warehouse of the Wuzhou forward base, ores piled up like small mountains. 100 players looked as if they had just been fished out of water, drenched in sweat and grime, but no one complained of fatigue. The determination to scrape up 3 layers of dirt from the ground was so intense that even Yao Qian, monitoring the data backstage, couldn't help but think of giving them an award for best employee. Ding! A crisp system notification pierced through the noisy construction site. Server announcement. The V11 version military supply exchange list is officially online. All warriors, please check the holographic screen in the square. It's live. It's live. The kindergarten leader, who had just been pushing the unicycle with effort, threw down the handle, moving faster than students rushing to the cafeteria when the bell rings. The orderly construction site instantly erupted into chaos. Over 100 people surged toward the center of the square, and the scene looked as if zombies were besieging a city. Although Lilei was more composed, he didn't slow his pace either, as the self-defense pistol in his hand, which could only shoot 5 meters, left him feeling insecure. The holographic screen unfolded in the air, the bluish light illuminating the eager faces. The first row of icons lit up. Portable folding shelter. Description: high-strength alloy steel plate. Provides reliable offline protection. Price: 10 contribution points. Palu squeezed to the front, eyes shining as he clicked to preview. Then, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. What appeared in the holographic projection were 2 rusty steel plates, welded with a hinge in the middle and a stand that hadn't even been smoothed out at the back. The design was so underwhelming that calling it a shelter was an exaggeration. It was practically just 2 pieces of scrap metal that had come to life. Is this it? Palu stared wide-eyed, his expression as if he had just eaten undercooked rice, thinking that even the scrap I picked up at the construction site is better than this. They dare to sell it for 10 points? The planners must be going crazy for money. Don't rush, look below, someone shouted. Lilei swiped through the list, his gaze passing over the pile of junk that only these aliens thought was treasure, and stopped on a row of icons that exuded deadly temptation. Basic energy assault rifle, finished product. Description: standard gunpowder weapon, effective range 400 meters. Requires specialized ammunition box for use. Price: 500 contribution points. Below, it was a line of red small text. Ammunition box, 500 rounds, 100 contribution points. Hiss. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. 500 points. These people were working themselves to the bone, and each of them only had a balance of 10 to 20 points. Even the old players who had saved a bit, combined with this wave of hard work, could barely scrape together 200 to 300 at most. This isn't selling guns, it's outright robbery. A black shop. Absolutely a black shop. I calculated that based on the current brick-moving efficiency. If I want to buy a gun, do I have to go without eating or drinking for 5 days? 5 days. By then, the aliens would be dancing on my grave. Morale visibly plummeted. Everyone originally thought the new version would allow them to trade in their old guns for cannons. But reality hit them with a harsh blow. Without money, they could only go melee with the shell-armored monsters wielding pickaxes. Lilei frowned tightly. These prices were indeed outrageous, completely blocking the player's chance to arm themselves quickly. Just as he was preparing to organize everyone to discuss how to pool money to buy a gun first, a balding middle-aged man slipped through the crowd and made his way to the front. It was hardcore old Wong. This old brother didn't say a word, swiping through the list for a while, directly flipping to the bottom where the repair components were listed. Here, various random parts were sold, such as screws, springs, stock bottom plates, and the prices were as cheap as if they were giving them away. Old Wong's gaze fixed on 2 of the icons, his eyes darting around quickly. Standard rifle barrel, spare part 5 contribution points, firing mechanism reset spring 2 contribution points. I knew it, Old Wong muttered. Without hesitation, he spent all the meager points he had earned from moving bricks. Ding ding. A dark seamless steel pipe and a powerful spring fell at his feet out of thin air. The surrounding people stared in disbelief. Old Wong, are you crazy? What are you buying this for? Can this kill monsters? Palu scratched his head, looking confused. Old Wong ignored him, bent down to pick up the items, and turned to run toward the workbench, shouting as he went. Palu, let me borrow your nail gun. And that meth cook. Give me that roll of industrial tape you had earlier. Although everyone was puzzled, seeing Old Wong's determination to dismantle the game, they all curiously followed him. At the workbench, sparks flew. Old Wong held a welding gun, his eyes shining frighteningly behind the goggles. He disassembled the pneumatic nail gun he used for work into pieces, brutally prying off the safety valve that limited the power. Zing! The welding gun spat out high temperature as he forcefully welded the brand new rifle barrel onto the nail gun's outlet. The connection was uneven, and the welds were rough, resembling a centipede crawling, filled with a certain wild wasteland aesthetic. Can this work? The kindergarten leader swallowed hard, feeling that this thing could explode at any moment. How can it not work? Old Wong didn't look back, his hands never stopping. This game is all about 100 physical realism, right? Since it's realistic, then the principles of firearms are universal. As long as there's a pipe, a firing pin, and a primer, then damn it, this is a gun. He took out a rifle bullet assembly that he had just exchanged at a high price from his pocket, carefully stuffed it into the chamber of the gun, then secured it with a reset spring, and finally wrapped it tightly with industrial tape for over a dozen rounds to serve as a makeshift locking mechanism. 5 minutes later, a grotesque weapon, with a fierce appearance and an unsettling aura of uncertainty about its safety, was born. It had the handle and gas canister of a nail gun, but at the front, it was equipped with a long rifle barrel, with gray tape wrapped around the middle, looking like a patchwork monster just dug out of a garbage heap. Let us go. Try it out. Old Wong, holding this hefty iron lump weighing about 10 pounds, strode toward the shooting range at the edge of the base. Over 100 people held their breath, stretching their necks, eager to see the spectacle while fearing they might get splattered with blood. Lilei wisely waved for everyone to step back 10 meters. 50 meters away stood a piece of basalt used as a target, which even Paru had failed to shatter earlier. Old Wong raised the gun, not even bothering to aim since this broken thing didn't have sights, just roughly pointed the barrel in that direction. No matter which programmer wrote the code. Today I'm going to teach you what the wisdom of the working class is, Old Wong shouted, pulling the trigger that originally belonged to the nail gun. The high-pressure gas in the canister was instantly released, propelling the modified heavy firing pin to smash down on the primer of the bullet. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted across the Gobi Desert. Everyone's eardrums buzzed from the shock. The gun's muzzle spewed a half-meter-long orange flame, followed by a plume of black smoke. The tremendous recoil sent Old Wong staggering backward like a drunk, sitting down hard on the ground, and he nearly lost grip of the modified gun. The tape at the barrel connection was scorched and curled from the high temperature, with visible cracks. But no one cared whether Old Wong had hurt himself. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the basalt 50 meters away, where a bowl-sized crater had suddenly appeared. Fragments of rock were still falling, and the center was deeply indented, revealing grayish-white stone debris inside. The power of this was at least 5 times greater than the handguns they held. Holy shit! Someone shouted first. And then the entire outpost erupted in cheers that could topple roofs. Awesome, Old Wong. This actually works. This is what gaming is all about. Is this the charm of the physics engine? I love it. 500 points? Who's the idiot that would spend 500 points on a finished product? I can make a cannon for just 7 points. Old Wong, rubbing his nearly dislocated shoulder, got up from the ground, looking dirty but grinning brighter than ever. He held up the smoking modified gun like a general who had just won a victory. Brothers. Li Lei was the first to react, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Do you all understand now? As long as there's a pipe, everything can be modified. Li Lei waved his hand, pointing to the holographic screen. Stop being stingy. Exchange for gun barrels. Exchange for springs. As long as we can shoot the bullets out, even if we have to use stones to hit the primer, make it happen. Players who had just been complaining about high prices rushed madly towards the exchange point. Give me 2 gun barrels. I want to make a double-barreled shotgun. Where's the tape? Who saw the tape? I'll pay a lot for tape. Haru, lend me your industrial pick to disassemble this. I want to make a stock. In just half an hour, the previously primitive mining site transformed into a bustling weapons factory filled with heavy metal noise. The air was filled with the sounds of cutting metal and test explosions. Yao Qian looked at the surveillance footage of the group of cyber orcs excitedly carrying various oddly shaped weapons, feeling a bit helpless. The high price threshold he set was originally intended to make these guys work a few more days to help him earn more energy points. But these crafty people, relying on their meager knowledge of physics and fearless spirit, turned his sci-fi masterpiece into a wasteland assembly simulator. Watching a player trying to bind 3 gun barrels together to make a Gatling gun, Yao Qian couldn't help but laugh after holding it in for a while. Alright, you guys are tough. Chapter 19. Gun Modification Conference. Old Wong's shot was like throwing a torch into a pile of dry grass, completely igniting the entire Buzhou outpost. The once quiet outdoor workbench was now as crowded as a subway during rush hour. The cutting machine buzzed and screamed, sparks flew everywhere from the welding gun, and the sound of hammers striking metal created a wild industrial symphony. Steady. This wave is definitely the solution to the version. The player kindergarten leader was sweating profusely, struggling with a bundle of iron wires, tightly binding 3 gun barrels together, chanting to himself, triple shot, firepower multiplied by 3. This is a man's romance. Next to him, the ruthless chemist was even more intense. This guy wore a medical mask from the medical pod and was carefully using a dropper to fill empty shell casings with a green liquid extracted from the poison sacs of jumping insects. The nauseating acidic smell wafted out, causing a few nearby players to scramble backward in fright. Holy shit, big brother, are you making bullets or biochemical weapons? Don't panic. It adds real damage, you know? The chemist didn't look up, his eyes wild like a mad scientist. The entire base had transformed into an illegal workshop that had just emerged from the underground. Li Lei stood in the center of the square, looking at this group of crazed arms dealers, glancing down at the water gun-level self-defense pistol in his hand. Not only did it have a range of only 5 meters, but its design was also so shabby it brought tears to his eyes. He took another look at the exchange list in the system mall, where the expensive kinetic rifle still hung with its aloof price. In this day and age, being poor is the primary productivity. Li Lei sighed and decisively turned toward the scrap recycling point. 5 minutes later, he was holding 2 rusty extended seamless steel pipes and a firing mechanism he had no idea where it came from, directly blocking the construction worker Paru who was focused on welding a stock. Paru, stop with the flashy stuff, help me modify a gun. Li Lei slammed the pile of junk onto the table. I don't have high demands, it just needs to penetrate armor. The construction worker Paru pushed up his goggles, looking at the materials Li Lei brought with eyes shining like light bulbs. Yo, Li Gu, this steel pipe wall thickness is good. You've come to the right person. I just got a new inspiration. I guarantee I'll make you a big treasure that's 3 times more powerful than Old Wong's junk. Boom. Before Paru could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the shooting range. Immediately after, a heart-wrenching scream followed. My hand. Everyone stopped what they were doing, and hundreds of eyes turned like searchlights to look. They saw a newbie player named Keyboard Warrior 2 lying sprawled on the ground. His homemade shotgun had split in 2, the barrel curling outward like a torn can, still emitting black smoke. Meanwhile, his right hand was a bloody mess, almost blown apart, with blood dripping down his wrist and staining the sand. His face was as pale as a freshly painted white wall, his lips trembling, unable to make a sound from the pain. System warning, weapon structure strength failure, catastrophic malfunction occurred, resulting in moderate limb loss for the user. Immediate medical pod reconstruction recommended. A cold blue pop-up window appeared above his head, like a merciless mocking face. Silence. The whole place fell into an eerie quiet, with only the sound of the wind howling across the Gobi. The earlier fervor of modifying weapons to break through the sky was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. What the hell? Is this game for real? It even simulates barrel explosions? This physics engine really holds grudges. In the crowd, a player looked at the homemade submachine gun wrapped in dozens of layers of transparent tape in his hands, his face turning pale. He quietly placed the gun on the ground and took 2 steps back, as if it were a bomb ready to explode at any moment. At this moment, it was still the old comrade who remained steady. Hardcore old Wong put down his welding gun and strode to the center of the square. He raised the modified rifle that was still radiating residual heat and shouted loudly, "See this? This is the consequence of not properly studying physics. Brothers, the reason my gun works is that I used a standard rifle barrel exchange from the mall. That's special steel. It can withstand the pressure." Old Wong pointed at the unlucky guy rolling on the ground in pain. Frustrated, "You think you can just pick up a piece of water pipe and use it as a barrel? What? Are your hands made of titanium alloy?" He opened the holographic screen and pointed at the densely packed parameters. "Look clearly. The inner diameter of the barrel, chamber pressure coefficient, spring rebound force. These data are not decorations. If you want to keep your fingers, calculate them clearly before you act." The atmosphere was tense, as if it could drip water. The simple frenzy faded, and the harsh reality hit hard. After all, even in a game, a broken hand really hurts. Silence lasted for less than 3 minutes. Old Wong was right. A geologist with the ID Xuanlong Finjin adjusted his non-existent glasses and stood up, but looking at it from another angle. "As long as we calculate accurately and hit the critical point of the explosion, we can take full advantage of the system's maximum power." He walked to the holographic screen, skillfully pulling up the exchange list, as if giving an academic presentation. Inner diameter, charge amount, locking strength, these are all quantifiable. Since this is a realistic world, we can completely establish a standardized database. This statement was like dropping a deep water bomb into stagnant water. Yes, there are so many of us here, with plenty of 985 and 211 graduates. Why should we be afraid of dealing with these broken pipes? I'm a mechanical engineer in real life. Leave the barrel stress calculations to me. I'm a chemical engineering major. I'll handle the gunpowder mix to ensure it's powerful without blowing the barrel. What about the civil engineering guys? Let's get a few structural engineers to design a universal stock module. The wind had changed. If just now it was a gathering of reckless raiders, now it had transformed into a rigorous university laboratory. Players quickly grouped by profession. Construction worker Palu led a group of civil engineering guys, responsible for testing material strength, hammering away. The drug lord brought along some top chemistry students. Squatting in a corner studying how to maximize bullet power, hardcore old Wong was elected as the chief engineer, responsible for reviewing every modification plan. As long as old Wong didn't nod, no one was allowed to test fire. 2 hours later, a row of targets was re-erected on the shooting range. From hard basalt to discarded metal plates, everything was there. Lilei stood on a makeshift podium made of oil barrels, holding the armor-piercing rifle finely tuned by Paulo. The gun was rough, its welds fierce, but it exuded a haunting sense of power. He took a deep breath and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the first Wushausen Wasteland Arms Awards officially begins. Bring out your treasures." The first to take the stage was construction worker Paulo. He carried an extremely wild-looking heavy breaching gun with a thickened barrel, dual-spring firing mechanism, and the most outrageous part was that he welded a sharp alloy bayonet, taken from an industrial pickaxe, to the bottom of the barrel. This thing was a full one, 5 meters long, rather than a gun. It was more like a spear that could fire. "Here we go." Paulo pulled the trigger. A loud bang erupted, and the rock target 50 meters away exploded, creating a basin-sized crater. Debris flew everywhere, and the glint of metal under the sunlight looked particularly fierce. "Awesome." The crowd cheered, whistles sounding off in waves. The next weapons that came out were even more bizarre. The kindergarten boss showcased his manually operated rotary machine gun, although it couldn't fire continuously electrically. He added a hand-cranked lever, and the faster he cranked, the faster it fired, the firepower making everyone's scalp tingle. The drug lord pulled out his biochemical corrosive bullet, modified to have a hollow, dum-dum bullet structure, filled with strong acid. A shot hit the metal plate, immediately releasing hissing white smoke and etching a large hole. The most outrageous was a ruthless player called Mechanical Ascension. He actually dismantled the power system of a scrap pneumatic pick and welded it onto a large iron rod, creating a power hammer. Although it couldn't attack from a distance, he demonstrated live by smashing it onto the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and the ground cracked under the impact. This simple and brutal aesthetic of violence ignited the hormones of all male creatures. When the last weapon demonstration was finished, The setting sun dyed the Gobi red. Li Lei looked over the crowd below. This group of players who had 3 days ago faced social death for not having pants to wear. Now each wore armor pieced together from alien shells and held bizarre yet deadly weapons. In their eyes, there was no longer confusion but a wolf-like green light. That was the thirst for battle, an extreme fervor for causing chaos. Li Lei raised the fierce armor-piercing rifle in his hand, aiming the barrel at the sky. Brothers. His voice amplified through the loudspeaker, echoing across the vast Gobi. From today on, the Wuzhou outpost will no longer be a miner's camp to be slaughtered at will. Let's not think of ourselves as unarmed refugees anymore. Li Lei paused, a wild smile creasing his lips, and shouted, since the planners don't treat us as humans, then we will be the gods ourselves. We will use the weapons in our hands to tell all the monsters on this planet that the fourth catastrophe has arrived. Roar. 100 players shouted in unison, their voices exploding like a tsunami, shaking the metal walls of the base with a buzzing sound. Chapter 20. We need a vehicle. Li Lei's roar still hung in the wind when the Wuzhou outpost had already been blown to pieces. Charge. Let's grab some monsters. No time to waste. To contribute a bit. The gates of the base burst open, and over 100 players surged out like a flood breaking a dam. It looked less like they were going to war, and more like a bunch of elderly people rushing for discounted eggs at a supermarket. Every face was written with 3 words, let's cause chaos. Hardcore Old Wong led the way, shouldering the still-smoking modified rifle, striding with confidence. Construction worker Paulu dragged along that 5-meter-long breaching gun, its barrel plowing a deep trench in the sand, sparks flying. The drug lord had his waist full of green corrosive bullets, exuding a smell of hazardous chemicals that warned others to keep their distance. Li Lei stood at the front of the line, holding the armor-piercing rifle high, his voice booming through the loudspeaker. Listen up. Group of 5, firepower cross-cover. Dying just means waiting in line for 3 hours. Anyone who runs away will be the disgrace of the entire server. Let's go. As his words fell, the 100-strong army charged towards the gray-brown wilderness under the blood-red sunset. The team advanced 2 kilometers. Suddenly, the kindergarten boss, walking on the flank, stopped, ears twitching. Wait, brothers. Be quiet, listen. Crack, 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 crack. The ground beneath them trembled, as if countless dense bone knives were scraping against it. Or something was speeding just below the surface. The next moment, the ground exploded. Dozens of black shadows surged up with a sandstorm, scythe-like forelimbs glinting ominously in the air. Heading straight for the players in the front row. Crap. Something's wrong in the grass. Before the words were finished, sand dunes exploded from all sides. And a swarm of jump bugs surged from the ground, their red compound eyes forming a sea, numbering at least in the hundreds, wrapping the entire team like dumplings. Spread out. Don't bunch up. Clear the line of fire. Li Lei shouted until his voice cracked. But the newcomers had never seen such a scene before. The nauseating smell and the real sense of pressure caused several people to freeze on the spot. A jumping bug lunged at keyboard warrior number 2. And before the guy could steady his gun, it was swatted away by a claw. The makeshift iron armor on his chest shattered like paper, blood gushed out. And he turned into a white light mid-air, dying on the spot. Chaos spread, the screeches of the jumping bugs, the sound of bones breaking, and the player screams mixed together, turning the scene into a horror movie set. Everyone, calm down. It's just a game. What are you afraid of? Li Lei shot and shattered the head of a jumping bug that lunged at him, green, foul-smelling fluid splattering all over his face. He didn't even wipe it off. Roaring directly into the communication channel, Old Wong. Paulu, form a shield line. 3 rows, fire at will. All newbies, move to the center, don't give away free kills. Hardcore Old Wong reacted the fastest, kicking away a trembling newbie beside him. Engineering team, follow me. Crouch down. Steady your guns. Target straight ahead, 50 meters. That's a moving target. The quality of the veteran players shone through at this moment. A dozen seasoned players who had survived the first test quickly formed a line. Their dark gun muzzles, all aimed at the swarm of bugs. Li Lei's eyes narrowed. His arms swung down sharply. Free fire, blast them. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions tore through the silence of the Gobi Desert. Dozens of modified weapons spat fire simultaneously, orange flames intertwining in the twilight to form a deadly web. Large caliber bullets rained down like a storm, exploding into clouds of blood mist upon hitting the jumping bugs. It turned out that these homemade weapons, designed for extreme kinetic energy, were the nemesis of lightly armored units. The chitinous shells, invincible in melee, crumbled like chips in front of high-speed steel core bullets at close range. A jumping bug had just leaped up, trying to attack the rear, when it was hit by 3 bullets simultaneously mid-air, and with a pop, its body was split in 2. innards and green fluid raining down. The corrosive rounds from the chemist were even more sinister. A shot hit a jumping bug in the abdomen, the strong acid instantly corroding its shell, and the creature let out a wretched scream. Its body began to melt and smoke like a candle, rolling on the ground in pain, blocking its kind charging behind. Second row. Reload. Don't stop. Lilei's command was as calm as a soulless killing machine. The rear players immediately followed up, seamlessly connecting for another round of fire. The proud charge of the jumping bug horde was brutally interrupted, and the frontline monsters fell in droves like wheat being cut, quickly piling up into small hills. Construction worker Paulu, wielding an exaggerated door-breaching gun, grinned as he aimed at the most concentrated area of monsters and pulled the trigger. Boom. The massive recoil sent him stumbling back 2 steps, nearly falling on his backside. But the fan-shaped flames from the gun swallowed 5 jumping bugs whole, the explosion's shockwave kicking up a cloud of dust mixed with countless bits of flesh. Haha. This feels amazing. Paulu laughed heartily as he pulled the bolt, the hot shell clinking as it fell to the ground, still smoking. The smell of blood not only failed to deter the players but ignited the violent instincts in their genes. Panic dissipated, replaced by fervor on their faces. Kill. Experience points are running. That's my monster. Don't steal. Half an hour later, the last jumping bug convulsed and fell into a pool of blood. The battlefield was a mess, littered with severed limbs and green alien blood, the air thick with a nauseating odor. But the players showed no signs of rest. Even more excited than when they were fighting. Hurry, hurry, hurry. No time to waste. Hardcore Old Wong was the first to rush forward, pulling out an industrial cutting knife from his waist. His movements as skilled as a butcher with 30 years of experience. As long as the back of the shell is intact, be careful not to break the poison sac. Clean the bones. That's good material for gun stocks. Other players, suddenly awakened, turned into locusts and frantically pounced on the pile of corpses. Damn, I saw the shell first. Get lost. Whoever picks it up owns it. I want this leg. Just right for a melee weapon. Who has an empty bottle? This poison sac can sell for 50 points. Don't waste it on the ground. The entire battlefield instantly turned into a noisy market. Players like refugees who hadn't eaten for 3 days rushing into a buffet, even turning over the innards of the jumping bugs to see if they could use them. The geological expert, with a few players from related fields, took advantage of the chaos to sweep the area with a detector, his eyes lighting up instantly. Brothers. The ground has been loosened by the bugs. There's a mineral vein reaction. Start digging. That bloodstained rock over there has good components. High titanium content. Move it. Don't just focus on the big stuff. These sands on the ground have high silicon content. Bag them up. Not a single grain of sand left for the aliens. In less than half an hour, the originally chaotic battlefield was cleaned up. Not only were there no corpses left, but the ground had been dug down 3 feet by these players. Under the setting sun, players carried large and small bundles of loot back to the base, every face beaming with the joy of harvest. High above in the sky, Yao Qian watched the swarm of locusts on the monitor, unable to help but twitch his mouth. The system notification in the background was flashing rapidly. Forming a line. Received biomass 1247 units. Received rich iron or 340 units. Received rare metals 89 units. Current energy point balance 2,847. These guys are not just helping me clear monsters for free. They're also bringing me food and mining. They're not players. They're clearly my family. Nightfall descended completely, 2 stars setting below the horizon, and temperatures dropped sharply. The players dragged their exhausted bodies back to the Buzhou forward outpost. Although everyone had made a fortune, the fatigue after the adrenaline rush was very real. Damn. This map is huge. It's a bit too realistic. I just ran 5 kilometers chasing that low-health bug, and now my legs feel like they're going to break. Tomorrow, I'm definitely going to have lactic acid buildup. Is the planner here? Can we get a mount in the next version update? Even a shared bike would be fine. Complaints rose one after another, but no one was willing to log off. At the current efficiency of running around on 2 legs, it would probably take until the year of the monkey to clear this entire map. Chapter 21. Show the health bar to the commander. Adrenaline comes quickly and dissipates just as fast. When the last jumping bug was dismembered into raw materials, the frenzy that had driven the 100-man legion faded away, and the hyper-realistic physiological feedback immediately reminded everyone of their limits. 2 kilometers away from the Buzhou outpost, the Gobi Desert resembled a large refugee evacuation site. I can't move anymore. Construction worker Paulu lay sprawled in the sand, tongue hanging out like a heat-stroked husky. Next to him was a small mountain of loot. 6 jumping bug thighs, a large bundle of high-purity rich iron ore, and a big bag of silicon sand. He didn't even know where it came from. The damn physics engine of Starry Sky OL showed its fangs at this moment. The weight system was not just simple data subtraction, it was real mechanical feedback. Every gram of weight on his back translated honestly into muscle soreness and joint pain, reminding him that this cloned body had reached its limit. Guys, whether it's good news or bad news, I need to say something. Li Lei frowned as he bandaged his scraped shoulder, looking at the mess around him. With so much stuff, we definitely can't carry it all back by hand today. What a joke. I have to work tomorrow. Who has time for this hardcore hauling? Then let's declutter. Although Li Lei felt reluctant, he decisively ordered to throw away the low-value silicon sand and stones, only taking the bug shells and rare metals. Let's get the valuable stuff back first. Nonsense. An angry roar interrupted Li Lei. Construction worker Palu jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, protectively huddled over the pile of ore. This is all high-purity redstone. I've seen the instructions. This is essential for smelting special steel. The silicon sand is something we will need to make chips in the future. Are you asking me to throw it away? This is a crime. It's a desecration of industrial civilization. Then go ahead and carry it. Keyboard warrior number 2 pointed at Palu's nose and cursed, if you can do it. Then go ahead. I'm not carrying these useless stones. I'm exhausted. You don't understand anything. Without an industrial base, how will you make your gun barrels? With your mouth? Oh, come on. Are you feeling superior just because you're playing a game? The two groups were arguing fiercely. One side was practical utilitarians pursuing efficiency, while the other was the industrial faction that engraved the usefulness of every screw into their DNA. Li Lei was stuck in the middle, listening to the chattering arguments around him, watching these ragged, bloodied yet greedy subordinates, and he felt a headache coming on. This is not an interstellar expedition army. This is clearly a group of bandits who attempted robbery but ended up trapped. Suddenly, a hardcore techie named Old Wong in the crowd slammed his thigh. Stop arguing. Everyone. Stop. Look at the tech tree. Quick, look at the tech tree. What's that? We just killed so many bugs and turned in a bunch of resources. The backend just notified us that we have enough tech points. Old Wong was so excited his hands were shaking. Pointing at an icon on the holographic panel, there's a vehicle engineering in the secondary permissions that can be unlocked for just 1,000 contribution points. 1,000 points? That's highway robbery. We have 100 people. If each of us contributes 10 points, we'll have it. Old Wong's eyes turned red. And once we unlock this, we can make cars. With cars, we can not only move these useless stones, but even transport this mountain back. This is basic math. After a brief silence, the enthusiasm in the crowd erupted. Higher than the earlier monster hunting. I'll contribute 10 points. Hurry up. Count me in. I don't want to walk this broken road anymore. Crowdfunding. For the Wuling Hongwang. High-altitude synchronous orbit. Ding. Detected player group spontaneously initiating large crowdfunding. Level 2 tech branch. Vehicle engineering has been fully funded and unlocked by players. Level 2 core building. General Industrial Mother Machine Workshop module has been fully paid for and redeemed by players. Total deduction from player contribution points. 2,000 points, equivalent to 200 energy points. Yao Qian was stunned for 2 seconds. Goodness. He couldn't help but laugh. This group was really willing to invest for the sake of laziness. He had originally planned to wait until the players couldn't hold on any longer, then come in as a savior to offer some technical support and harvest some goodwill. Unexpectedly, this group of players not only grew well on their own, but even learned to fertilize themselves. Since they've already paid, as a conscientious planner, service must be in place. System, respond to the request. Inside the base, the crowdfunding progress bar was just filled. At that moment, a sharp system alert pierced the night sky. Detected frontline tech request. Permissions granted. Commander Yao Qian has confirmed the drop. Strategic support is on its way. Everyone instinctively stopped arguing and looked up in unison. In the originally pitch-black night sky, a star suddenly lit up. A thunderous sound pressed down from above, and the ground began to tremble to the frequency of that sound. What the hell is that? That fireball was getting bigger, trailing a several-kilometer-long orange-red tail, plummeting straight towards the crowd. The dazzling light illuminated the surrounding desert for miles, even casting long shadows of sand grains. A terrifying shockwave cloud exploded in the air, creating ripples of white shockwaves. The oppressive feeling, as if the sky was collapsing, made all players hold their breath. Is that a nuclear bomb? A plot twist? Run. It's going to crash. Just as everyone panicked and prepared to flee, the fireball suddenly halted 1,000 meters from the ground. Jihong. For streams of blue retro-thrust flames burst from the bottom of the falling object, like 4 pillars of light. The enormous reaction force forcibly countered the falling kinetic energy, and the air was scorched and distorted, emitting a chilling shriek. The violent airwave hit the ground first, forming a dust storm that sent a few nearby players flying like rolling gourds for several meters. Boom! The loud sound shook the Earth's crust. The massive object landed within the base. A visible shockwave mixed with debris swept outward, forcing players to lie on the ground to avoid being toppled by the blast. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the sky. Cough, cough, what is going on? Lilei spat out a mouthful of sand, struggling to get up from the ground. Squinting to see ahead. As the wind died down, the dust slowly dispersed. A giant metallic structure, 10 meters tall, stood before everyone. It was a heavy industrial airdrop capsule. A deep gray color all over, covered with complex heat dissipation grills and hydraulic pipes, with white steam hissing out from the exhaust ports. It wasn't a meteorite. It was a heavy airdrop capsule embodying the aesthetics of industrial violence. Hiss, accompanied by the heavy sigh of hydraulic release. The half-meter-thick armored door at the front of the airdrop capsule slowly slid open to both sides. A large amount of condensing white mist poured out, covering the ground. In this hazy white mist, a series of heavy metallic impacts echoed. Clang, clang, clang. That was the sound of steel trampling the earth. A tall figure emerged from the depths of the white mist. It was Yao Qian, but his appearance at that moment completely overturned everyone's perception. No longer was he the NPC who only talked incessantly on the broadcast. Now, he was clad in a sleek and fluid full-body power armor. The armor was pitch black, seemingly absorbing all light, with a texture resembling high-quality obsidian. The joints shimmered with bluish energy, and a miniature fusion reactor in the chest emitted a low, powerful hum. He carried a 2-meter-long electromagnetic staff on his shoulder, with dangerous arcs of electricity jumping at the top. The full-face tactical mask had a V-shaped red visor that cut a striking figure in the night. Governor Type 1 power armor. At that moment, he stood there like an insurmountable steel mountain. Looking at the players themselves, they were wearing tattered grass skirts, holding makeshift guns made from steel pipes, with helmets made of bug shells, and some were even barefoot. This is not the same style of game. This is the difference between a pay-to-win big shot and African refugees. This is a max-level God Gear character entering a beginner village. The entire area was so silent that even breathing could not be heard. Only the sound of the wind whistling through the seams of the armor echoed. What the hell? Who was the first to voice it? Soon, a chorus of exclamations erupted across the desert. Incredible! What is this? Iron Man? Gundam? Or a Space Marine? Coach, I want to learn this. I'll pay any amount. Open the recharge portal for me, you bastard. Yao Qian ignored the clamor of these amateurs. He slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the crowd from behind the V-shaped visor, finally grabbing the huge, silver metallic cube beside him with one hand. The cube appeared to weigh at least 2 tons, but with the hydraulic assistance of the power armor, he lifted it as easily as if it were a chick. Boom. He slammed the cube heavily to the ground, quickly inputting commands on the control panel on his wrist. Deploy. Ka-ka-ka. The silver cube emitted a series of gear meshing sounds from within. Then, like a transformer, it began to rapidly reassemble. Mechanical arms extended, automatically drilling into the ground to secure its base. Folded metal plates unfolded layer by layer, transforming into workstations and conveyor belts. Laser cutting probes automatically calibrated, emitting a faint red glow. In just 10 seconds, a General Industrial Mother Machine Workshop module, covering an area of 50 square meters, filled with precision machinery, appeared out of thin air in the base. Yao Qian turned around to face the stunned players. A low, deep voice processed through the mask echoed with a metallic authority, resonating in everyone's ears. Pioneers, since you have proven your determination and value, the era of measuring land with your feet is over. He raised the staff in his hand, pointing directly at the roaring industrial mother machine. From now on, whether it's an off-road vehicle, an armored vehicle, or a future heavy tank, I want you to crush the resistance of this planet with a torrent of steel. This speech, paired with his strikingly cool power armor, was simply explosive. In a typical script, the protagonist would be met with countless adoring gazes and vows of loyalty at this moment. Yao Qian observed the scene through his tactical scope, originally prepared to enjoy the cheers of the players. However, when the system captured the players' micro-expressions and private chat messages, the smile beneath his mask froze, and a strange chill ran down his spine. There were over 100 players, all staring at him, but their gazes fell off. It was not the gaze of followers looking at their leader. It was the gaze of hungry wolves eyeing a fat piece of meat. It was the gaze of robbers eyeing a vault. It was the gaze of greed etched on their foreheads. Lilei's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the joint connections of Yao Qian's power armor, seemingly looking for a disassembly point. Paulu from the construction site tightly gripped a makeshift weapon, his gaze darting back and forth on the electromagnetic staff, muttering to himself, as if calculating how much rare metal could be extracted if it were melted down. The absolute meth player quietly pulled out a bottle of newly concocted strong acid, his gaze maliciously aimed at the soles of Yao Qian's feet, as if contemplating whether it could corrode the armor of his power boots. Meanwhile, the public chat channel in Yao Qian's view was being spammed furiously. Brothers, can this boss drop equipment? If we strip this armor, can we get a nuclear battery? Even a leg armor would be fine. Just now, was it normal for me to think about giving him a sneak attack? This game has such high freedom. If we take out our NPC, will it drop legendary items? Is there a warrior willing to try? I'll put in 50 cents. Show us your health bar, Commander. As long as you show the health bar, I'll kill even Buddha for you. Yao Qian silently closed the public channel. It seemed that next time he went out, he needed to bring 2 more drones for protection. This Yao Qian, clad in power armor, silently complained in his heart and subtly tightened his grip on the staff, quietly adjusting the output power to the maximum setting. Chapter 22. The Genesis War Vehicle. What does it feel like to be stared at by over 100 pairs of hungry wolf eyes? Yao Qian felt like a poop scooper who had accidentally wandered into a scene of huskies tearing up a house, holding a pot of fragrant braised meat. Even through the heavy mask of the power armor, he could feel the scorching gaze that seemed to want to peel him to the bone, licking clean every screw. These were a bunch of robbers looking at a human-shaped treasure chest. Ahem. The sound of a light cough from the loudspeaker felt a bit dry. Yao Qian wholeheartedly abandoned the cool pose of pointing his staff and directing the situation, even swallowing back the 3,000-word passionate speech he had prepared. He didn't dare turn his back on this group of unruly thugs, but instead backed away step by step to the operation console in the workshop module. Just before entering the airtight door, he quickly tapped a few times on the control panel to activate the high-voltage electric shock self-defense mode, setting the power to maximum. With a heavy thud, the airtight door closed, and the sense of crisis that felt like a thorn in his back finally disappeared. These guys definitely wanted to explode my gold coins just now, right? Yao Qian plopped down in the genuine leather command chair and wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. System, hurry up and get to work. Pull out that modular vehicle assembly system. Let them vent their excess hormones into building vehicles instead of drooling over my power armor. Command confirmed. Vehicle factory backend activated. Current raw materials insufficient. Recommend activating full payment outsourcing mode. Yao Qian glanced at the product pricing given by the system, and his mouth twitched. If he sold vehicles at this price, these poor players would tear down the base to sell scrap metal. After some thought, Yao Qian decided to self-fund the basic refinery. Or else the players outside would be waiting 10 or 8 years for raw materials. Ouch. So painful. They're spending my money. Outside the workshop, the players were still circling around the industrial fortress filled with violent aesthetics. The huge cooling fans roared, and the rhythm of the hydraulic pistons was the hardest of industrial metal music. For these players, who had been primitive for 2 days on the Gobi Desert, this thing represented civilization, represented status, and represented the hope of finally saying goodbye to the number 11 bus. Old Wong, look at the craftsmanship, the rivets. It's absolutely perfect. Paulu from the construction site caressed the exterior armor plate, his expression more tender than when he touched his wife's hand. This was a man's romance. Stop touching. Look, the big screen lit up. The huge holographic projection screen on the side of the workshop activated instantly, and a line of big characters dazzled everyone's eyes. Wuzhou Forward Operating Base Vehicle Supply Center, V10 Trial Operation. It's opened. Brothers, charge. The list unfolded, and the entire place fell silent. First line, G1 Buffalo All-Terrain Assault Vehicle, price, 5,800 contribution points. If sufficient metal materials are provided, price is 800. Second line, M200 Heavy-Duty Transport Truck, price, 8,500 contribution points. If raw materials are sufficient, price is 2,000. Lilei was frozen in front of the screen, his finger hovering over the purchase button, trembling like a Parkinson's patient. He looked down at the numbers on his wrist terminal. Balance, 214 points. This was all the wealth he had left after days of grinding monsters, hauling bricks, and managing team dividends. In the current player group, he could definitely be considered a top 10 tycoon on the Forbes list. But in front of this price list, he felt like a beggar. 1, 10, 100. 1,000. Lilei counted the zeros twice, his complexion gradually changing from rosy to a liver-like hue, finally turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. This is what they call benefits? I'll be damned. A player with a Guangdong accent exploded, 5,008, and I have to provide steel? They wouldn't dare rob like this. I get only a few contribution points for killing a jumping bug? Does this dog planner have no heart? Refund. Fraud. The planner should get beaten. Look at this gun in my hand. Does it agree? The crowd was incensed, and the scene was on the verge of chaos. It was like you saved hard for a down payment, only for the developer to tell you that was just the viewing fee, and the house cost several million more. Who could withstand that? In the control room, Yao Qian listened to the tsunami of curses outside, feeling quite overwhelmed. I want to sell cheaply too. But the landlord's house has no surplus grain. Every finished vehicle generated by the system consumed a large amount of energy points for molecular level restructuring. Of the 5,800 points pricing, 5,000 points were energy conversion fees, and Yao Qian was only making a meager profit. If he didn't charge so high, he would have to pay out of his own pocket. Pay out of pocket? That would never happen in his life. It was time to showcase real technology. Yao Qian snapped his fingers. System, launch the DIY assembly module. Tell them we are about to start the era of industrial democratization. Outside the workshop, Li Lei was preparing to find a big stone to smash the broken screen for a sound when the screen suddenly flashed. Universal V6 multi-fuel internal combustion engine, revised version. Price, 100 contribution points. Heavy off-road explosion-proof tires, single. Price, 10 contribution points. Mechanical drive shaft bearing set. Price, 45 contribution points. High-strength vehicle chassis beam, steel material required. Processing fee, 5 contribution points. At the bottom, there's a prominent reminder. System notification, DIY design module opened. Players can freely assemble parts blueprints through the holographic operating platform, and after confirmation, automated assembly will be carried out by the industrial mother machine. Just pay a small processing fee, and your dream vehicle can come to life. Wow. Hardcore Lao Wang was glued to the screen. Saliva almost dripping. The engine is only $100? What's the difference from giving it away? But this is just a bunch of parts. We can't build a car. The newbie beside him was still in a daze. Are you stupid? Hardcore Lao Wang slapped him on the forehead. Didn't you read the instructions? Holographic blueprint assembly. You don't need to know how to weld. You don't need to know how to screw. Just like playing Crossout or Siege, you just have to piece the model together, and the machine will help you build it. As long as there's a power core. Even if you tie it to a toilet, the system can weld it on. Car frame? We have rebar. Armor? Don't we have a mountain of bug shells outside? At that moment, the players' expressions changed. They transformed from angry consumers to crazy Lego players. For them, if given a ready-made car, they might complain about the paint job. But if they can build their own vehicle, then this game is just too fun. I want to build a Wuling Hongwang. Don't stop me. Wuling is nothing. I want to build the Batmobile. Paru, where did Paru go? Bring your industrial pickaxe. Let us partner up. I want to take apart those two jump bugs' thighs to make an independent suspension. The thugs who were about to smash the store instantly turned into shopping maniacs, scrambling to the holographic operating platform to order like crazy. Beep. 1v6 engine, payment deducted. Beep. 4 off-road tires, payment deducted. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of mechanical arms of the industrial mother machine began to move wildly. ZZZ. The blue laser welding gun intertwined in the air, and sparks burst like festive fireworks. The originally piled-up waste, ore, and strange limbs were accurately grabbed by the mechanical arms, sent into the processing chamber, and came out as various bizarre components. Li Lei looked at this scene and sighed helplessly, then silently took out all his belongings. Give me 2 engines. I want dual drive. Time passed, and the twilight of the binary stars gradually illuminated the Gobi Desert. In these few hours, the outpost was a chaotic scene. Without safety regulations, relying solely on players' creativity. The things these guys designed broke through the lower limits of human aesthetics. The Breaking Bad guy was dragging models on the platform, stuffing a bunch of chemical pipes into the car body, trying to create a gas spraying system. Although the system warned that the structure was extremely unstable, he still happily clicked confirm. Hardcore Lao Wang, along with a few engineering majors, repeatedly adjusted the stress structure in the holographic projection, trying to create the sturdiest roll cage with the least amount of steel, spouting high-end terms like mechanical transmission and rigidity support. But the most eye-catching was construction Paru. This guy completely abandoned the bottom line of being human. In the design interface, he used 2 thick I-beams to create a cross as a chassis, directly setting those huge jump bugs, scythe-like forelimbs at the front of the car, looking like a steel giant crab. To save money, he didn't even buy seat components, directly dragging a flat bug shell to the driver's seat. Isn't this too rough? Can the system approve this? Someone questioned. Construction Para chuckled and clicked submit for manufacturing. The mechanical arm of the industrial mother machine noticeably paused, as if the AI was stumped by this design scheme. But a few seconds later, the mechanical arm still faithfully executed the command, and amidst flying sparks, a monster was born. It had only 3 wheels. The body was half made of old airdrop capsule metal, and half a patchwork of bug skeletons, with the V6 engine completely exposed at the rear. The exhaust pipe pointing straight up. Is this even a car? Construction Paru couldn't wait to jump on it, flooring the gas pedal. Boom. That V6 engine, originally used to drive heavy trucks, propelled this less than half-ton iron frame, like a cannon firing at a mosquito. In front of everyone, this industrial junk, called Paru No. 1 suddenly lifted its front wheels off the ground, spewing black smoke and sparks, charging out like a crazed wild boar. Wow, that acceleration. Awesome. Paru's excited screams were torn apart by the wind. It actually runs. This scene completely stimulated all the players who were still watching. As long as the power is strong enough, even a brick can fly. Stop sleeping. Get up and hype. Drag that steel plate into the scanning area. Where are my wheels? Who stole my wheels? Hurry, hurry, put that jump bug head on the roof. I want to do a deterrent paint job. As the sky turned pale at dawn, Yao Qian once again walked out of the base. He stood on the high platform, overlooking the square below. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the sight before him, making his eyes twitch. Dozens of objects that couldn't even be called cars were parked in the square. Some had 2 motorcycle engines linked together, creating a 6-wheeled, elongated troop transport like a centipede. Others had the hard carapace of jump bugs completely attached to the roof, resembling a heavy-duty pickup truck like a moving grave, and even a bizarre one designed a rolling vehicle, where people rolled inside the wheels. This was an unadulterated wasteland scavenger team. Those rugged welds, exposed pipelines, and the decorative style adorned with strange limbs would make even that madman named Max shout that he is a pro. The key point is that all of this was assembled automatically. Woohoo! Let us take off. Amidst the wailing and howling, they rolled through the Gobi, charging into the unknown distance, leaving behind a few unfortunate souls with little money, inhaling exhaust fumes and emitting a mournful cry. Wait for me. Can I at least hang on the bumper? Chapter 23, Where's my ship? Is this a game recording? Hollywood special effects artists would want to hang themselves. Hardcore physics engine teaching a lesson. How to assemble a suicide vehicle with garbage that can only stand on 3 wheels. Are you crazy? This game can even simulate metal fatigue. Blue Star Network. Various game forums exploded. A montage video titled The First Wasteland Rally of Bujo Mountain spread across the entire internet like a virus. In the footage, the Paru No. 1, made from the chitinous shells of jump bugs and rusty I-beams, showcased a breathtaking wild industrial aesthetic in 4K ultra-high definition. Especially at 3 minutes and 20 seconds into the video, a motorcycle laden with homemade explosives disintegrated mid-air during a jump due to a broken suspension. The scattering parts, the driver's contorted limbs, and the subsequent chain explosions challenged the audience's cognitive limits with every frame. No clipping, no air walls. Even every grain of sand kicked up by the explosion's shockwave was clear enough to make one's scalp tingle. The barrage of comments completely covered the screen, leaving not a single gap. This lighting? This particle effect? My newly bought 5090 seems to smell burnt. Upstairs, I'm a fluid dynamics expert. And that explosion smoke diffusion model completely conforms to the Navier-Stokes equations. This is real. Please give me an activation code. My roommate wanted to play before he died. Don't say that. My dog can mine. Let me in as a laborer. I can bring my own food. At the edge of the Milky Way, Fire Seat Space Station, Yao Qian comfortably leaned back in the command chair, the holographic screen reflecting exponentially rising data from the forum backend. The private message box has been completely flooded, with countless requests for qualifications piling up like snowflakes. And the server is about to be overwhelmed by this group of fervent cloud players. The enthusiasm of the warriors is high. He glanced at the energy reserves. After clearing the insect nest, and with the players' insane competition, the account balance has risen to over 2,000 points. Although it's not much. The wreckage of the crashed bio battleship on the ground looks like a huge piece of meat. If it is not digested quickly, it might attract other interstellar predators. And with the current assets, it would not be enough to deal with them. Although the 50 veteran players are all hardcore gamers, they are still limited in number. To dismantle that hundreds of meters-long battleship completely, relying solely on these few people would take a long time. Labor. No matter the era, sufficient and cheap labor has always been the cornerstone of industrialization. System, issue an announcement. Yao Qian lightly tapped the version 11 patch, opening the 3rd non-destructive testing round. With a quota of 1,000 people. Additionally, send a special mission to Li Lei and the others, appointing them as rookie instructors. To bring a newcomer for 5 contribution points. Since the veteran players already have armed vehicles and combat capability. This group of newcomers with only pickaxes in hand will have to think twice before causing trouble, considering the dark gun muzzles aimed at them. At the No. 1 forward base, in the Resurrection Hall, The dull buzzing sound broke the silence of the resurrection hall, and the cryogenic pods lit up with a ghostly blue light. The hissing sound of cultivation fluid being emptied echoed like the breath of a giant beast. The gas valves popped open, filling the air with white mist. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell? This water is a bit salty. Phew, phew, phew. This modeling? This texture? My God, I can feel the mud between my toes. Brothers, I'm in. I'm finally in during my lifetime. The hall instantly erupted with excitement. 1,000 newly awakened players huddled together like newly released piglets, even though they were completely naked. It couldn't dampen the excitement of entering the Grand Garden. Some were frantically rubbing against the walls, some slapped their own faces to test their pain sensitivity, and even one big guy tried to take down the guiding AI light ball as a souvenir. However, this fervor did not last long. When they pushed open the doors and faced the cold wind in the surface square, the air suddenly fell silent as they saw their initial configuration. There were no newbie gift packs, no dragon-slaying swords given upon clicking. On everyone's retina appeared a simple and ruthless line of text. Newbie equipment. Rusty pneumatic industrial pickaxe. Whiteboard. 1. Main quest. Resource collection. 010000. The cold wind blew through, and 1,000 bare-chested men looked disheveled in the wind. What the hell? Where's my power armor? Where's my laser sword? Wasn't the promotional video all about driving battle vehicles? Why do I start with just a pair of shorts, and all my gear relies on mining? Fraud. Refund. I came to be an interstellar commander, not to be a miner in a cyber coal mine. This isn't stellar OL. This is clearly cyber Myanmar North. A commotion erupted among the crowd. The huge psychological gap made these players, who came with high hopes, lose their composure. Some angrily threw their pickaxes to the ground, and more began to crowd around the mission release board shouting, and the situation spiraled out of control. Boom. The ground suddenly trembled violently. A sound of grinding engines rolled in from afar, like muffled thunder, instantly drowning out all the noise. In the midst of the swirling yellow sand, a steel convoy charged into view like a beast breaking free. Leading the way was a heavily modified heavy truck, with a fierce spike bumper added to the front. A twin-mounted heavy machine gun turret welded to the roof, and the driver's cabin hung with pale alien skeletal trophies, rattling with the vibrations of the vehicle. On either side of this steel beast, a dozen armed off-road vehicles followed, spewing black smoke that trailed murky patterns in the air, filled with the violence and savagery of a wasteland world. Squeak. The harsh sound of brakes echoed. The convoy dramatically drifted into position in front of the 1,000 newcomers, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped everyone. The once noisy crowd of new players fell silent, as if they had been choked. In front of the towering steel tires and the bloodthirsty veteran players, their small pickaxes looked laughably helpless. Is this what veteran players are like? Someone swallowed hard. Their eyes filled with awe. The door opened, and Li Lei jumped down. He was wearing a dark red battle armor made from the shells of jumping insects, carrying a modified rifle on his back, and wearing windproof goggles on his face. This mixed style might look like a scavenger in reality, but here, it symbolized a max-level character, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. A head peeked out from the driver's cabin. It was Paulu from the construction site. He was toying with a huge alien leg bone, his face radiating an air of superiority, as if to say, I'm very rich, I'm from the wealthy generation. What are you all arguing about? Li Lei took off his goggles, his gaze slicing through the crowd like a blade. His voice low but filled with intensity. Do you think the equipment is poor? Do you think the tasks are tiring? No one dared to respond. Only the wind howled. Li Lei sneered, turned around, and patted the violent-looking war vehicle behind him, the metal echoing with a dull thud. This thing was just a pile of scrap metal and a few insect corpses 3 days ago. In this game, no one is a born protagonist. Every screw and every piece of armor you see now was dug out inch by inch from the ground with pickaxes, snatched back from the jaws of aliens with our lives. He paused, suddenly raising his voice, a hint of fervent agitation in his tone. Do you think this is mining? Wrong. This is digging for the ticket to the stars and the sea. The ore you hold today will become the shells fired at aliens tomorrow, and the composite armor plates on your vehicles the day after. Do you want this vehicle? Do you want to trample those aliens who see you as food underfoot? Li Lei pointed at the vast goby behind him, waving his arm like a general pointing out the way. Go dig. As long as you swing your pick well. There's no corner that can't be dug down. As long as you don't die from exhaustion, keep working hard. In this world, the truth lies in your labor. Your sweat is your currency. This speech, combined with the flames spewing from the exhaust pipes behind him, was a dimensional strike. The eyes of the new players turned red. They were filled with the promise of a grand vision and were further enticed by the war vehicle. Forget about cyber Myanmar North. Forget about hard labor. In the face of absolute coolness, everything else is trivial. What is a man's romance? Isn't it driving the battle vehicle he built himself, speeding across alien lands? I want to buy a car. No one stop me. This mine is mine for the taking. Not even Jesus can stop me. I'm telling you. Big boss, take me with you. I may not have skills, but I'm strong. My specialty is eating less and working more. Very good. Lilei nodded in satisfaction. Open the task-sharing panel, a group of 10. Follow the veteran players convoy. Destination, North Latitude 32 mining area, let us go. The 1,000 players who were just fervently calling for complaints now howled as they picked up the pickaxes on the ground, scrambling to climb onto the veteran players' truck beds or simply running behind the vehicles. They surged towards the wilderness like a swarm of locusts spotting crops. At the same time, on the dark underground of the planet's backside, crack, a crisp sound. A mass of fleshy spores buried deep underground burst through the soil. Green slime flowed, and a fully grown zergling tore through the membrane. The first batch of spores released by the zerg had fully developed. As the commander, he was ejected at the moment the mothership crashed, and after recovering from his injuries, he was ready to begin his work of transforming the planet into a zerg colonial garden, prepared to welcome the baptism of advanced civilization. Sal let out a low growl, trying to connect to the mothership's main brain network. However, there was no response, only the howling cold wind above his head. He crawled out of the cocoon in confusion, shook off the mucus on his body, and stood up straight. According to Zelgan's technology, in 7 days, the biological battleship with self-repair capabilities should have taken root in the ground, transforming into a magnificent incubation nest. However, when he clearly saw the scene before him, a look of confusion similar to human bewilderment appeared on his plant-like face for the first time. Before him was a scorched black. Not to mention a magnificent mother nest tower. There wasn't even a slightly larger mound of dirt. Sal stood in the cold wind, dazedly turned around twice. Looking at the empty wasteland, his 4 eyes filled with confusion, his mind blank. He came to colonize, but now he couldn't even find his own home. After a long time, he raised his head and let out a sharp, mournful, and aggrieved roar towards the sky. Where the hell is my ship? Chapter 24. Ruins deep in the Gobi Desert. A bizarre team capable of making any regular army laugh is slowly crawling. Leading the way are 5 steel monsters belching thick black smoke. The exhaust pipe of Paru No. 1 roars, spewing out a flame that hasn't fully burned. Like an asthmatic fire dragon. Behind these assembled vehicles, dozens of industrial hemp ropes as thick as thumbs are taut, connecting to dozens of makeshift carts made from landing pod wreckage. Beside the carts are hundreds of ragged men, dressed only in coarse shorts provided by the system. They are tied with ropes on their backs, holding pickaxes in their hands, leaving deep footprints with each step, resembling the slaves building the pyramids of ancient Egypt. Struggling to drag heavy supply boxes and empty vehicles forward. Cough, this is too hardcore, right? A new player wiped the mud mixed with sweat from his face. Wasn't the promotional video about starships blasting each other? Why are we stuck doing this? Save your strength to talk. The companion next to him, a burly bald man, was also tired and panting. Be grateful, there are still 2 brothers in the truck ahead who have passed out from the heat. This game is simply toxic. It even simulates that nauseous feeling after heat stroke. That guy just vomited all over me. This is called realism. A loudspeaker's piercing electric sound suddenly exploded. Sitting in the co-pilot seat of Paru No. 1, the construction worker Paru held up a loudspeaker made from scrap metal. His face dark and shiny from long exposure to the sun wore a typical capitalist smile. He leaned out of the car window, pointing at the endless wasteland ahead. Brothers, just hold on for another 5 kilometers. Ahead is undeveloped virgin land. Think about what your pickaxes are for. That's the key to the rich list. Do you see the vehicle I'm sitting in? Last week I was gnawing on sand just like you. But this week, I'm a distinguished car owner. To get rich, you have to build roads. To go wild, you have to carry the load. Paru's shout made several originally rebellious players hesitate about dropping the ropes and going on strike. In this world without a recharge window, the terrifying alien armor and roaring vehicles of the veteran players in front of them are the most potent stimulants. That's a tangible class leap. Damn, let us go for it. The bald new player spat a mouthful of sandy saliva, adjusted the marks on his shoulder, and thought to himself, if I can drive a mecha in the future, I'll endure it. The team continued to advance. As they deepened 50 kilometers into the Gobi, the terrain began to become grotesque. Stop. All personnel alert. The stern shout of Li Lei suddenly came through the communication channel. The 5 modified vehicles at the front almost simultaneously stepped on the brakes, their tires plowing deep grooves into the gravel. The large troop behind, unable to react in time, crashed into each other like dominoes, and the curses that were about to spill out were abruptly swallowed back by the scene before them. The wind and sand gradually ceased. The originally dazzling sunlight abruptly disappeared by half. Is that a mountain? Someone asked tremblingly. No, that's bone. The hardcore Lao Wang put down the makeshift surveying instrument in his hand, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with difficulty. Less than 2 kilometers ahead of the team. An ultra-giant skeleton covered in gray and white was half buried in the yellow sand. It was too large. Just the exposed rib bone above ground pierced the sky like a 100-meter-high skyscraper, its top sharp and jagged due to weathering, casting a terrifying silhouette on the ground. Following the rib bone into the distance, the main spine of this skeleton undulated, disappearing into the horizon, measuring at least over 5 kilometers in length. What does this concept mean? If it were restored to a living creature, the largest blue whale on Earth might only be considered a juvenile loach in front of it. My goodness. The iron loudspeaker in Paru's hand clattered to the car door as he tilted his head back, staring dumbfounded at the rib that blocked the sun. Can a carbon-based organism grow to this size? When this thing was alive, could it have swallowed half of our base in one bite? A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Everyone maintained a dazed upward gaze. Once the players reacted, they became excited as if they had discovered a new continent. Wow, is this the new map of version 11? Those with fear of giant creatures just dropped dead on the spot. This modeling is incredible. The overwhelming sense of oppression is making my legs shake. Is this the Sea of Stars? I love it. This is 1,000 times better than those Reskin web games. Look ahead. Following Lao Wang's finger, the convoy slowly circled around the massive ribcage. As the perspective shifted, a shadowy area that had been blocked by the skeleton was revealed before everyone. It was a deep canyon, but the rock walls on both sides were not as rough as naturally formed ones. Instead, they presented an extremely regular, knife-smooth surface. At the end of the canyon, a few toppled black stone structures appeared dimly, although most had been buried by wind and sand. The remaining standing ruins were engraved with complex and precise geometric patterns. Even after countless years of erosion, those lines still exuded a cold, rational industrial beauty, starkly contrasting with the surrounding wild gobi. Man-made structures. We have discovered ruins. There really was an intelligent race here. This discovery detonated the player community like a bomb. The grievances and fatigue accumulated from the long journey dissipated in that instant. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of joy and greed akin to explorers discovering new continents. Brothers, where there are houses, there are people. Where there are people, there are treasure chests. Charge. Whoever gets there first gets it. Don't push. My pickaxe. Who stepped on my foot? The once half-dead beggar gang now ran faster than rabbits, dragging their carts into a charge, fearing that if they were slow, they might not even get a drop. Yao Qian was in the command room, trying to get the AI to recreate the gala game he remembered. Just then, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Alert opportunity, ruins detected, trigger hidden prerequisite tech chain, alien archaeology. System suggestion, it is recommended that the host immediately exchange for T1 type archaeological autonomous robots for professional excavation. Price, 500 energy points. Uffed. He widened his eyes and stared at that number, the corners of his eyes twitching madly. 500 points? Why don't you go rob it? My total assets are only over 2,000 points, and this broken machine wants to take a quarter of my cake? That's a precision instrument. Yao Qian painfully covered his chest. He suddenly felt an extremely absurd sensation. On the ground, he was the high and mighty, exploitative capitalist, taking players' hard-earned mind resources for a few points. But in front of this damned fireseed system, wasn't he just another worker? The system is like a more ruthless vampire, trying every trick to drain the little energy points he has painstakingly saved. Is this the essence of the universe? Big fish eat small fish, the system eats the host? Bye? Yao Qian gritted his teeth. The sound was the crack of a heart broken by poverty. But I just want one. A streak of light shot out from the bottom of the battleship, whistling towards the canyon on the ground. The ground was in ruins. Players scattered like locusts, now spread across the corners of this ancient building. The sounds of knocking and digging rose and fell, and some even attempted to pry open the relief on the door with a physics sword. Oh my! A startled cry came from a collapsed side hall. A new player named Emojin Xiao, he was digging wildly in a pile of rubble. His pickaxe seemed to strike something hard. And as a heavy stone slab was pried open, a dazzling purple ghostly light burst forth, piercing through the murky yellow sand. That light was extremely pure, as if the richest violet flower juice had been solidified in crystal, exuding a captivating charm even in daylight. The surrounding players instinctively stopped their actions. Dozens of eyes fixated on the fist-sized crystal that seemed to be breathing and flickering. Buzz. Everyone's personal terminals vibrated simultaneously. Lile looked down at his wrist and saw a line of text on the task panel flashing wildly, its color representing the highest value, a bright golden red. Discovered high-value strategic resource Violet Extreme Energy Ore. Item rating: Purple, Rare. Uses high-level Starship Reactor Fuel Energy Weapon Charging Core Shield Generator Main Material. Recycling price: 500 contribution points per unit. How much? Jin Xiao Yi's hand trembled, almost smashing that stone onto his foot. He swallowed hard. This was no ordinary stone. This was clearly a down payment on a seaside property. 500 points. The move of Paulu jumping off the truck was so big that he almost sprained his ankle. This broken stone could be exchanged for half a truck? What are we even mining iron for? Hardcore Lao Wang's reason evaporated in his eyes. Brothers, start feeling the stones. I knew this game wouldn't treat the Grind King poorly. No need for any mobilization. Even less need for any commands. If just now everyone was excited due to fear of the unknown, now? This group of players was completely ignited by the bright benefits. Dig. Even if it means using their teeth to scrape it out. Hey, don't block my way to wealth. Get out of the way. Bossly, bring the truck over. We need to clear this place out. Not even leaving a tile behind. Under the sunset's afterglow, the massive prehistoric bones cast mottled shadows, and in that shadow, the flame called greed was spreading like never before, raging within the camp of the Fourth Catastrophe. At this moment, all hardships of the journey and fears of life and death crumbled into dust in the face of the expectation of overnight wealth. Chapter 25, Don't Pee. That's the boss. The central square of the No-Week outpost was now completely submerged in a mesmerizing purple glow. It was not the aurora, but a mountain of Violet Extreme Energy Oregon. Every piece of ore that landed triggered the system's calculation notification sound, ringing crazily as if it were free. Densely packed like a summer storm pounding on a tin roof. This was not just sound. It was clearly a rhapsody of sudden wealth playing on every player's eardrums. Lile glanced at his personal terminal, watching the contribution point balance wildly jumping. Awesome. This is what S called overnight wealth. This is what S called class transcendence. However, before everyone could digest this excitement, a glaring red new tag suddenly popped up right in the center of their retinas. Military Supply Store New. X7 Ranger Light Low-Altitude Reconnaissance Vehicle, equipped with detection radar and light self-defense weapons. Price: 10,000 contribution points each. Note: a man's dream. No explanation needed. On the ground, the players who had just been cheering for financial freedom suddenly quieted for a second. Hardcore Lao Wang was the fastest. Clicking open the details page first. When the streamlined holographic model, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen and floating in midair without any support, popped up, his reason evaporated on the spot, leaving only two words: holy crap. This exclamation echoed the voice of everyone present. A speed of 600? It can carry heavy and light weapons? Paulu's face was almost pressed against Lao Wang's virtual screen, drooling. This is what you call a vehicle. Those few modified pickups we made from scrap metal are industrial waste compared to this. But the next second, everyone's gaze was fixed on that string of despair-inducing zeros. 10,000 points? I just got my hands on that money, and it's not even warm yet. Dog planners, are you serious? This isn't selling a vehicle. This is asking for my life. The square was filled with curses, but their bodies were very honest. In less than 10 minutes, 5 temporary luxury car teams were formed. 50,000 contribution points were swiftly drawn away by the system, flowing into the pocket of the mastermind Yao Qian. Crunch. Boom. The large manufacturing workshop on the side of the base slowly opened the heavy gate that had never been opened before. 5 silver-gray vehicles, resembling deep-sea shuttlefish, were pushed out by giant mechanical arms. They had no wheels, and blue-ion ghostly light visibly spewed from their undercarriages. Powerful air currents blowing the ground dust into a whirlwind. The precision and pressure of such technological creations instantly pumped the adrenaline of the surrounding players to the max. I'll go first. No one can snatch it from me. As the servers recognized #1 Grind King, Paulu undoubtedly secured the first flight rights. He nervously opened the cockpit, stuffed himself into the well-cushioned pressure-resistant seat, feeling like he had transcended. The engine started, and the vector nozzle completed self-check. As he slammed down on the red ignition button, the low rumble instantly transformed into a high-pitched scream, like the roar of some ferocious beast awakening. No run-up needed. This steel monster shot up 10 meters in place. Then the rear nozzle exploded with a dazzling blue flame. The terrifying pushback sensation hit him, as Paulu felt all his organs pressed tightly against the back of the seat. Whoosh! A silver streak tore through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages on everyone's retinas. And in an instant, It vanished at the horizon at the end of the Gobi Desert. Is this the feeling of flying? The players on the ground all looked up, their necks at a 90-degree angle, mouths agape enough to fit an egg. With aerial vehicles, humanity's exploration radius expanded geometrically. The 5 teams raced off in different directions. The third team chose to head north. This area was far from the previous bone mining zone, a blank territory never before ventured into. Keep an eye on the radar. Hardcore Lao Wang in the co-pilot seat gripped the armrest tightly, his face pale, clearly still not accustomed to this roller coaster-like experience. The terrain ahead looks off. The data is jumping erratically. Indeed, something was wrong. As the airship crossed a towering black ridge, the originally dry and gray Gobi suddenly vanished. In its place was a dark green, eerie jungle. What the heck? There's a forest in the desert? The player in the back seat, known for needing frequent bathroom breaks, pressed his face against the window. This planet even has greenery? The contrast is too stark. The radar showed life signals, but the signals seemed faulty. Lao Wang furrowed his brows and tapped the dashboard. There must be something down there. Find a place to land and take a look. The airship slowly descended, hovering beside what appeared to be a flat patch of humus. The airflow blew away the layer of decaying leaves, revealing the slippery, oily black soil underneath. The hatch opened. A strange smell filled the air. The smell was more pungent than the garbage station downstairs. The frequent urination guy was the first to jump down, covering his nose while unbuckling his belt. He couldn't hold it anymore. He had flown too fast just now. And with one shake, the urge to pee had come out. I'm going to relieve myself and make a biological marker. Don't run too far. This place is eerie. Old Wang shouted from behind, holding a modified rifle, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Don't worry, it's just behind that tree, a couple of steps away. The frequent urination guy hummed an unknown tune, jogging over to a peculiar tree that was thick enough for 2 people to hug. The tree had a distinctive look. Its bark wasn't rough with cracks, but instead had a stripy texture resembling muscle fibers, and the grayish-white surface felt warm and elastic to the touch. Hey, this tree looks like a personal trainer at the gym, even has abs. The frequent urination guy joked as he comfortably relieved himself. The sound of water splashing was particularly jarring in the jungle. The warm liquid soaked the roots of the tree. No one noticed that as the liquid seeped in, the grayish-white fibers beneath the bark began to wriggle minutely, and a dark red glow, resembling lava, flickered in the previously dull veins. Ah, refreshing. The frequent urination guy shook his body, just about to pull up his pants. In that split second, without any warning, no BGM for a boss fight. And not even a breeze, the trunk of the personal trainer tree suddenly split open. Thud. A dull sound, like a sharp object piercing flesh. The frequent urination guy looked down, somewhat dazed, at his chest. A wooden spike, the thickness of a wrist and covered with barbs, had pierced through his chest without any obstruction, pinning him in midair like a kebab. Blood gushed out along the grooves of the spike. Aye. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to complain about the lack of sportsmanship among the young, but his vision quickly darkened. This warrior, wanting to leave a mark on this alien planet, didn't even have time to pull up his pants before he returned to the respawn point. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones snapping echoed suddenly. The tree was alive. It forcibly pulled itself out of the ground, its roots that had been buried twisting and curling into 2 thick, powerful legs. The grayish-white bark rolled back in layers, and 3 cracks at the top of the trunk suddenly opened wide, revealing 3 compound eyes arranged in a triangular formation inside. It was a 3-meter-tall killing machine covered in plant armor. It slowly retracted the wooden spear dripping with the player's blood, its dark red compound eyes coldly locking onto the other 4 players nearby. The next second, Lilei's heart-wrenching roar exploded in the communication channel, making everyone's eardrums ache. Everyone. Open fire. This isn't a tree. It's a monster. Chapter 26. I want to shoot too. The frequent urination guy's body was flung away like a rag doll, smashing through 2 bushes as thick as wrists, finally hanging on a thorny vine. The Zerg slowly retrieved the bloodied spike, its 3-meter-tall torso casting most of the sunlight away, enveloping the remaining 4 in deep shadow. The dark red glow beneath its bark throbbed like a living heart, and the 3 compound eyes rotated, locking onto the players tightly. Fire. Don't just stand there. Everyone. Open fire. Lilei shouted until his voice was hoarse, but his actions didn't stop. He raised the modified nail gun and pulled the trigger. Beside him, the stunned hardcore old Wang and 2 other newbies snapped out of their daze, hurriedly raising various bizarre, makeshift shotguns to fire at the giant. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted in the dim forest, steel nails, iron sand, and who knows what kind of bearings crashed into the tree creature. However, the next scene made Lilei's heart sink. The firepower that could penetrate 2 centimeters of thick would only spark a few embers against the grayish-white bark. The proud steel nails were either directly deflected or lodged in the bark's surface, leaving barely a dent. Roar! The tree creature let out a muffled roar, sounding like hundreds of decayed logs snapping at once. It was clearly annoyed by these little bugs that were just tickling it. Its massive body lunged forward, as fast as a gray lightning bolt. I'm done. Help! The newbie at the front broke under pressure, attempting to block the giant's sweeping arm with a pickaxe. It felt like trying to use a toothpick to pry a speeding train. Crack! A sickening sound of shattering echoed. The pickaxe broke in two, and the newbie didn't even let out a whimper before being flattened against a nearby tree trunk. Run! Split up! Hardcore, Old Wong yelled. But his legs couldn't outrun the roots below. Another player who tried to escape took only 2 steps when the ground exploded beneath him, and several thick roots shot up like pythons, piercing his thigh with a squelch, dragging the screaming, unlucky guy underground. Li Lei and Old Wong tumbled behind a moss-covered boulder, leaning back to back, panting like bellows. Old Wong glanced at the smoking nail gun in his hand and cursed in despair. What the hell? We're still in the newbie village with wooden sticks, and the system just threw a high-level elite monster at us? Is this reasonable? Stop complaining. Think of a way. Li Lei hadn't finished speaking when the shadow above them grew heavier. The tree creature had stepped up to the boulder, raising the still dripping wooden spike, ready to stab down at the two hiding behind. It's over. We're definitely going to be wiped out. Just as the two were preparing to close their eyes and wait for death, the dense canopy above suddenly started shaking violently, and countless leaves were swept down like rain. A piercing, high-pitched scream, sharp enough to almost pierce eardrums, abruptly drowned out all the noise on the battlefield. A fierce wind arose, bending the surrounding bushes. Before the tree creature's stab could land, a silver-gray steel beast crashed through the obstructing branches above, hovering 10 meters above everyone with an imposing aura. The X-7 Ranger recon vessel. The streamlined body gleamed with a cold metallic sheen that sent adrenaline soaring through men, and the rear nozzle expelled 2 streams of azure ion flames, creating a distortion in the surrounding air due to the high temperature. Compared to the primitive humans below wielding makeshift weapons and wearing shorts, this airship was nothing short of a miracle from the future. Hey, down there, stop peeing. From the loudspeaker on the belly of the airship came the extremely cocky and infuriating voice of the construction worker Paulu. Get out of the way. Move aside. Let the esteemed pay-to-win player teach this piece of rotten wood a lesson. Li Lei and Old Wong almost rolled away to the sides. Catchink. The weapon mounts on the belly of the airship flipped, and a 6-barreled Gatling gun, looking incredibly menacing at that moment, emerged. The motor started, and the 6 dark barrels began to heat up and spin, emitting a buzzing sound reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, sharpening its scythe. The Zerg below seemed to sense the threat, its 3 compound eyes anxiously rotating. Too late, baby. In the cockpit, construction worker Paulu grinned and pulled the red fire control trigger. Die for me. Boom. This wasn't gunfire. It was a continuous rumble of thunder. The flames spewing from the muzzle were 2 meters long, and countless yellow cartridges rained down from the sky, clanging against Li Lei's helmet. With a firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute, it meant that 50 rounds of large-caliber armor-piercing bullets were hitting that tree creature every second. Just a moment ago, the wooden armor that was as unbreakable as steel nails was now as fragile as a piece of toilet paper in the face of the metal storm. Uft, uft, uft. The green liquid mixed with gray-white wood chips exploded into a stinking mist in midair. Without even a chance to scream, its arms, torso, and head disintegrated like rotten tomatoes thrown into a blender, disappearing at a visible speed, falling apart, collapsing. In just 3 seconds. Really only 3 seconds. The boss that had just been invincible, crushing players like insects, had now turned into a pile of indistinguishable debris on the ground, emitting green smoke. The gunfire abruptly stopped. Only the cannon barrels continued to spin, producing a haunting echo. The entire jungle fell into a deathly silence. Li Lei pulled his head out from the ground covered in leaves and shell casings, looked at the pile of wood chips in front of him, then tilted his head back, staring blankly at the airship hovering above, like a deity descending from the heavens. The hatch of the airship slid open, and Gondi Palu poked his head out, took off his sunglasses, and gave a thumbs up to the ground below, revealing a set of white teeth. How's that? Was this 10,000 contribution points worth it? Worth it. So damn worth it. Hardcore Old Wong got up from the ground, not saying a word, but staring intently at the airship with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, the fear of being chased by monsters completely vanished from his heart. In its place was a fire. I also want to pilot such a magnificent treasure that can roar through the sky. Chapter 27. A life for a life. The smoke of the jungle had not yet dissipated when the silver-gray X-7 Ranger reconnaissance craft wobbled down next to the pile of smoking wood chips. The hatch burst open, and Gongdi Palu jumped down in his oil-stained vest. He stepped on the thick shell casings and strode up to the pile of dead Treant remains, spitting fiercely and kicking the broken wooden spear. Is this it? Weren't you just so arrogant? You still wanted to stab my brother? As Palu cursed, he fiddled with the personal terminal on his wrist. Ding! A crisp and pleasant system notification sounded, like a thunderclap in calm waters, making Palu shudder. System notification: killed Zelgan Treant, contribution points 60. Holy crap! Palu's eyes widened in disbelief, staring fixedly at the string of numbers. Just a moment ago, he was lamenting the cost of the armor-piercing ammunition that leaked out for a few seconds, but now he thought, what a waste of time. To know that on the Gobi Desert, swinging a pickaxe for half a day only earned him 3 to 5 points. This one shout was worth 2 days of mining. The most crucial part was that, unlike those pesky jumping bugs that needed to collect shells painstakingly, the Treant's reward was instant. The money was real. Without a second thought, Palu took a screenshot. He sent the image out, adding a line of text that would cause all players in the server to have a stroke. Family, who understands? I took the airship out for a spin, and this lump of rotten wood on the roadside had to provoke me. After a burst of fire, the system had to give me 60 points. In this forest, these aren't trees. They're clearly walking $50 bills. The quick get the spoils. At this moment, in the holographic projection within the base, Palu's smug appearance was clearly visible to him. Yao Qian watched as his energy data in the backend skyrocketed, feeling incredibly pleased. To motivate the players, he had previously raised the kill ratio of aliens to an astonishing 4 to 6 at the outpost square. Just then, the Beggar Gang Legion, who were laboriously sweating while dragging iron ore, suddenly stopped. Hundreds of people uniformly lowered their heads to check their wrists. And then the entire base erupted like a boiling pot. Forget mining. Move aside. Don't block me from making money in the forest. 60 points for a Treant? Brothers, grab your weapons. Players who had just been red-faced arguing over a few mining points went crazy at this moment. Some even tossed aside their freshly swapped rations without a second thought. Pickaxe. Grab it. Homemade shotgun. Stuff it full of steel balls. Modified pickup trucks belching black smoke roared out of the base, with only one target: the green-skinned monsters to the north. Stealing monsters was like stealing money. If you were slow, you wouldn't even get with chips. A newly revived newbie, still adjusting his pants, followed the main force charging out. However, nature always teaches a lesson to those who don't know better. When the first wave of vanguard troops rushed into the jungle, the scene was spectacular. Look, that tree is moving. It's mine. A player who called himself the Tiger Hunter clutched a massive nail gun and opened fire on the gray giant tree just a few meters away. Da-da-da. The steel needles densely struck the tree bark, but the expected carnage did not occur. The bullets that could kill jumping bugs left not even a white mark on the Treant's thick gray-white armor. Instead, the enraged Treant suddenly opened its 3 compound eyes, revealing a chilling glare. This wood has quite a high defense. The Tiger Hunter had not reacted when the ground suddenly cracked open like an earthquake. Several wrist-thick roots shot out of the soil without warning, like spears from below, directly skewering him through. White light burst forth. Then, screams echoed throughout the jungle. Holy crap! It can stretch. Help me, I don't want to be stabbed in the butt. It's too hard. The nail gun can't break its defense. Where's the airship? Palu, help. In midair, Gongdi Palu was piloting the Ranger, planning to continue mowing down the grass. But he soon realized something was wrong. The jungle was too dense. The lush canopy layered thickly, like a thick blanket covering the ground. From high above, all he could see was a sea of green. And he couldn't locate the specific positions of those Treants. The cannon couldn't sweep them. The view was obstructed. Palu was anxiously slapping his thighs. The fire control system was jumping around, but he couldn't lock onto a target. The public channel was flooded with wails and curses. This isn't monster hunting. It's delivering takeout. Planner, come out. Did you feel this balance with your feet? How do we fight this monster without heavy firepower and vehicles? Just then, a strikingly discordant red flame lit up in the chaotic battlefield behind. A player named Bomb Maniac was crouching in the gap between 2 trees, skillfully tying a large bundle of homemade explosives. This guy had respawned 3 times, losing all his assets to these black powders. At this moment, he stared with bloodshot eyes, shaking like a leaf, but not from fear, rather from extreme excitement. Damn it, I figured it out. He shouted to his teammates beside him, do the math. This bundle of explosives only costs 15 points in contribution, and respawning only costs 1 point. As long as I blow up 1 Treant, I can net a profit of 44 points. Once the reward arrives, whether I live or die, does it matter? Yeah, oh my god. This logic seems solid. It's all because this game is too realistic. Brothers, for this $60, I'm going ahead. Bomb Maniac pulled the fuse, with half a cigarette still hanging from his mouth. Charging out like a fiery hedgehog, he ran while letting out a hysterical scream, completely ignoring the wooden spikes that were thrusting towards him. A barbed hook pierced through his shoulder, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he clung tightly to the Trent's main trunk. Boom! A massive fireball erupted in the dark forest, the shockwave instantly flattening the surrounding bushes within a few meters. In the thick smoke, the once invincible Treant was blown in half, its massive body crashing to the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. Ding! At the same time, all remaining players in the area heard the pleasant notification sound. Although it was a teammate's shared reward and the amount was slightly less, that bright red notification felt like the most thrilling adrenaline shot of their lives. Effective. Truly effective. Where are the explosives? Give me a bundle too. What the hell is cooperation? What dodging and weaving? I've grown this body of fat for this moment. Just now, the players who were fleeing seemed to have suddenly been collectively pumped up. Roars echoed in the jungle. I figured it out. Brothers, charge. After this wave, we'll feast on Bugleg's back at the base tonight. My life is worth 1 point. You're worth 60 points, no matter how you calculate it. I've won. In an instant, the originally dark and quiet Zelgan jungle became a carnival for these madmen. Fire blazed everywhere, explosions erupted, and there were those crazy figures embracing monsters to perish together. However, there was also a problem. These guys had to run back from the outpost each time they respawned, begging for mercy. As a conscientious boss, Yao Qian felt it was his duty to provide a better working environment for these hard-working workers. System. Locate the northern edge of the jungle and establish a temporary anchor point. Yao Qian casually waved away the holographic map and lightly tapped the charred land with his fingertip. Drop a base for me. Pull the respawn point directly to the front line of the battlefield. Command confirmed. Strategic support is being deployed. The clouds were forcibly torn apart by a tremendous force. In the eyes of the players who were about to make their 10th run, a huge black cube descended from the sky, accompanied by a roar loud enough to drown out all noise, crashing heavily at the entrance of the jungle. Crack! The cube opened like a steel lotus flower, and amidst the white condensing steam, a familiar guiding voice echoed across the wasteland. The frontline outpost has been established. Warriors, your journey should not be delayed by the road. At this moment, a cheer erupted in the jungle, louder than the previous explosions. The commander is awesome. Enough said. I'm selling my life to you. Chapter 28. Eat my explosive gun. The steel gate of the frontline outpost had fully opened when the players, red-eyed from contribution points, squeezed out through the gap. Charge. The respawn point at the doorstep. I'm not wanting this life anymore. The bomb maniac, carrying a full basket of homemade gunpowder, sparked as the fuse rubbed during his run. Behind him followed more than 30 players, all with faces expressing a willingness to die. The respawn point was established at the northern edge of the jungle, less than 50 meters from the first tree. This short distance was run with the momentum of charging into battle. Some even fell into mud pits after running too fast, rolling and scrambling to get back up. Lilei stood on the observation deck on the top floor of the outpost, holding a telescope. Entering the forest, that group of daredevils plunged into the dark green shadows, and the previously noisy shouts faded into indistinctness as they touched the canopy shadows, as if absorbed by a sponge. Lao Wang, the situation is off. Lilei lowered the telescope, his brows furrowed into a knot. There were no monster roars in the depths of the jungle, as expected, only the rustling of leaves. The debris that had been blown away by the explosives was already covered by new humus, and the ground looked disturbingly smooth. The bomb maniac was at the forefront, stopping under a giant ancient tree, cautiously surveying the surroundings. According to previous patterns, as long as someone approached, those Zelgan tree men would jump out of the ground like mad dogs. But now, besides the earthy smell, there was nothing. Where are the monsters? Have they been wiped out? Someone puzzledly patted the trunk beside him. The next moment, a sound of breaking air erupted from a 30-degree angle above. It was several gray shadows with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Hide. The bomb maniac reacted quickly, rolling into a tactical maneuver. Thud. 3 spear-thick wooden javelins plunged violently into the ground behind him, at a depth of half a meter. 2 of them pierced through 2 players who hadn't reacted in time. Blood splattered. This was a real penetrating injury. The unfortunate players had their screams caught in their throats, their bodies propelled by the tremendous force, pinned against the tree trunk. Above, everyone looked up. Among the 10-meter-high canopy layer, several grayish-white figures flashed by. Those were the Zelgan tree men, no longer clumsily standing on the ground waiting to be blown up, but using their strong lower limbs to hook onto the thick branches. These monsters have learned to attack from a distance. Blow them up. The bomb maniac pulled out a bomb bag, sparks licking at the fuse. He threw it up at the tree with all his might. But just as the bomb bag left his hand, a treeman suddenly tugged at a branch. It swung across like a monkey in the woods, grabbing a hanging vine and swinging away. Boom. The bomb exploded in midair, only turning two inconsequential dry branches into splinters, not even touching the treeman's skin. Following that, a second wave of javelins was launched. These Zelgan beings displayed a chilling patience. They were positioned at different heights, using dense leaves as cover. As long as players attempted to get closer, they would withdraw. The self-explosion tactic was completely ineffective, because the players simply couldn't reach them. Inside the respawn point, white lights frequently lit up. Damn, this is impossible to fight. Did the planners secretly modify it? When did the monster's AI become so sinister? Players were frantically complaining in the channel. The feeling of eagerly anticipating wealth, only to be rubbed into the ground, had plummeted morale to rock bottom. Lilei watched as team members crawled out from the respawn pods, most of them bare, not even having changed their underwear. This style of play was a one-sided massacre. Lilei gritted his teeth. Hardcore Lao Wang was currently staring at the military supply officers section. His gaze slid past a long list of expensive energy weapons, finally stopping at a corner that had always been overlooked. Vulcan Type 1 Single Soldier Lava Explosive Gun. Price, 500 contribution points. Attributes, injects liquid combustible agent, strong adhesion. Weakness, effective range 15 meters, ammunition extremely expensive. No one had bought this gun before. Lao Wang suddenly spoke up. Lilei glanced at the attribute. 15 meters? That is a death distance. The javelins thrown by those tree men had at least a 30-meter range. They'd be turned into sieves before even getting close. This is a physics engine-based game. The explosives didn't work earlier because the shockwave's tearing effect on plants was not as effective as metal, and the wind was strong up high, dissipating heat too quickly. But what if it's a liquid combustible agent? Besides, according to the game's logic, fire should generally counter wood. Lilei didn't hesitate. He glanced at his dwindling funds. 5 minutes later, a weapon resembling a heavy-duty electric drill was printed out by the mother machine. The gun body displayed a dark red color, and in the central transparent tube, a thick orange liquid flowed slowly, even giving off a faint sulfur smell. Lao Wang hefted this heavy piece and walked toward the forest. Cover Lao Wang, Lilei shouted. The Daredevil team set out again, but this time their mission was no longer self-detonation, but to act as a meat shield. 5 players, armed with heavy, oddly shaped shell shields, formed a horizontal line, standing in front of Lao Wang. Thud, thud, thud. The dense javelin struck the shields, producing a muffled sound. The shields trembled, even cracking under the assault. Lao Wang, hurry up. My shield is about to break. They were getting closer. The Zelgan hiding in the tree branches noticed this strange formation. It opened its mouth, revealing a toothless maw resembling dry wood. Its legs tensed, preparing to leap to a further tree branch. Want to escape? Lao Wang darted out from behind the shield. Now is the time. Distance, 12 meters. Lao Wang pulled the crude trigger. Eat my explosive egg. Whoosh. A thick, magma-like orange gel spat out. This liquid generated intense friction and heat in the air, transforming into a fire dragon. The moment the flame made contact with the treeman's gray-white skin, a terrifying reaction occurred. As if a drop of hot oil had been dropped into a barrel of gunpowder. The once impenetrable bark began to melt like a candle exposed to high temperatures, and the proud oil fibers of the tree people turned into the best fuel. Roar! That sound no longer resembled any living creature's cry. The tree person fell from midair. It transformed into a massive fireball, with flames spreading wildly along its trunk, exploding outward. The viscous burning agents clung to its body, refusing to be shaken off. In just 15 seconds, the jungle hunter that could easily pin down a dozen players now lay on the ground. Its body was charred and shrinking, emitting a crisp cracking sound. Fire conquers wood. This truly exemplifies the 5 elements in conflict. Brothers, to hell with self-detonation. By flamethrowers. Players outside the jungle went insane. In no time, the contribution points accumulated by the players transformed entirely into flamethrowers on the mother machine production line. This group, reignited with fighting spirit by the flames, charged into the jungle in groups. They no longer dodged spears. As soon as they spotted that gray-white shadow, 3 or 4 flamethrowers would open fire simultaneously. The orange-red tongues of fire crisscrossed in the dim forest. This viscous flame was not only burning monsters, but also igniting this ancient jungle that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. The trees moaned. As more and more Zelkarn tree people were burned to charcoal, the giant trees supporting the canopy of the jungle also began to collapse. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in thick smoke. Players stood on the scorched earth, the barrels of their flamethrowers already turning purple from the heat. Chapter 29. Water splashing in the face. The square at the outpost was a vivid red. That was the light emitted by the explosive gun's energy tanks. Over 100 players had traded in their shabby bone spears and leaky leather armor for a uniform set of heavy backpack gear. Hardcore Old Wong was helping Li Lei adjust the oil pipeline, patting the heavy fuel tank resembling an oxygen bottle, producing a dull sound. This thing could spray for 30 seconds when full, enough for us to plow through that patch of forest. Li Lei hoisted the exaggerated dark red flamethrower onto his shoulder. Feeling the heavy grip finally made him feel like a proper soldier. He opened the regional channel, skipping any pre-battle mobilization, and shouted, "Brothers, it's time to make money. Target due north. Burn everything green you see to ashes, except for the ground. For contribution points. Burn it all. Loot it all. Tear it all down." A crowd of people howled as they charged out the door, looking less like they were going to battle and more like they were rushing to a market for discounted eggs. The perspective shifted to 2 kilometers away at the jungle's edge. Several surviving Zelkarn scouts were crouched in the bushes. In their compound eyes, humans seemed as fragile as peeled sprouts, as long as they utilized the complex root systems of the jungle to set an ambush. These bipedal beasts were just fertilizer delivered to their doorstep. They were waiting for the enemy to enter spear-throwing range. But this time, the ground began to tremble. There were no cautious teams on the horizon, only a long red line. Over 100 players formed a long snake formation, completely abandoning cover. They didn't even aim, pulling the trigger from a distance. Hundreds of orange-red fire dragons roared simultaneously, resembling an advancing wall of fire. The bushes and vines, which had originally served as natural cover, turned into fuel the moment they came into contact with this high-temperature fluid, without even a chance to struggle. The fire borrowed the wind's force, and the wind aided the fire's might. The once eerie dark green jungle transformed in the blink of an eye into a massive oven. The Zelkarn scouts lying in the grass didn't even have time to jump up before being drenched in burning agents. The special oily skin made them the best human torches, their screams consumed by the flames. Holy crap, this experience is flooding the screen. Don't steal my kills. That tree was my target. Players laughed maniacally as they advanced, watching their contribution points soar in the system backend, their triggers tightening even more. Just then, the canopy above suddenly shook violently. Dozens of gigantic shadows swooped down from the tall trees. These were the elite guard of the Zelkarn clan. They intended to replicate their previous tactic, cutting into the player's rear from above, using their melee advantage to disperse this group of arsonists. If it had been half an hour ago, this tactic would have definitely worked. But now, they're S-goods above. Angle at 45 degrees. Climb up. A worker named Paulu shouted. This guy had somehow strapped 2 fuel tanks to his back, and his enhanced flamethrower had a nozzle as thick as a sewer pipe. He led the charge, raising his gun. Following that, dozens of players simultaneously pointed their guns skyward. No need to aim at all. The dense web of fire sealed off the sky. The shrill whistling sound made one's scalp tingle. Dozens of enormous fireballs crashed heavily to the ground in the forest, landing as smoldering heaps of charcoal that couldn't even move. Is this it? Is this it? One player ran over and kicked a piece of charcoal, laughing uncontrollably. Wasn't he fierce just now? It can't even catch fire. It's as fragile as potato chips. Fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. When players discovered that their weapons could treat the boss like minor monsters, these creatures no longer appeared as threats, but rather as walking wallets. The front line continued to advance. The flames spread wildly, and the entire primitive jungle moaned. Those giant trees that had grown for tens of thousands of years collapsed in the flames, sending sparks flying everywhere. But after pushing less than a kilometer, a problem arose. Oldly, we're out of fuel. Old Wong shook the tank on his back. It only had a little sloshing sound left. Other players were in a similar situation. They had sprayed too eagerly and hadn't considered their endurance. They were still 3 kilometers away from the outpost, and running back for supplies and returning would take at least 40 minutes. What should we do? Running out of fuel means we're just burning sticks. Damn. The monsters just respawned ahead. Players were anxiously scratching their heads. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, the remnants of the Zelkarn also sensed the diminishing flames. They began to regroup, preparing to counterattack. As long as they prolonged the front line, these invaders would eventually be exhausted at the supply line. 3 meteors with dark red tails slammed down. The deafening sonic boom sent the ashes on the ground flying. What was that? A meteor? No. It's the Commander's airdrop. Boom, boom, boom. 3 black cubes, each with a 10-meter edge, slammed into the scorched earth 500 meters behind the player line with immense force. The ground shook violently, and several players standing close were directly knocked over by the shockwave. Before the dust could settle, the sound of mechanical operation echoed throughout the area. The black cubes rapidly unfolded like transformers, revealing the supply terminals and the familiar genetic cloning pods inside. Server-wide announcement. The forward base has been deployed. Function unlocked. Ammunition supply, loot recovery, forward resurrection. Awesome. Whose war involves setting up supply lines right in front of the enemies. Planner. You're my dad. This is official cheating. That day, the northern part of Naza Mountain turned red. Until the sun set, the once sky-blocking Zelkarn jungle vanished, replaced by vast scorched earth still emitting black smoke, and 3 steel fortresses standing amidst the ashes. Surrounding them were players sitting on the ground. Although they were all covered in dirt, and some even had their armor blown apart, the excitement couldn't be suppressed. We're to push tomorrow. I heard there's a swamp to the east. I wonder if it can burn. Who cares? Just push through. There were no more monsters here. Only a group of fourth calamities with eyes gleaming with greed and a desire for conquest. The flag of the Nazu outpost was planted for the first time in this land that once belonged to the alien species. And deep in the underground caves of the jungle, a few Zergans with purple crown-like foliage on their heads were sensing the dire situation on the ground through their massive root network. Fear of extinction was reflected in their compound eyes for the first time. These humans were not here to seize territory for survival. They were here to wipe everything out. Chapter 30. The prototype of the guild. The plaza of the forward base was now so overcrowded that there was hardly a place to step. The area that was originally a resurrection point had been turned into a mountain of garbage by the bloodthirsty players. The unprocessed remains of Zergan tree men emitted a burnt smell. Next to them were tightly bundled high-density biological fibers, and further out was a collection of bizarre companion minerals, piled up to the base of the defensive wall. Is this the work of humans? Palu sat down heavily on the landing gear of the reconnaissance hovercraft, his high-energy nutrition bar squished in his hand. He looked at the pile of loot threatening to overwhelm the base, feeling more distressed than when fighting the boss just moments ago. With barely 100 of us. Even if we don't sleep for 24 hours, just transporting this junk back to the main base to convert it into contribution points would take at least 3 days. Palu pointed at the still smoldering charcoal pile, his voice loud as a broken gong. And we still have to leave people to defend. And someone has to scout ahead. This isn't playing a game. It's forced labor. Beside him, hardcore old Wong was tenderly wiping down a few overheating Vulcan explosive rifles with a greasy rag. He didn't even look up as he casually tossed a deformed spring onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. Be grateful. At least we're part of the bourgeoisie now. Old Wong draped the rag over his shoulder, looking equally exhausted. But those cloud players on the forum were indeed causing a ruckus. Every day they wailed under the official website, demanding more slots. We're begging with a golden rice bowl, and we have guns, but no one to use them. Oldly, do you think the game planners are out of their minds? Even if they could just give us a few NPC laborers who can only move boxes, that would help. Lilei was directing a few players with strength attributes to act as human cranes and straightened his back at the mention of NPCs, hitting his sore back. NPC? Dream on. The selling point of this game is full realism. Even NPCs require computational power. Lilei wiped the grime off his face, looking at the burnt-out jungle in the distance. But it was indeed time to recruit more people. With such a large map, we're so few that we can't even make a splash. Yao Qian looked at his energy point savings, grinning from ear to ear. After this fiery campaign that burned down the encampment, the biomass and mineral resources contributed by the Zergan jungle had pushed his energy reserves past the 10,000 mark. If someone had called him a miserly commander before, he wouldn't have batted an eye. Now, he was the wealthy boss Yao. Since you all think there are too few people, I'll help you out. Yao Qian's fingers danced over the virtual keyboard, leaving a trail of afterimages. Before, it was all about being frugal, even with dozens of spots. Now, with food in hand, there's no need to panic. I must seize the moment and push this wave of expansion to its peak. System command confirmed. Version 12 Civilization Expansion DLC loading. Server capacity limit unlocked. New test slots, 2,000 people. New feature, prototype of the squad guild system, commander authority decentralized. The moment he hit the enter key, the official forum in the real world exploded. Countless players refreshing their screens at their computers stared at the now green, download enter, button, nearly crushing their mice in excitement. On the ground, inside each forward base, a massive circular dome emitted a low, rumbling hum. Swoosh. The cloning chambers opened one after another, followed by a chorus of coughing. gasps, and screams caused by the overwhelming realism. Holy crap. This modeling. This skin texture. Am I in another world? Don't push. Who the hell stepped on my foot? This pain feels too real. Where are my clothes? Game planner, get out here. Why don't we even get a pair of shorts at the start? How am I supposed to face people like this? 2,000 fresh-faced newbies crawled out of the incubation pods like just-opened cans, some covering their key areas in panic, while others curiously touched the surrounding metal walls, turning the entire hall into a chaotic morning market scene. Just as this group stumbled around like headless flies, the heavy-pressure door of the hall suddenly swung open with a bang. Blinding sunlight poured in, elongating the shadows of the figures at the entrance. 2,000 pairs of eyes turned in unison, filled with naive admiration and envy. So this is the old players? So cool. Is that spaceship a mount? This game can fly. Lilei was very satisfied with this effect. He cleared his throat and amplified his voice through the exoskeleton's loudspeaker. He pointed to the vast expanse of the Gobi behind him. Those wanting to level up. Look over here. The demolition team is recruiting. I'm Commander Lilei. Even if you're a noob, as long as you follow orders, I guarantee you'll get a set of bug shell armor within 3 days. As soon as he said this, the previously reserved crowd erupted in excitement. Big boss, take me with you. I may be a noob, but I can grind. I can be online for 24 hours. Before Lilei could finish, Hardcore Old Wong raised his sign. The First Mechanic Guild is recruiting engineering talents. If you want to play with guns or craft bombs, come to me. As long as you have ideas, the materials are plentiful. Paulu, the construction site worker, was even more direct. He cranked the hovercraft's loudspeaker to maximum. SF Logistics is hiring strong men. As long as you're strong enough to move bricks, daily wages. See that loot over there? That's money. Whoever grabs it, it's theirs. The previously chaotic crowd quickly split. In the face of the vast information gap and equipment divide between new and old players, order grew wildly amidst the chaos. In less than half an hour, a moving army of hundreds of new players led by veteran players marched out of the base. If you didn't T-view it from above, you could never imagine the level of destruction 2,000 tireless players could unleash. The space between the forward bases had been forcibly transformed into a smooth gravel road. Those obstructive stones were blasted apart and filled into the pits. The troublesome bushes were uprooted and tossed into the fuel furnace. The players were like a swarm of tireless marching ants. Some were responsible for dissecting and categorizing the remains of the Zergan tree men. Others were smashing companion minerals into standard blocks, while others were dedicated to transporting them back and forth with vehicles. The once somewhat primitive alien landscape was disappearing at a visible rate, replaced by a construction site filled with the air of industrial waste. And on the other side of the jungle, we can't win. Sal's compound eyes gradually dimmed. If it weren't for their colonization ship encountering a crisis, if the mothership hadn't been completely destroyed, they would have been the rightful owners of this land. But now it looked at the trembling clansmen around. And even if they could give birth to a new jungle, it wouldn't stop the enemies gradually upgrading technological weapons, rather than face extinction. Perhaps it was time to try for peace talks. Chapter 31. You're not a catgirl. The plaza of the forward base was louder than a market during the new year. Be careful. Don't overlook the grassroots. They contain trace amounts of cellulose that can be exchanged for contribution points. 10 pounds for 1 point. Hey, you over there. Stop gnawing on the bark. It's toxic, and reviving will cost money. Under his feet, the once dense jungle edge had been cleared into a hard-packed road that could even reflect light. At this moment, from the still not completely burned black forest to the north came a rustling sound. Hardcore Old Wong was showing off his lava explosive rifle everywhere. And as he heard a sound, he suddenly raised his gun. There is something happening. Monsters are coming. This shout was like pouring water into a hot oil pot. A few hundred people who were digging in the ground suddenly jumped up, countless gun barrels pointing in that direction. Everyone's eyes were glowing green. That was the look of seeing a walking contribution point. 3 Zelgan beings stepped out, with the one in the front holding a bare branch, at the end of which hung a white mycelium ball the size of a basin, swaying in the wind, looking somewhat like a white flag. The whole area fell silent for about 3 seconds. What does this mean? A newbie scratched his head. Is this monster stuck in a model? Why isn't it attacking? At that moment, the leading Zelgan stopped in its tracks. Its pair of compound eyes scanned the group of fierce bipedal beasts in front of it, producing a dry sound similar to wood rubbing together. At the same time, an electronic prompt echoed in all players' eardrums. System prompt. High-frequency biological wave signal detected. Logic translation in progress. Translation complete. Zelgan envoy. We, the Zelgan tribe, represent the Zelgan people and wish to surrender. Please stop the slaughter. This line of text popped up right in the center of everyone's retina. The square exploded. What the hell? This monster has become intelligent? It can communicate? This AI is amazing. I thought this was just a monster hunting game, and there's actually a diplomatic system? Did I trigger a hidden plot? Should I go up and trigger a quest now? Players whispered to each other. Fingers that were once on the trigger relaxed a bit. After all, in the logic of traditional online games, if a monster surrenders, it usually signifies a storyline completion or the opening of a new faction. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed in the air. Paru, at the construction site, was piloting a flashy scout hovercraft, hovering above everyone's heads. He leaned half of his body out, his brow furrowed tightly, looking at the three old bark-like beings below, suddenly asking in public chat, "Wait, if they surrender, does this map become a safe zone?" As soon as this was said, the previously lively discussion came to an abrupt stop. According to typical game rules, accepting a surrender means that hostile red names turn into friendly green names. Green name NPCs cannot be killed. Cannot kill? These three words struck the group of players who had just tasted the sweetness like a bolt from the blue. If they can't kill, won't the walking contribution points across the mountains become scenery that can only be looked at and not touched? Wouldn't the guns they bought at high prices turn into scrap metal? No way. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from the crowd. A player with the ID Oscar, who was escaping the shadow of the Emperor, suddenly jumped out. Without saying a word, he threw the handmade rifle he was holding to the ground and, like a madman, charged toward the three kneeling envoys. "You despicable aliens! How dare you pretend to surrender?" Just 3 meters away from the envoys, he suddenly seemed to be hit by an invisible truck, dramatically flying backward. "Ah, my leg, my kneecap." This guy rolled on the ground in a frenzy, grabbing a handful of the black-green blood mud left from killing monsters, mindlessly smearing it on his face, while kicking his legs and screaming, "Commander, they ambushed me. This group of aliens is playing dirty. They shattered my meniscus with a psychic shockwave." The 3 Zelgan envoys were completely stunned. But this was just the beginning. "What the hell? Hang in there, brother." Another quick-reacting player immediately followed suit, clutching his chest and collapsing beside him. "Oh no, I'm also hit. These aliens are so ruthless. They even called our commander bald. They want to tear down our base and build a toilet." What? They called the commander bald? This shout completely ignited the powder keg. The players who were still hesitating at that moment understood each other. Hundreds of people instantly became drama queens. Some performing a dramatic fall, some holding their perfectly fine butts and crying, and others directly punching the air while foaming at the mouth. So tragic. The aliens are killing. For peace. For justice. We must retaliate. In the blink of an eye, the 3 pitiful Zelgan envoys were surrounded by a group of wounded players. Their pairs of compound eyes were filled with deep confusion about this universe. Did these creatures' brains grow maggots? In the frontline base, Yao Qian's left screen displayed the real request translated by the system. The Zelgan tribe requests to become a vassal, willing to provide labor unconditionally. Just asking to preserve the tribe's fire seed. In front of him, Li Lei was hugging his legs and crying. The aliens pretended to surrender, but are actually ambushing. "Commander, they said your hairline is concerning. The acting is too exaggerated." Hey, however, Yao Qian lifted the explosive gun in his hand. He had struggled to get here from the back and wanted to enjoy himself, but the other side said they wouldn't fight. Things aren't that easy. They aren't just big-breasted cat-eared girls. On the ground, Oscar the escaping Shadow Emperor secretly opened one eye while rolling on the ground, glancing at the still inactive system panel. Feeling a bit anxious. Did we overact? Just then, the pleasant mechanical voice finally echoed throughout the venue. Server announcement. The commander has rejected the enemy's surrender request. Commander's message. The stars and the sea do not require ugly compromises. Human dignity must not be trampled upon. Mission update. Comprehensive purification. Mission objective. Completely eradicate the Zelgan tribe, leaving none alive. It worked. Oscar the escaping Shadow Emperor sprang up from the ground like a carp. His previously broken leg now agile enough to kick a soccer ball. The pained expression on his face switched to a fierce grin like a Sichuan opera mask change. "Brothers, the official has spoken. This group of monsters deserves to be wiped out." Paru at the construction site had long been impatient. As soon as he heard the announcement, he directly pulled the trigger on the joystick. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The 6-barreled cannon hanging under the scout craft spewed a 1-meter-long tongue of fire. The Zelgan envoy holding the white flag didn't have time to understand the situation before its body was like a dry branch thrown into a shredder, instantly exploding into a mass of green juice and splinters. That white mycelium ball, representing peace, was turned into snowflakes floating in the air. Kill. More than 2,000 players let out a deafening cheer. What injuries, what broken legs, everything was fine at this moment. They stepped on the envoy's corpses, like a pack of hungry wolves released from their cage, launching a final charge into the depths of the jungle. And at this moment, the name of the fourth calamity truly began to feel real. Amidst the smoke and laughter, the last hope of the Zelgan tribe was completely shattered. Chapter 32. The establishment of the human alliance. The delivery has arrived. The alien brats have received it. Deep in the northern jungle, above the giant fortress-like center of the Zelgan tribe, the flashy scout hovercraft buzzed like a crazed giant hornet, emitting a piercing scream that tore through the air. Paru pushed the joystick all the way down, the red alarm lights in the cockpit reflecting his face like a warrior. On the scout craft's rack hung a wildly shaped giant bomb, a massive weapon bought with heavy funds from the system by hardcore old Wong. Brothers, watch closely. This wave is called the Demolition Office's Violent Knock. Paru shouted in the public channel, slamming his thumb down on the bomb drop button. That round, hefty fellow streaked through the sky, accurately, as if it had automatic positioning, diving straight into the constantly writhing biological exhaust port of the tribal fortress. Immediately, the ground shook wildly as if some toy was in use. The surface of the fortress bulged violently, countless dark red cracks ripping through that layer of skin. Smoke and flames spraying chaotically from the gaps. Boom! A huge explosion directly blew away the ground within several kilometers. The Zerg mother nest, which was entrenched on the ground, looked like a rotten tomato smashed by a heavy hammer. With countless green juices mixed with charred limbs and rotten flesh thrown hundreds of meters into the sky by the shockwave of the explosion, turning into a stinking downpour that fell with a crackling sound. Server announcement. Zerg settlement has been destroyed. Battle settlement. Alien threat level reduced to weak. Battle contribution points have been distributed according to output ratio. As the system notification faded, the players hiding in the craters from the shockwave jumped up as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Kill them all. Grab it. The teeth of that motherbug are mine. Anyone who tries to take it from me will face my wrath. Don't step on it. That piece of armor can be exchanged for a full set of whiteboard armor. Damn, which guild is still throwing grenades? Can you think a little bigger? Thousands of players didn't care whether what was falling from the sky was rain or chunks of meat. They rushed into the smoking ruins like a swarm of locusts that had spotted a lavish feast, shouting and clamoring. Some were wildly swinging pickaxes. Others were filling woven bags with biological fibers, and the scene spiraled out of control like a market fight over discounted eggs. What civilization clash? What alien invasion? In the eyes of this group of Fourth Catastrophe, the world was divided into two types of things. Those that could be exchanged for money, and those that had yet to be discovered how to be exchanged for money. Yao Qian watched the energy values on the holographic screen soar, grinning broadly. These guys, though they were a bit reckless, really got the job done efficiently. What he originally thought would take months to clean up was actually pushed through by this group of reckless players in just a week. Now the entire northern territory has been scraped down by 3 centimeters by this swarm of locusts. Commander, the technology analysis of the prehistoric relic has been successful, and new blueprints have been unlocked. Analysis item, short-range phase transmission technology, incomplete version. Description, triggering spatial fluctuations through high energy ores to achieve second-level crossovers on the planetary surface. Unlocked building, phase transmission tower. In the past few days, the forum was filled with complaints about the 3-hour run maps and 5-second monster fights. Working players spent half a day driving tractors on the road, and the experience was indeed a bit lacking. System, align the coordinates and let me smash it. Buzhou Outpost. Central Square. Hardcore old Wong was squatting on the ground repairing his nearly worn-out shotgun, surrounded by a circle of newbies listening to him boast about the yield ratio of the modified missile he had just fired. Suddenly, the sky changed from deep blue to blinding cold white. Without warning, a 10-person-wide azure beam of light descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the open space of the square. This commotion sent the players in the square staggering. Old Wong was quick to react, grabbing the thigh of the guild leader, Li Lei, beside him. Damn, an enemy attack. The beam lasted a full 10 seconds before dissipating. As the dust settled, everyone was stunned. A silver-white metallic spire with an industrial punk feel stood tall in the center of the square, its tip radiating a faint blue glow. And the surrounding space seemed to be slightly distorted. Server announcement. Phase transmission network is now online. Current node, Buzhou Outpost, Northern Wasteland, rich iron ore area. Charging standard, single transmission costs 10 contribution points. The square fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into cheers that could topple roofs. A teleportation array. Damn. This game has finally entered the interstellar age. I love you, Planner Dad. I'll never call you greedy again. 10 contribution points? That's just the money for mining 2 stones. We VE hit the jackpot. Old Wong was the first to rush up. Selecting the rich iron or area on the control panel, and with a whoosh, he transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the top of the tower. In less than 3 seconds, a message from Old Wong popped up in the regional channel. Hardcore Old Wong. Rich iron or area dam. I really arrived in just 1 second. Mining Brothers here, I'm coming. This shout completely ignited the enthusiasm of the entire server. The lights of the 4 teleportation towers flickered in succession, and players repeatedly hopped around the map. Yao Qian watched the total income in his account increase like a ticking meter, his mental calculations clicking away. Addressing pain points while conveniently harvesting profits. This was called a double win, and he won twice. Seizing the momentum, he aimed to elevate the prestige. Yao Qian's fingers flew across the screen. Server announcement. Alien threat eliminated. The outpost enters the 20 expansion phase. New test quota, 5,000 people. New feature, Legion Guild residence system is now online. Allows players to form official organizations and apply for territorial residency. After this series of announcements, the apply to join button on the forum was almost pressed to the point of breaking. Just then, a golden dialog box suddenly popped up in the center of Yao Qian's vision. Surface exploration degree, 62. Judgment. You have gained actual dominion over this planet. Please name your civilization force. Yao Qian's finger paused in midair. From being a lone wolf a few months ago to now having thousands of players setting up camp here, the spark of civilization had indeed ignited. He solemnly typed in that name. Confirm naming. Human Federation. At that moment, above the heads of all players, the gray title of Wanderer suddenly ignited, transforming into a line of golden characters. Faction change. Human Federation. Congratulations to all citizens. The journey to the stars and the sea officially begins today. Although everyone still looked like they were skinning and extracting bones, full of crazy maneuvers, when that black eagle flag rose in the square, an inexplicable sense of belonging surged in everyone's hearts. Of course, this serious atmosphere lasted only 3 seconds. All right. Brothers, hurry up and grab the residency. That spot by the northern lake is reserved by our demolition office. Nonsense. Our first heavy industry is going to build a factory there. Let us settle it in a one-on-one duel at the teleportation array. Just as Yao Qian was feeling emotional, the red alarm light on the command platform, which had never been lit before, suddenly exploded with flashes. Beep, beep. Warning. High-frequency deep space signal intercepted. Source, 12 light-years away, currently being forcefully decoded. Yao Qian's heart tightened as the screen flickered a few times, revealing a woman's face. She was wearing a dark gray combat uniform, blood on her forehead, and the terror and despair in her eyes pierced the heart. This is where we encountered combat and requested help. Chapter 33, Pyramid Scheme, crossed out, new recruitment activity. Yao Qian turned off the looping playback and rubbed his throbbing temples. This was the first time he had received a signal from a fellow human since arriving in this hellish place. Not the cold, emotionless data stream, but a living person, shouting for help. 12 light-years away, Yao Qian looked at the blinking red dot on the star map. That was the nearest star system. Want to save someone? What can I use to save them? He switched to the surveillance footage. In the mining pit of the frontline subbase, 2 groups from the demolition office and the First Heavy Industry Guild were fighting fiercely over a rich iron ore pit. We discovered this pit first. At this moment, this pit belongs to the Li family. Li stood on a large rock, waving a chipped pickaxe in his hand, spitting as he spoke. On the opposite side, the president of the First Heavy Industry, a burly man named Taizhu, had set up a makeshift flamethrower. Nonsense. I've been squatting here for half an hour. Anyone who dares to take a scoop, I'll give them a free cremation. Hundreds of people were engaged in a melee with primitive pickaxes, shovels, and even some using engineer shovels. This was not interstellar civilization. It was clearly a scene of brawling. Yao Qian slammed the table in frustration. How can we rely on this group, who still need to mine by hand, to wage interstellar war over a few tons of iron ore? They would probably be vaporized by the opposing side's secondary cannon as soon as they left the atmosphere, establishing an expedition fleet capable of spanning light years. Just the refined alloys needed for the keel would be an astronomical figure. Relying on these players to handcraft? That would take until the year of the monkey. System. Open the exchange list. Yao Qian looked at the astonishingly long number in his account, which was the war bonus after exterminating the Zerg tribe. Once. It was so poor that I couldn't even spend a penny without feeling the pinch. Now, I hold a 6-figure energy point, so being stingy would be rude. His finger hovered over the icon he had long coveted for a second, then he decisively clicked it. If we're going to play, let's play big. Industrial Revolution. Bring it on. Energy point consumption, 50,000. Redemption item. T1 Automatic Open Pit Mining Base Station 10. Deploying, Rich Iron or District. Li Lei and Taizhu were still passionately arguing, while their lackeys had already started throwing stones and homemade Molotov cocktails at each other. Suddenly, the originally clear sky flashed brightly. The clouds seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand, making a sound like fabric ripping. A heart-stopping sense of oppression pressed down from above, and the surrounding air became hot and distorted. What is going on? Did a boss spawn? Taizhu stopped arguing, tilting his head back at a 90-degree angle with the flamethrower in his arms. 10 huge black shadows, engulfed in orange flames, were falling at an unprecedented speed. The noise was even more exaggerated than when the teleportation tower landed, as if 10 meteors were about to smash this land to pieces. Run! Someone shouted. The two groups that had just been fighting fiercely were now desperate to grow 2 more legs, scrambling and rolling towards the cover at the edges. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently, and a sandstorm rose to a height of over 100 meters, directly filling the controversial pit. Before the dust could settle, a sound unique to heavy industry, the grinding of metal, began to resonate in the air. Crack! Li Lei poked his head out from behind a large rock, adjusting his helmet that had been knocked askew and then froze in place. Thick armor plates unfolded, revealing the menacing mechanical structure inside. A gigantic hydraulic arm pushed up a bucket wheel excavator that stood 50 meters tall, with each bucket the size of a small car. The rear refining tower lit up with a ghostly blue reactor glow, and the sound of the tracks rolling over the ground was akin to an earthquake. There was no need for a break. As soon as these steel giants unfolded, the terrifying giant bucket wheel began to spin. The hard frozen ground crumbled before them like cookies, and with one bite, dozens of tons of ore were swallowed. The conveyor belt operated at high speed, sending the ore directly into the built-in high-temperature furnace. In less than 3 minutes, accompanied by white steam spewing from the exhaust, the first batch of standard refined metal ingots rolled out from the discharge port like dumplings. Subsequently, unmanned vehicles operated by robots transported these metal ingots to the designated base warehouse. One scoop was equivalent to what all of them could dig in a day. Confusion spread like a virus in the world channel. If there was no ore to transport, how could these workers earn contribution points? Would they have to log in just to enjoy the scenery? Just when this group thought they were about to be phased out by the version update, a golden announcement box suddenly popped up on everyone's UI interface. Version update. Industrial Age is now live. New feature, Guild Asset Leasing. Description, T1 Mining Base Station leasing rights are now open. Guilds can pay contribution points to gain control of the base station. The produced minerals belong to the guild and can be directly input into the military factory module for manufacturing heavy vehicles and starship components. Special note, as long as the basic materials are sufficient, now, you need only 1/10 of the previous cost to create items. Li Lei, who had just been sulking, now had his eyes wide open, bigger than light bulbs. Wait, does this mean we can buy this thing too? Quick, pool the money. Let us rent that base station. Li Lei reacted the fastest, grabbing the vice president next to him, ignoring that broken pit. With this thing, our demolition office could form an armored division tomorrow. The original scene of brawling instantly turned into a large-scale fundraising event. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Wuzhou forward base, Yao Qian looked at the rapidly increasing guild activity in the background, satisfied as he crossed his legs. They had materials, but they also needed manpower. Relying solely on the current few thousand people, even if they equipped each with a warship, it wouldn't fill the starry sky. Activity announcement. To prepare for the upcoming large-scale battle, citizen recommendation rights are now open. Rules. Old players can pay 2 contribution points to generate a resurrection key, invitation code. If invited new players die and their contribution points drop to 0, their accounts will be deleted. If they survive and generate profits, the inviter will receive a 1 permanent profit share. This is basically a textbook case of pyramid schemes. Oh no, a textbook of exponential growth. The cloud players who had been crying out for codes on the forum were ecstatic, while the old players looked at that 1 permanent share with envy. Everything was ready. Yao Qian stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the industrial area outside already starting to smoke and rumble. It was time to add the final fuel to the fire. He projected the process distress signal directly into all players' eardrums. Please help us, whoever hears this. Immediately after, Yao Qian's deep and provocative voice echoed through the server. Did you hear that? This is a distress call from 12 light years away. It is the wail of our compatriots in this universe. Chapter 34. Why does this Thunderstrike ship look so stylish? The distress call doesn't matter who it comes from. The wind whipped sand and gravel against Li Lei's goggles, making a crisp, crackling sound. Is this a plot animation? Taiju swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbing up and down, slowly lowering the flamethrower in his hand. But this feels wrong. The previous CGs were displayed on the public screen. Why is this one going directly into our heads? Lilei didn't respond. He stuck his pickaxe into the ground, his face a bit pale. This feeling was too oppressive, like being in an internet cafe, fully immersed, when suddenly someone shoved real battlefield recordings into your headphones. Ding. Just as the hundreds of people were exchanging glances, unsure whether to continue fighting each other, everyone's personal terminals exploded with notifications simultaneously. Server-wide announcement. Version 12 expansion pack. Interstellar Expedition is officially implemented. Official website PV Echoes of Deep Space has been released. Please check. I knew it. It really is a prequest for the new version. Someone in the crowd shouted, breaking the heavy atmosphere at last. Everyone scrambled to swipe open the virtual screens. At this moment, who still cared about fighting over the mine? Watching the new CG was the real deal. A holographic image unfolded in midair. The scene was dark and heart-pounding, revealing the deep space without an atmosphere. A galaxy map appeared before everyone's eyes, one end representing the planet they were on, and the other end marked with a dangerous red exclamation mark. Following that was the fully equipped Yabo ship and the armor under construction. Military technology unlocked. To respond to high-threat deep space combat, the Federal Supreme Command has approved the construction of the Hunter-class Thunderstrike ship. Everyone's attention was drawn to that blueprint. As the full view of the ship gradually became clear, players' mouths dropped open wide enough to fit a goose egg. That couldn't even be called a ship. It was basically a giant rocket with a cockpit strapped on, 120 meters long, with almost no protective armor in sight. 2/3 of the entire hull was made up of exaggerated engine nozzles, and the rest of the body was crammed full of torpedo launch ports. Simple, brutal, filled with reckless madness. Parameter description. Armor value. Extremely low. Warning. This ship cannot withstand any hits from secondary artillery. Mobility. High. Note. Overloaded maneuvers may cause the pilot to faint. Firepower. Extremely high. Note. One shot. One soul. All beings are equal. Design philosophy. The best defense is to blow them back to atomic status before they start firing. On the construction site, Paulu stood on top of a mining truck, looking up with his mouth almost watering, his eyes gleaming with a near-perverse enthusiasm. Who designed this? This is what true manly romance is. Those turtle shells are weak in comparison. A real man should drive this suicide coffin. Afraid of dying in a game? Then what is the point of playing? Immediately after, a new page popped up next to the blueprint. It was a set of exoskeleton armor that looked heavy but had an imposing presence. Thick shoulder pads, a fully enclosed helmet, and a power pack on the back connected to thick hydraulic pipes. Individual equipment. Governor Power Armor Type 1. Note. To prevent you from being vacuumed in boarding combat or having your intestines pulled out by alien claws. I want this. This tin can is so cool. A newbie who just entered the game jumped up in excitement. But the next second, when everyone saw the cost, their excitement turned into curses. A ship requires 20,000 tons of refined titanium alloy? This is enough to sell me out. And it also requires 5 people to operate? Someone must be responsible for fire control, someone for engine cooling, and someone for damage control. The previously enthusiastic square suddenly split into 2 factions. The leaders of the big guilds started glancing at each other, while the independent players looked desperate, feeling like they were already eliminated before they even started. At this moment, the player forum exploded. A post by an ID called Truth Emperor instantly topped the trending list, with a title that was bright red. Thinking deeply is terrifying. The Commander-S look just now was definitely not something an AI could act out. Brothers, I want to tell a horror story. The physics engine in this game is too realistic. The pain is too real. Even that distress signal feels as real as if someone really died. Our commander, Yao Qian. The way he gritted his teeth in the broadcast. I feel like he wasn't acting. Are we really being conscripted by aliens to work black jobs in a parallel universe? The replies under this post were originally filled with jokes and memes. Has the OP gone crazy from cultivation? If it's real, then are the otherworldly girls also real? I'm not pretending anymore. ISNT this just the cliché fourth disaster setting? Suddenly, a reply with a golden official certification box appeared at the top of the comments without warning. ID. United Commanders Yao Qian. Content was just a brief sentence. In this universe, ambition is real, death is real, and the history you create is also real. This reply was like a deep water bomb. It neither confirmed nor denied. But the kind of aura that seemed to penetrate the screen made all the players who saw this sentence feel a shiver down their spine. Breaking the fourth wall? This official is too good at playing. Before the players could recover from this feeling of possibly saving the real world, Yao Qian followed up with a real bombshell. Server-wide event announcement, Star Sea Conquest. To commend the groups that made outstanding contributions during the expedition, the Federation will issue battle group orders. Server limited, 13 pieces. Privileges, permanent residency rights in designated areas, independent chat channels, and independent tax rights within the residency range. Independent tax rights? What do these 5 words mean? This means that if you mine, trade, or even just pass through this area, you have to pay money to the guild that holds the battle group order. If we get this, we'll be the local emperors in the game, lying down and counting money until our hands cramp. Don't stop me. I'm going to claim this title. Li Lei's eyes were red, truly red, like a rabbit. He suddenly turned around, looking at the equally heavy-breathing Tai Zhu, who was trembling while holding a flamethrower. Just a moment ago, the two were ready to fight to the death, but at this moment, their eyes met, creating a strange tacit understanding. Brother Tai Zhu, Li Lei threw his mining pick aside, strode over, and extended his muddy hand. With just us. There's no way we can do it alone. That ship is too expensive. One person can't make it. Tai Zhu slammed the flamethrower down, his bulk trembling. Presently, I see your refinery is quite efficient. I have 3,000 tons of rich iron ore that I just collected. Cooperate. Cooperate. The two dirty hands clasped tightly together. Stop fighting. Everyone stop. Li Lei turned around, roaring at the group behind him that was still ready to throw stones. Throw everything you can melt into the furnace except your underwear. You there, rip out your gold teeth too. All the ore, all the resources, prioritize supplying the shipyard. Tai Zhu was also shouting. Anyone who dares to slack off, I'll stuff them into the engine nozzle as fuel. The entire rich iron ore district, even the entire outpost, went completely insane at that moment. What personal grudges, what faction conflicts. All became nonsense in the face of independent tax rights and the allure of interstellar warships. Thousands of players moved like a swarm of ignited ants, crazily scurrying between the mines and factories. The massive bucket wheel excavators roared day and night, and the furnace flames painted half the sky red. Amidst the sparks, the war machine of the Human Federation revealed its savage fangs for the first time. Chapter 35. The exchange of female players. That golden battle group order was still spinning on the holographic screen, emitting an enticing glow. But this thing isn't given for free. Yao Qian is a person of principle. Since it's a privilege for tax collection, he must make these guys hustle. He typed the last line of patch notes on the console and immediately issued a pinned announcement to the entire server. Supplementary terms. No lotteries. Refuse dark deals. Battle group order distribution rules. Real-time refresh of the military contribution leaderboard across the server. Settlement criteria. By the end of the rescue operation, only the top 13 guilds and fleet construction contributions qualify to obtain the order. Special note. The top 3 will also receive a custom paint job for the Federation's special supply governor power armor with glowing effects. As soon as this announcement was released, the rich iron ore district, which had just been immersed in the atmosphere of "We are brothers, we must cooperate," suddenly turned tense. Li Lei pulled the blueprint for the Hunter-class Thunderbolt ship, quickly scrolling through the material list on the virtual screen. His fingers moving so fast that it felt like the abacus beads were about to fly onto Tai Zhu's face. Something's off. Li Lei stared at the rows of zeros in the materials list, his eyelids twitching. 20,000 tons of refined titanium alloy, 500 sets of high-energy polymers, and phase crystals? He suddenly turned his head to look at Tai Zhu beside him. Just a moment ago, they were shaking hands, ready to trust each other. Now, Tai Zhu's flamethrower, although hanging down, was just set down moments ago. Now he subtly switched off the safety again. Oldly, we just agreed that the resources of our two families would merge. We'd build one ship first. But whose ship is it? Li Lei didn't answer. He was clear in his mind. The reserves of rich iron ore in this mining area are fixed, and based on the situation, they don't respawn. According to the blueprint's insatiable resource demands, let alone building 2 ships, even if they threw all their hundreds of people into the furnace, they might not be able to gather enough for a ship's keel. This isn't cooperation for mutual benefit. This is a zero-sum game. Whoever grabs enough resources first will make the leaderboard. The rest won't even get a sip of soup. Whose is it? Li Lei took a step back, his hand that was originally resting on Tai Zhu's shoulder instinctively moving toward his mining pick. Brother Tai Zhu, this account might need to be recalculated. I suddenly remembered that my refinery hasn't been turned off, and my clothes at home are still unwashed. I have to go. Before he finished speaking, Li Lei turned and ran, shouting in the guild channel as he ran. Everyone, don't just stand there. Grab the ore. Move all the stones on the ground back to me. Not even a pebble should be left for that bastard Taiju. Li Lei, I curse your grandfather. Upon seeing this situation, Taiju was furious, his facial flesh quivering as he raised a flamethrower and shot a fire dragon at Li Lei's back. We agreed to split this mine equally. Brothers, get it back for me. Just a few minutes ago, the industrial area was all friendly. And in the blink of an eye, it turned into a free-for-all. Watching the chaotic scene of players in the surveillance footage, Yao Qian sat in the command chair, sighing in frustration. These guys have such a narrow vision. But it can't all be blamed on the players. The Hunter-class Thunderstrike ship is indeed a piece of junk. System, let's discuss something. Yao Qian rubbed his hands and clicked on the gray icon in the background, which was the real cruiser blueprint. Just looking at the thick armor data and that row of multifunctional turrets can give one a sense of safety. The current Thunderstrike ship is basically just a barrel of explosives tied to an engine. Players who get on it are essentially one-time consumables. Look at how pitiful these kids are. Can you just unlock a cruiser for me? Even a light cruiser would do. At least it has some armor. Request denied. Current tech tree level insufficient. Unlock prerequisites. Achieve 100 exploration in the current star system, or completely eliminate an interstellar-capable alien civilization. If I had that ability, would I still be begging you? Yao Qian rolled his eyes dramatically. Fine, fine. If there are no cruisers, then we can only rely on human wave tactics. Since the ships aren't tough enough, we can only make the people ruthless enough. He turned his gaze to the thousands of casual players still lingering on the edge of the mine, unable to afford equipment. This is a huge waste of labor. Yao Qian lightly tapped his finger, and the second recruitment order exploded in everyone's ears along with a stirring military march. Federal Special Operations Department Recruiting. Organization, Orbital Airborne Troopers, Jump Assault Team. Job description, no matter if you're a novice or a pro, as long as you dare to die, we want you. No need to pilot a warship, just put on powered armor, and we will launch you like bullets into the enemy's ship. Equipment benefits. Join the team and receive a set of basic powered exoskeleton and a chainsaw sword. Slogan, a real man's battlefield is where fists meet flesh. This advertisement was written to be quite provocative. For those casual players who can't afford the high-level equipment costing thousands of contribution points and don't want to mine as laborers, this was like a pie falling from the sky. No need to think, no need to grind materials. Just log in and get to work. Me. Pick me. The last game I played was Berserker. I'm good at face-to-face output. A muscular man wearing only shorts waved his fists, as if he wanted to jump out of the screen. I will self-destruct. Really, I blew up a Zerg Triumph before. Once is a lesson, twice is familiarity. This time I'm going to blow up the alien spaceship's power furnace. Commander, can you also give me a chainsaw sword? I don't need powered armor. I just want to saw stuff. In the rich iron mine area, smoke filled the air. Li Lei and Taiju were still tugging over a few trucks of ore, and both sides' underlings had basically died once. Block the road for me. Li Lei, with a messy hairdo and covered in black dust, yelled. If we can't transport this batch of ore back, our guild won't be able to work this week. Just then, suddenly a line of golden, bold text with a luxurious effect floated over the regional channel. ID. Construction Site Palu. Everyone. Shunfeng Logistics Guild. Starting today, unlimited purchase of titanium alloy raw ore. High-energy polymers. If you don't want to fight, don't want to be exploited by the guild, come here. I'll buy 1 kilowatt-hour. I'll buy 1 piece of iron. Payment methods. Supports real currency transfer. Supports contribution point settlement. On-site weighing. Cash on the spot. Whatever you have, I'll take. Everyone was stunned. Can this game be played like this? What happened to the spirit of self-reliance when you opened the server? Is this real? A casual player who was just about to deliver a mining bag to Taiju hesitated for a moment and tentatively messaged Palu. The next second. Support X treasure received, 500 yuan. What the hell? They really give it. That player threw the mining bag on the ground, ignoring the guild mission, and dashed toward Palu's coordinates. Sorry Taiju. The boss Palu is offering too much. With the first one leading the way, the rest followed like an avalanche. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm going to sell or... Presently, my wife is giving birth. I need to earn some money for baby formula. Don't push me. This piece of ore is mine. Li Lei stood in the wind, looking at the emptiness behind him, feeling completely numb. Palu, you spendthrift. Li Lei shouted angrily on the public screen. You are engaging in malicious competition. You are disrupting the market order. I will report you. Construction site Palu stood at the top of the highest refining tower, giving Li Lei the middle finger. This is called a market economy. In the face of absolute capital, your petty schemes are worth nothing. Remember one thing, money really can do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive factory behind Palu emitted a deafening roar. That was the sound of heavy industrial machines starting up, under the gaze of thousands of shocked eyes. The roof of the manufacturing center of Paulu's guild slowly opened. A massive amount of ore was swallowed by several giant conveyor belts, and blue industrial lasers intertwined in the air to form a dense electrical grid. The sound of metal forging that made people's teeth ache was, to everyone's ears, a kind of indescribable beauty, accompanied by a large amount of white steam gushing out, a giant alloy keel, 120 meters long and shimmering with a cold metallic luster, was lifted out by 12 heavy cranes and heavily slammed onto the assembly workshop space. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and the dust kicked up was 10 meters high. That keel stood proudly like a sword piercing the sky, declaring the end of an era that only used wooden sticks and nail guns. The system's global announcement exploded at the right moment, delivering another blow to everyone. Congratulations to Shunfeng Logistics Guild for completing the laying of the main keel for the first Hunter-class Thunderstrike ship. Current military contribution ranking: first. The glaring first place was like a loud slap in the face, hitting all the guild leaders still engaged in internal strife. Paulu stood atop the tower, his eyes smiling into slits behind his sunglasses, and he turned on the loudspeaker, his tone infuriatingly smug. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, but I'm taking this first plaque. As for the other 12, take your time fighting for them. No rush, I'm going to have a cup of tea first. Li Lei looked at the giant keel, his eyes red with rage. He suddenly turned his head, regardless of having just cursed Taiju's ancestors, and grabbed Taiju by the collar, spitting in his face. Merge. Right now, merge. Put all our inventories out. Stop hiding them. If we don't fight hard now, we want to even get a taste of the warm shit. If this plaque is lost under our noses, I'm done playing. Taiju didn't hesitate either, shoving Li Lei away and yelling at the remaining loyalists behind him. Did you hear that? Go get my coffin money. If anyone dares to mess up at this crucial moment, I'll stuff them into Paulu's ship's exhaust pipe as fuel. Not just them. At this moment, all the major forces at the forward base were awakened by Paulu's financial power. What face? What independence? All of it was nonsense in the face of absolute strength. The Black Shark Guild disbanded on the spot. All members merged into the War God Hall. Casual players, stop running around. Come here, we'll buy, or at high prices. Who has extra polymers? I'll trade with stockings. I'm a girl, voice verification. Chapter 36. Take her home. It turned out that when a group of beings known as players decided to accomplish something, even the laws of physics had to make way for them. 3 days. Just 3 days. 13 towering steel launch pads rose from the ground, piercing the sky. And in the embrace of those launch pads, 13 Hunter-class strike ships stood silently. These things didn't look sci-fi at all. There were no sleek, elegant hulls, no pristine nanocoatings. They looked like a bunch of peeled corn cobs, with a circle of rough torpedo launch tubes sticking out at the top. To achieve the ultimate thrust-to-weight ratio, 6 massive main engine nozzles were positioned on either side of the rear hull. It was filled with the violence of the industrial age, and a certain reckless quality that screamed, I want to go down with you. Bro. Doesn't it feel a bit like Jay? The words hadn't left his mouth when someone next to him covered his mouth. Don't say it out loud. Can't you see the boss is admiring it? Some things can't be unspoken. On the public channel, the voice of Paulu from the construction site was filled with ecstasy. Now this is what I call a man's romance. This guy was standing on the maintenance platform of Launchpad 1. If it weren't for the paint job on his ship, the scene would have felt quite solemn. But this guy had painted his ship bright pink. That garish pink that could even glow at night, standing out on the dull Gobi Desert, making one want to poke their own eyes out. The ship's hull was also sprayed with a few crooked big letters. SF Express Interstellar Branch. Brothers, I've tried it. This cockpit is practically custom-made for me. Paulu was patting the genuine leather cushion of the pilot's seat, looking intoxicated. Although there's no escape pod, and the armor is as thin as paper. As long as I don't get hit, I'm invincible. The players below who didn't have ships were feeling sour. Boss Paulu, why is there a Hello Kitty on the bow of your ship? Does that increase the critical hit rate? Don't you get it? This is psychological warfare. Let the aliens feel the cute crits of Blue Star culture before they get blown up. The square was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The players, like at a Comic-Con, surrounded the 13 steel behemoths, touching them as the freshness and sense of achievement were 1,000 times stronger than when they were snatching stones in the mine. In the command room high above, Yao Qian had no mood to admire the pink ships below. Right in the center of his retina, a red system task box was flashing wildly. Special campaign mission generated. Spark rescue. Mission objective. Break through the alien blockade. Successfully rescue the target in distress and bring them back to base alive. Yao Qian had originally been slumped in his chair until he saw the golden reward description below. Mission reward, Commander exclusive all branch technologies in the current T1 technology tree. No energy points required. all unlocked for free. Clang. Free unlock. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken about the word free. Normally, to fully unlock the T1 technology tree would require burning through hundreds of thousands of energy points. Up until now, he hadn't dared to unlock all the technologies. Now, if he just completed the mission, this astronomical expenditure would be saved. This wasn't just a rescue. It was like picking up a mountain of gold. System. You are forcing me to take risks. Yao Qian felt his heart pounding in his chest. Earlier, he had hesitated about whether to let the players go out to face death so early. After all, these ships weren't cheap, and it would hurt if they all blew up. But now, blow them up. They must blow up. Even if all 13 ships got filled in. Even if this group of players died 7 times and returned 7 times, as long as they could bring that person back, it would be a blood profit. This was not just a rescue. It was his direct highway to the T2 era. Yao Qian adjusted his collar, forcibly suppressing the greedy ecstasy on his face, replacing it with a look of compassion and unwavering determination. Since he wanted the horse to run, he had to provide enough fodder. He connected the full-channel broadcast. Yao Qian ordered in a deep voice, cutting off the background music and switching to, yes, that one, Space Elegy. On the launch site, the players who had been showing off their gear suddenly fell silent. The massive holographic projection canopy overhead lit up once more. The screen no longer displayed the usual light-hearted data stream. Instead, there stood a man in a crisp Commander-S uniform. Yao Qian stood with his hands behind his back in front of the holographic star map, his brow furrowed, his gaze carrying an inscrutable heaviness. Warriors. Yao Qian's voice was low, resonating through the bone conduction headphones, vibrating everyone's eardrums. I know some of you are whispering behind my back. He turned, his gaze like lightning, seemingly piercing through the screen to stare at Palu's garish pink ship. Some say these ships have no shields. Their armor is as thin as paper, they're practically flying coffins. Some say I'm sending you to your deaths. Indeed, this was the murmur in everyone's hearts. The attributes of the strike ships were laid bare. If hit, the survival rate was 0. Exactly. Yao Qian suddenly raised his voice, slamming the holographic table. This is a coffin prepared for our enemies. In this cruel dark forest, there is no absolute defense. Rather than huddling in a turtle shell waiting to be hit, why not turn all the weight into explosives and all the armor into thrusters? What we need to do is blow them back to atomic state before they fire. This was the philosophy of war for the Human Federation. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. The players, who had been frustrated with their previous mining life, suddenly felt a fervor for extreme output arise. Well said. The best defense is offense. I don't need armor. I just need output. Seeing that emotions were heating up, Yao Qian softened his gaze. And the video window he had prepared popped up. Look at her. Yao Qian pointed at the screen, his voice becoming a bit hoarse. The acting would surely win him an Oscar. She is out there in the darkness 12 light years away, counting her heartbeats in the dwindling oxygen. She could be a mother, a daughter, or someone else beloved. In this moment, in this vast and indifferent universe, we are her only hope. This ship was indeed fragile. Yao Qian paused, his tone becoming extremely solemn, but it carries the bottom line of our humanity. If we can turn a blind eye to the cries of our kin, then what difference does our Federation have from those bugs? Human supremacy, the survival of the human race. These 8 words were like nuclear-level destructive power. How could the players bear this? What did they play games for? Wasn't he to be a hero in reality? Tell me. Yao Qian stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against the screen, shouting with veins popping. Do you want to hide on this comfortable planet, being miners for the rest of your lives? Or do you want to pilot this glass sword that could shatter at any moment, piercing this damned starry sky and bringing our kin home? Bring her home. 3 words. Boom. The entire outpost exploded. That emotion called adolescent fervor infected everyone like a virus. The guild leaders, who had just been calculating profits and compensations, now had red eyes. Bring her home. Palu was the first to shout, tearing off his helmet and slamming it to the ground. To hell with armor. My life is the strongest shield. Charge. For battle, not for survival, for our kin. Whoever dares to block the way, I'll shove a torpedo down their throat. Commander, give the order. My blade is already thirsting for action. Watching the excited players below, who were eager to soar into space, Yao Qian nodded in satisfaction. It's stable. The technology tree is stable. Everyone's on board. With a grand wave of his hand, Yao Qian made a striking gesture. Level 1 combat readiness. Ignition. Boom. The ground began to tremble. The main engines of 13 Hunter-class Thunderstrike ships were simultaneously preheated, and the blinding blue flames lit up the dusk Gobi Desert like daylight. Those massive hydraulic arms slowly released, and white steam erupted violently. Above this, in the space station, Yao Qian's ship, the Yabo, was also fully prepared. Following this frigate were 10 Thunderstrike ships controlled by AI, a fleet built from Yao Qian's personal assets. Each Thunderstrike ship's cargo hold was packed with 200 orbital paratroopers in basic powered exoskeletons, armed with chainsaw swords and explosive guns. This was Yao Qian's double insurance. If they couldn't win in aerial combat, they would play the jump-in tactic. The target was 12 light-years away. The entire fleet set sail. The jump engine started, streaking through the atmosphere with a long tail flame, like a flying sword swimming against the current, plunging into the deep, boundless darkness. The voyage to the stars and the sea officially began at this moment. Chapter 37, Map running for 1 hour. Vomiting for 1 minute, the stars that had been hanging still outside the porthole were suddenly smeared like paint, stretched into countless long, thin streaks of light. A slight sting was felt on the retina. Space was forcibly torn open by a massive amount of energy, and the fleet plunged in. Holy crap! On the public channel, thousands of voices converged into a single cry. The players had never seen anything like this. At this moment, the inside of the subspace phase tunnel was not a pitch-black void, but a chaotic storm of light and shadow. Colorful high-energy particle streams on the outside rubbed against each other wildly, igniting dazzling colors like the aurora. Those colors intertwined, spun, and exploded illogically, as if someone had poured a ton of hallucinogen into a dye vat and stirred it madly with a stick. Screenshot. Quick, take a screenshot. This light and shadow effect is incredible. My graphics card is burning. Do you smell that burnt odor? That's the smell of money. Damn, is this interstellar travel? This trip is worth it. Who just said we were going to die? If I die in such a beautiful place, I'll accept it. Palu from the construction site sat in his flashy pink cockpit, almost pressing his face against the reinforced glass. The flowing light outside reflected on his sunglasses, casting bizarre patterns. This group of players briefly forgot that they were sitting in fragile coffins and also forgot about the rescuer, who might still be gasping for breath. In this instant, humanity's innate thirst for the unknown overwhelmed everything. This is the stars and the sea. Even just watching it makes one's heart race and blood boil. However, this excitement lasted for less than 10 minutes. For real space travel, the jump was not like a portal that instantly transported them. Even with space folded, the 12 light-years distance still required a physical time in subspace travel mode. 10 minutes later, the dazzling light and shadow became tiresome. 20 minutes later, the awe in the channel faded. Half an hour later, this group of hyperactive players began to fidget. Are we there yet? This cutscene is too long, right? The planners should be beaten. Why isn't there a skip button for the storyline? I don't want to see the scenery. I want to fight. In the narrow cockpit of the Thunderstrike ship, the space to move was limited. Yao Qian sat in the command chair, looking at the screen filled with complaints, and felt a headache coming on. This group of players was really hard to manage. But this was indeed a big problem. The current T1 level jump engine was still too inefficient. If every expedition required players to sit in the dark for hours, the retention rate would likely drop faster than the stock market indices. They needed to make money. They needed to advance technology. Yao Qian jotted down in his mental notebook. If this mission is profitable, the first thing to do is upgrade the engine. Just as the players' frustration was about to fill their anger meter. Beep. Approaching target gravitational field. All fleet members, prepare to exit phase space. 321. Boom. This feeling was even more thrilling than entering the jump. If going in felt like being kicked, then coming out was like a person running at full speed crashing into bulletproof glass. The massive inertia was forcibly countered by the inertia dampeners. But the feeling of internal organs churning could not be negated. The originally splendid light and shadow tunnel suddenly vanished. Replacing it was an unfamiliar starry sky. And, oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm carsick and gonna throw up. Who the hell designed this deceleration system? Do they want to blend my brain matter? The players who had just been playing cards now all turned pale. Negative review. Absolutely negative review. Lilei held onto the control panel, feeling dizzy. His ship even tilted during the exit, nearly colliding with the nearby number 2 ship. 3 hours of map running, a 5-second meeting, and 1 minute of vomiting. This gaming experience is terrible. Complaints aside, these players' bodies were very honest. After throwing up, everyone immediately placed their hands on the weapon launch buttons. They were now in enemy territory. The entire fleet fell silent. Yao Qian's voice resonated in the channel. This group of players who had just been howling fell silent the moment they heard the command. All the ships quickly turned off all non-essential external lights according to pre-rehearsed drills. The engine's tail flame extinguished, leaving only the attitude control thrusters occasionally emitting faint streams. They resembled a group of assassins lurking in the darkness, blending into this unfamiliar backdrop. Activate the Sky Eye Array. Yao Qian's fingers danced quickly on the tactical panel. Although he was now just a former commander, with the system's assistance, he had to maintain his facade. Click. The previously smooth belly armor of the Yabo slid open to the sides. 36 diamond-shaped detection satellites were pushed out by mechanical arms, and their small cold gas thrusters ignited. They spread out like a swarm of fireflies, silently expanding into the corners of the star system. The next second, all players' views changed. The previously pitch-black tactical map suddenly lit up with green scanning lines. Constructing full star map, gravity wave radar activated for spectral analysis. Countless streams of complex data flooded the screen. The starry sky, which could only be observed with the naked eye, transformed into a precise three-dimensional model on the player's retinas. The trajectory of every asteroid, every abnormal energy fluctuation, was clearly marked. Red threat zones, green safe corridors, blue resource points. At this moment, the violent beauty of high technology shook this group of novices. Holy crap, this UI design. This modeling precision. Palu from the construction site was no longer carsick. He stared at the hardcore sci-fi tactical interface before him, his hands trembling. I feel like I'm not playing a game. I'm filming Star Wars. This is too professional, right? I really feel like I've become an interstellar commander. The player's inner child was reignited. The sense of ceremony brought by this precision operation was, for men, simply the best aphrodisiac. However, Yao Qian had no time to pay attention to the player's flattery. His eyes were fixed on the upper right corner of the star map. Just now, the detection satellites had transmitted an abnormal signal feedback. High-energy reaction residue detected. Coordinates, gravitational zone behind the star, distance 0008 light-years. Target type, large-scale unnatural floating object. Unnatural floating object? Everyone's heart was in their throat. Yao Qian took a deep breath and magnified the scene of that area, projecting it onto the public screen. As the camera zoomed in, the noise gradually became clearer. Fragments of biological tissue shimmering with a silvery glow appeared in view, surrounded by round droplets of blood, quietly floating in the vacuum. Chapter 38. Silver scale armor 5 gold per piece. The star's pale light was like a scalpel, harshly cutting through the darkness, illuminating the debris suspended in the vacuum in minute detail. The edges of those silver fragments were frighteningly sharp, and in this dead silence of space, they resembled the remnants of a recently concluded aesthetic of violence. Between the fragments floated ruby-like spheres, frozen blood nearly at absolute zero. Each droplet the size of a truck head, crystal clear, exuding a bizarre beauty. Gulp. In the public channel, someone swallowed audibly, the sound echoing in everyone's ears. Laced with obvious greed. Brothers, this luster, this texture compared to the gray stones in our mine, it's like the difference between LV and a woven bag. If we bring this back, won't it be worth tens of thousands of contribution points? This statement was like a spark dropped into a gas-filled mine. Don't move. Anyone who moves will regret it. I'm from SF Logistics, and we've contracted the delivery business for this area. The fastest reaction came from Paru, whose ship, painted in death Barbie pink, suddenly lit up 2 blue lights at its rear nozzle, performing an extremely unscientific space drift in front of the still-dazed players. This guy didn't care whether this place was fraught with danger, pushing the joystick all the way down, the engine roaring as it rushed toward the nearest silver fragment. That fragment looked to be only 2 meters square, as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering under the star's light, giving an illusion of weightlessness. Hee. This is called being quick to act, thanks to nature's gifts. Paro boasted in the channel while pressing the cargo bay capture button. A mechanical claw, painted with black and yellow warning paint, extended from the belly of the ship and clamped down on that silver fragment with a crisp snap. Taking off, Paru yanked the joystick, ready to haul this treasure into the cargo bay. However, the next scene made the over 3,000 players behind him widen their eyes in shock. That silver fragment, which looked as light as a feather, remained completely still. It was literally motionless, as if it were not a fragment but a neutron star welded to its spatial coordinates. Instead, Paru's 120-meter-long ship was like a fly pinned to the ground. No matter how hard the 6 main engines spat out flames dozens of meters long, it couldn't budge that thing an inch. Not only did it fail to move, but because of the excessive engine thrust, the hydraulic arm connected to the mechanical claw let out a wailing sound that was nearing its limit. Warning, claw load too high. Warning, Newton's third law is teaching you a lesson. What the hell is this setting? Pari looked at the red data on the dashboard, completely stunned. Is this a piece of metal or a black hole? My engine is howling. Because the action of force is mutual. Not only did the lightning strike ship fail to pull the silver fragment over, but it was also dragged by the terrifying inertia of the silver piece. causing the whole ship to spin wildly in space like a pendulum. Paru, can you play? If you can't, get out of the way. Don't hog the toilet without doing anything. At this moment, a lightning strike ship painted in black iron color, exuding a sense of violent aesthetics, approached. That was the vehicle of the first guild leader, Taiju. Taiju looked at the silver fragment with a fervent gaze that could burn through steel plates. This thing must be of astonishing density, definitely top material for making armor. If we can't drag it, let's cut it into pieces and take it away. Expand your horizons. Watch me. Laser cutting. Taiju was always straightforward in his work, never hesitating when he could act. He directly activated the high-energy mining laser originally intended for extracting asteroid ores on his ship. A thick orange-red laser beam, with temperatures reaching thousands of degrees, shot straight at that silver fragment. According to common sense, such a laser capable of instantly vaporizing granite should slice through this thin piece like a hot knife through butter. But reality dealt Taiju a heavy blow. There was no melting, no cutting, not even a black mark left. The surface of that silver fragment was so smooth, it seemed unreasonable. The high-energy laser beam hitting it reflected off like a flashlight hitting a mirror, 100 total reflection. What the hell? I was careless. No flash. Someone shouted in the channel. The reflected laser beam did not return on its original path. Instead, due to the fragment's slight angle, it directly refracted towards a nearby ally. Coincidentally, Paru's still spinning flamboyant pink lightning strike ship turned its rear to the laser's path. Boom. A dull sound echoed. The number 1 auxiliary thruster on the left side of Paru's ship was directly severed by the reflected laser, exploding into a brilliant firework in space. Taiju, I curse your grandpa. Paru was nearly knocked out of his seat in the cockpit, looking at the red damage report. He cursed heartily in the public screen. Is that a mining laser or a death ray? Why is my ship as fragile as paper, and that piece of scrap metal didn't even lose paint? Is there no balance in this game? Taiju was also dumbfounded, watching the silver fragment that continued to spin quietly in the vacuum, seemingly mocking their incompetence. Murmuring to himself, this is not scientific. This is absolutely a bug. Invincible state? Official, come explain this. This is too shameless. The thousands of players watching erupted in chaos. They had originally thought they could swagger around in this instance with their interstellar warships. But the first step out the door had them kicking against a titanium alloy steel plate. Not even able to pick up a piece of junk? Unable to break a piece of trash? This was too damaging to their self-esteem. Is this the disparity of the interstellar era? Just as the scene was descending into chaos, and players began to suspect whether the numerical planner had been drinking, the Yabo-class frigate, which had been watching from the back, finally moved. Yao Qian sat in the command seat, watching these clowns flounder like monkeys trying to fish the moon, truly unable to look. System. Set the tractor beam power to maximum. Target locked on that silver tissue. Let us show these rookies what. Executing. Compared to the crude mechanical arms of the lightning strike ship, the tractor beam, a true product of interstellar civilization, was clearly of a much higher caliber. A soft yet irresistible blue force field beam shot from the bow of the Yabo, gently but firmly enveloping the silver fragment that had left the players powerless. Under the influence of the anti-gravity field, that absurdly heavy silver piece gradually stopped spinning, then obediently flew along the beam's trajectory into the sample recovery chamber of the Yabo. Sample has been recovered. Conducting genetic sequence comparison, Yao Qian watched the rapidly refreshing data stream on the screen, gently tapping the armrest with his fingers. A few seconds later, a grotesque, three-dimensional biological model popped up. Yao Qian whistled at the model. Wow, silver-scale armor. Now that's a rare find. He casually packaged the data and broadcasted it to the entire fleet. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Take a look at what you just tried to cut. In the center of all players' UI interfaces, a new illustration window popped up simultaneously. Paru, who had just been cursing, found his movement to demand compensation from Taiju frozen in midair. Taiju stared at the screen, nearly crushing the joystick in his hand. The entire communication channel felt like it had been muted. Illustrated update. Star Sea Behemoth. Name, Celestial Dragon Juvenile. Description, a super life form cruising through deep space. The adult can reach lengths of several thousand kilometers and feeds on the cores of asteroids. Its scales are made of high-density biological crystals and possess omnidirectional energy reflection properties. Current item, damage scales dropped by the Celestial Dragon during battle. If this is just a juvenile, what horror must the adult be? Palu swallowed hard. Gazing out at the vast starry sky beyond the porthole, the arrogance he felt earlier, thinking he was the best in the world, was instantly doused like a bucket of liquid nitrogen. Is this even a game? Paulu's voice trembled, filled with a shiver as if he had encountered the Cthulhu deity. This is clearly a food chain suppression, right? We can't even fill their gaps? Iron Pillar looked at the line about omnidirectional energy reflection, feeling his worldview shatter. Planner, how do we fight this monster? The health bar 1T even show, right? ISNT this bullying honest people? Don't space out. Yao Qian's voice timely broke the oppressive atmosphere. This is just a scale. Its owner is no longer here. Compared to trembling in front of a dead scale. Don't you think what is scarier is Yao Qian paused, his gaze sharp. What kind of monster can make a celestial dragon? With such maxed out defense and nearly physical immunity, fly apart in scales and flee like a lost dog? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's scalp went numb. Yeah, the celestial dragon is already abnormal enough. What level of enemy can injure the celestial dragon and even chase it down to kill it? That Palu weakly asked in the channel. Commander, is our mission really to rescue people and not to deliver takeout? Am I still able to get a refund? Yao Qian ignored him, expressionless as he increased the battleship's engine thrust. Gather the drifting dragon blood, that top-tier enhancement material, don't waste it. You'll rely on it to get stronger in the future. All fleets, continue forward. Welcome to the real starry sky, rookies. The real game is just beginning. Chapter 39 After the fleet entered synchronized orbit, the holographic screen displayed a scene that made everyone instinctively hold their breath. This planet looked as miserable as dried beef that had been microwaved for half an hour. The dark red surface was full of jagged cracks, and the murky atmosphere swirled with visibly high radiation storms. Scanning data indicated that in this place, let alone carbon-based life forms, even a mutated cockroach would get cancer. Beep. That distress signal was transmitted again, clearer than any time heard in space, like fingernails scraping across a blackboard, painfully grating. Yao Qian's fingers flew over the console, and the detection array quickly locked onto the source. Not on the surface. The signal source came from a shocking scar at the equator, a massive rift that spanned half the planet, over 10,000 meters deep, with cliffs rising straight up and down, as if a giant had cleaved the planet's head with an axe. The magnetic field inside the rift was as chaotic as a pot of boiling century egg and lean meat porridge. Radar waves entered without a sound. Just snowflakes on the screen. The battleship couldn't enter. Yao Qian looked at the dark red interference index, his temples throbbing. With this cursed terrain, plus that mysterious ruthless character who could make a max-level celestial dragon fly apart in scales, to recklessly charge into the atmosphere with the fleet was practically a death sentence. That silver-scale breastplate had left him with a huge psychological shadow, if they didn't first understand the anti-aircraft firepower below. These 13 fragile lightning strike ships would probably be turned into sieves the moment they showed themselves. Relay my orders. Yao Qian quickly made a decision. His voice booming in the command channel. All fleets, shut down. Use the shadow of that satellite's back to silently evade. No spacecraft is allowed to enter the atmosphere without permission. Repeat, this is not a drill. Everyone play dead. Whoever speaks will be banned. As soon as this order was given, the channel fell silent for less than half a second, and then erupted. What the hell? Crouching. Palu was the first to jump out, waving his gloved hands in the video window, saliva nearly spraying the camera. Commander, are you okay? I spent so much money to paint this ship a flashy pink, and even drew a Hello Kitty on the bow for everyone to see. Now you want me to hide behind a rock like a coward? Exactly. Iron Pillar chimed in, his torpedo-laden ship eager to point its nose at the atmosphere. Like a husky-smelling meat, we came here for interstellar combat, not to play hide and seek. Since there's a monster in that rift, wouldn't it be better to dive down and launch a full salvo at it? Do you understand the concept of cleaning? When poor, use tactical infiltration. When rich, use firepower coverage. I don't care. My cannon can't wait any longer. No one can stop my output. Charge, charge, charge. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. This group of wealthy players was like a bunch of rich second-generation kids who just got their Ferraris but were told by the police they could only idle in the garage. The frustration made them toss discipline out the window. A few lightning strike ships had even started adjusting their positions privately, preparing to dive down and enjoy themselves before the consequences. Yao Qian rubbed his swollen temples, talking tactical logic to these unruly guys. That's like playing the lute to a cow. They only care about pleasure and don't care how much it costs if the ship blows up. Since reasoning doesn't work, it's time to use that trick. To deal with players, you have to use magic to defeat magic. 3 seconds later. In the center of all players' UI interfaces, a dark purple, high-class task box suddenly popped up. Triggered hidden campaign task, silent hunter, task description. True hunters often appear in the guise of prey. High-end hunters often only need the simplest waiting. Task requirements. Maintain the fleet's position in the shadow of the satellite until the task ends. During this period, active radar must not be turned on, and no thermal signal can be leaked. Reward mechanism. For every 30 seconds of silence maintained, gain 1 point of tactical resilience points. Points count towards total event points. Points redeemable list. 1 limited dynamic title, Night Watcher, with special effects. Server limited. 2 lightning strike ship exclusive coating. Void Phantom, fully stealth material texture, extremely cool. 3. What the hell? Limited title. Paulu's roar suddenly stopped. 1 point every 30 seconds? That's too awesome. Just by being idle? Shoo, don't talk. Iron Pillar's voice suddenly became quieter than a mosquito, filled with nervousness. Paulu, you idiot. Talking increases thermal signal. Don't waste my score. I want that Void Phantom coating. Whoever dares to turn on the light, I'll be furious. The law of true fragrance never goes out of style. Players never become slaves unless provided with food and shelter. The 13 lightning strike ships that had just been clamoring to charge into battle and blow a hole in the planet now had all their engine nozzles shut down. Even their navigation lights extinguished, fearing to miss even a bit of score. Done. Having dealt with the trouble above, the main event on the ground is next. Airborne team. Prepare. The piercing red alarm sounded in the narrow cargo hold of the transport ship, the rotating warning lights casting bloodthirsty shadows on everyone's faces. The infantry players, who could no longer hold back, surged into the densely arranged landing pods like a pack of sharks smelling blood. This thing, called a landing pod, was really just a vertical iron coffin. The space inside was extremely cramped. Even turning around was difficult, the seats hard as iron plates. And the only cushioning came from a few terrifyingly thick hydraulic rods. After the players entered, they had to curl up their bodies, firmly wedged in by several metal safety bars, with only a palm-sized bulletproof glass in front of them to see the outside. This experience, this sense of oppression, was absolutely intense. A player with the ID of Su Leoi was so excited that he was shaking all over, a clear sign of adrenaline surging. Enough talking. Shoot me. I can't wait any longer. Brothers upstairs, do you really have to use such fierce words? But I also want to say, GD, hurry up. Yao Qian looked at the signal lights, all green and ready, and without hesitation pressed the bright red launch button. The orbital drop began. Hell paratroopers, move out. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds from the release of high-pressure gas, hundreds of landing pods were violently ejected from the cabin like raindrops. Ah! The channel was filled with cries, but there was no trace of fear in that sound, only the madness of lunatics being unleashed. Hundreds of steel meteors plunged into the murky atmosphere. The intense friction caused the temperature outside the pod to soar to thousands of degrees, turning the small bulletproof glass outside into a sea of orange-red flames, as if someone were using a flamethrower to burn their face. The cabin trembled as if it were about to fall apart, bones cracking. This immersion was simply fantastic. But this group of lunatics didn't care at all. Look outside. It's so spectacular. Through the layer of flames, below, a huge canyon that seemed bottomless was slowly opening, waiting for their offerings. This visual spectacle of plunging into a planet with their bodies was 1,000 times more shocking than any Hollywood blockbuster. Ula! It was unclear who led, but hundreds of people in the channel shouted this battle cry in unison. Ula! The landing pods penetrated the thick clouds, and that burning sensation finally subsided a bit, but the speed did not decrease at all. The crimson desert on the ground was rushing towards them at a terrifying speed. Altitude 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. Open parachutes. Bang! Hundreds of gray-white parachutes suddenly opened in midair. The immense drag almost flinging out the unlucky ones who fastened their seatbelts into concussions. Immediately after, the retro rockets at the bottom blasted furiously 50 meters above the ground, raising clouds of red dust that obscured the sky. Bang! A dull roar followed, and the ground shook 3 times. A player in basic power armor crawled out, covered in dirt, and with a buzz, he activated his chainsaw sword. The sound of the rotating teeth was enough to make one's scalp tingle. He raised his head, looking through the swirling dust at the enormous canyon ahead, emanating a chilling breeze, and the red light on his helmet indicated that it was scanning. Brothers! He waved the weapon in his hand and shouted at the hundreds of steel cans crawling out behind him. Ground instance, form up. Come, those not afraid of death come for violent output. Let's south flatten this place first. Whether it's gods or ghosts, they all have to die for me. Chapter 40. Landing in a box. Warning. Environmental radiation index. Medium high. Warning. Atmospheric composition analysis. Carbon dioxide 96, hydrogen sulfide 2. Extremely lethal. Warning. Surface temperature 65 degrees Celsius. This starting environment, the planners are too good to us, right? Another player crawled out of the landing pod next door, dusting off the grime on his power armor. Grumbling, it used to be mining. Now they want to burn us as resources. Before everyone could adapt to this hellish filter, another ear-piercing alert sounded, exploding in everyone's ears like a death warrant. Tick-tock. In the upper left corner of the screen, a blue progress bar appeared out of nowhere, and it started dropping immediately. Life support system. Oxygen remaining 0.15958. Watching that constantly jumping countdown, many players began to feel anxious. The relaxed feeling of simply changing maps to fight monsters was suddenly squeezed out by this survival pressure. Except for one person. TCH. Who are they trying to scare with all this fancy stuff? A newbie player with the ID of Shinong tasting herbs boldly jumped onto a mushroom-shaped rock eroded by the wind. This guy didn't know which nerve was misfiring. Looking at the surrounding cautious old players checking the airtightness, his face was full of disdain. I say, are you guys too deep into the game? Shinong pointed at the murky sky above, speaking lightly. This is just a game texture. I don't believe the officials dare to make the pain sensation so real. They can't suffocate me, can they? After saying that, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, he reached for the red emergency exhaust valve on the side of his helmet. Brothers, watch carefully. I'll be the first to taste the Martian specialty. This is called a hardcore money-saving trick. Someone nearby was about to shout don't do it, but clearly it was too late. Click. The airtight valve popped open. A piercing scream that changed pitch came out. Shinong suddenly leaned back, frantically grabbing at his neck, but could only scratch the hard alloy neck armor, leaving marks. Through the transparent visor, everyone could clearly see his face turning into a terrifying pig liver color in less than a second. The highly acidic hydrogen sulfide gas was corroding his airways and alveoli. His eyeballs bulged out due to congestion, like two red grapes that could burst at any moment. Help! Shinong flailed like a shrimp out of water, convulsing violently on the ground, making a sound like a broken bellows from his throat. The body stiffened and became still. This scene was too real, too impactful. They could even see the extreme pain frozen on his face before he died. Oh dear. What a waste. An old player in power armor, ID, Wang Lao Lu the Scavenger, darted forward like an agile vulture. He muttered while swiftly peeling the brand new chainsaw sword from the corpse and casually pulling down the fully charged spare battery pack from Shinong's waist. Brother, you rest in peace. I'll make good use of this sword for you. As for this canister of oxygen, Wang Lao Lu chuckled and stuffed it directly into his backpack. I'll gladly accept it, since you won't be needing it anymore. This is called resource recycling. This scene seemed to press some switch. Holy crap. There's this operation? That's mine. I saw that first. Don't steal. I want a spare battery too. The players who were just shocked suddenly woke up from their daze and rushed forward. In less than half a minute, the unfortunate Shinong was stripped down to just a pair of white shorts. Even the hydraulic rods from his power armor legs had been taken away for spare parts. All right. Everyone stop grabbing. This place is really strange. If you don't want to end up like that fool and become a delivery box, hurry up and form a team. Target the Great Canyon. Let us go. The loose team quickly gathered, and hundreds of steel cans began to march according to the navigation arrow on the UI. However, new troubles arose. Why the hell? The keyboard warrior kicked the ground, intending to make a cool tactical charge. As a result, when he kicked down, his whole body sprang up like a spring, soaring over 3 meters into the air. What is going on? Is the gravity system broken? Before he could adjust his posture in midair, he watched helplessly as he flailed his arms and legs in a parabolic arc, then face-planted hard onto a rock. The gravity of this planet was only 1/3 of that of the mother planet. Players accustomed to standard gravity now felt like a bunch of kangaroos that had drunk too much fake alcohol. Ha. Look at me. Spacewalk. Help. I can't stop. A big man tried to stop abruptly, but his foot slipped, and he slid out several meters like he was skimming on ice. Crashing into the butt of a teammate in front of him, the two of them tumbling into a heap. The once solemn marching troops instantly turned into a large circus scene, with space rabbits bouncing all over the place. Some were airborne and couldn't come down, while others were doing all sorts of spins on the ground. The channel was filled with exclamations of "Oh my God, I'm flying. Damn, it's too slippery. And someone give me a hand," mixed with cries and laughter. This was too real. The keyboard warrior finally managed to get up from the ground, looked at the chaotic scene of dancing rabbits, and couldn't help but laugh. The physics engine was impressive. If this could be recorded and posted online, it would definitely make the annual comedy highlights. Although their postures were a bit awkward, it didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm to move forward. This peculiar and stylish rabbit army stumbled through the deadly wasteland. Half an hour later, when the horizon ahead suddenly broke apart, all the laughter and cursing abruptly stopped. The wind ceased. Or rather, it was swallowed by something much larger. Players stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down. Below was a terrifying chasm that would make anyone with a fear of heights faint on the spot. Its width was estimated to exceed 50 kilometers, with sheer cliffs on both sides that looked like they had been cut by a knife, with no gradient to soften the drop. It was like an unhealable scar on this planet, grotesquely tearing through the crust and exposing the endless abyss beneath. A fierce wind howled up from the depths of the chasm, carrying unknown black particles that pelted against everyone's visors, making a sound that sent shivers down their spines. The radar pointer on the UI spun wildly for 2 circles before firmly locking onto that deep darkness. Right below, someone in the group swallowed hard and bravely edged closer to the cliff's edge, peering down. All that greeted him was darkness, a void that made him feel like he might fall in. Ding! The system notification broke the oppressive silence. Phase task completed, arrived above the drop point. New path generated. Current objective: delve into the chasm and search for survivors. Hundreds of players stood at the cliff's edge, with a raging red dust storm behind them and the entrance to hell in front. No one spoke, but everyone tightened their grip on their weapons. The chainsaw sword's motor began to roar deeply, and the safety on the explosive guns was quietly disengaged one by one. Now that they were here, even if it was the underworld, they had to charge in. Chapter 41, Butterfly Rat-Tat-Tat. Several green bioacid projectiles hit the barricade, emitting white smoke and hissing. Damn it. Position 3, suppressing fire. Don't let those wooden dolls rush in. Butterfly couldn't care less about wiping the mud and blood from her face. Her polished rifle thrust out from behind the broken wall, firing 2 shots. 2 Zelgan scouts trying to climb over the rubble had their heads blown apart. Green juice splattering everywhere. This was an ancient ruin deep in the Great Rift, originally a temporary camp for an archaeological team. Now the last line of defense for this group of battered soldiers. If the surface was hell, then this place was death. Butterfly's golden braid had long lost its luster. Now a messy bun at the back of her head, covered in black gunpowder. At just 20, she should have been dating or sipping milk tea at the academy. Yet here she was, red-eyed, fighting desperately against the monsters outside. Boom. The outer energy shield extinguished. At the breach, countless tall figures pressed in. Those alien beings, calling themselves Zelgans, had rough and tough skin, impervious to ordinary bullets. They held bioweaponry, slowly compressing the survivors' living space. These guys had high military discipline. Ah! A scream came from the right. A young soldier responsible for flank protection fell, clutching his chest. The Zelgan's bullet had torn through his light body armor. Butterfly bit down on half a tooth, pivoted her rifle, and fired another shot in that direction. A Zelgan minor leader fell in response, one of its compound eyes bursting. But it was futile. There were too many enemies. Looking through the gap, all she could see were those gray-brown bark-like faces, an endless tide of them. Commander Butterfly. A bloodied adjutant stumbled out from the inner chamber, nearly collapsing at her feet. He dragged a leg injured by an explosion, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. What is the situation? Is there any response from the signal? Butterfly grabbed him by the collar. The few dozen surviving soldiers around them, while still firing, perked up their ears. That was their motivation to hold on. As long as the base received a distress signal, as long as the fleet jumped in, there was still hope for survival. The adjutant opened his mouth, handing her the cracked tactical terminal in his hand. Just moments ago, his voice hoarse. The message received showed that the Third Fleet coming to assist had encountered an ambush in the asteroid belt. It's over. A soldier's gun clattered to the ground. No way back. Just seconds ago, the soldiers fighting for their lives slowed down visibly. Facing the Zelgan siege was a near-death experience. They could still pull the trigger solely because the thought of going home kept them going. Now that hope was extinguished, without fleet support, they would die on this desolate planet with no one to collect their bodies. The gunfire outside grew denser. The Zelgans seemed to sense the weakening firepower inside and intensified their assault. So this is how it ends? Butterfly leaned against the cold wall, watching the dust continuously falling from the ceiling, falling silent. At least she wouldn't have to watch her comrades fall one by one in front of her. It was a pity. She had never experienced the sweetness of love yet. Don't be cowards. A roar exploded in the crowd. In the corner, a veteran with a severed left arm suddenly stood up. Using his remaining right hand, he picked up a high-explosive grenade from the ground, his facial muscles tensed. What are you crying for? It's just death, right? The veteran bit down on the pull ring and yanked it hard. Since there was no way back, he would fight these alien bastards. His life was already a second chance. Before dying, he would take a few of them down with him. Anyone with guts, pick up your guns. Let us take some of them down with us. This outburst roused the soldiers. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well go out with a bang. Butterfly raised her head, grabbed the nearby rifle, and pulled the bolt with a crisp click. Everyone prepare. She swept her disheveled hair behind her ears, her voice trembling as she ordered, check your ammo. Gather all explosives at the door. When they charge in, we'll send these alien scum to hell. Yes, dozens of battered soldiers shouted. Everyone was ready. Just then, boom. A loud explosion erupted from deep within the rift outside the ruins. This noise was unusual. The Zelgan's weapons produced energy beams or bioprojectiles with muffled sounds. But this explosion sounded like high-yield explosives. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble violently. What is happening? An earthquake? The adjutant steadied himself against the wall. Butterfly squinted her eyes, leaning closer to the observation hole. What she saw made her stop in her tracks. The Zelgan troops attacking the entrance to the ruins suddenly fell into chaos. The alien soldiers, who had been pressing inward, began to retreat, as if to support the perimeter. The suffocating pace of the assault had abruptly ceased. Butterfly turned around, shouting to the veterans and soldiers preparing to detonate their grenades, her voice hoarse and cracking. Something is happening. Although I don't know who it is, someone has stabbed these monsters in the back. We have hope. Several soldiers exchanged glances, and the dullness in their eyes began to spark with light. The veteran holding the grenade trembled slightly, slowly releasing the pull ring. To stay alive. No one wants to die in this damn place. Get up. Dai wipes the blood off her face with her sleeve, steadies her rifle, and places her finger on the trigger. Find cover and counterattack. Coordinate with the people outside to ambush these bastards. We can survive. The gunfire erupted again, even more intense than before. Dai stared at the smoky gap, her eyes burning with fatigue. She kept murmuring in her heart, no matter which army it was outside. They must break in. The sudden hope filled the girl's eyes with tears. The long-standing pressure made everyone forget that she was just a girl who had graduated from school not long ago, temporarily taking on the role of a commander because of her major. She was really tired. This time she wanted to win. She wanted to bring the remaining brothers home, back to a place where they could bask in the sun and drink milk tea. Chapter 42. Who says this is a mowing game? The sound of explosions in the distance carried through the thin atmosphere. Although the sound was somewhat distorted, the players immediately heard the commotion. That was the sound of a boss battle. Hurry. Don't let the NPCs steal all the monsters. Brothers in front, make way. Even looting has to follow the order of arrival. The player army became excited. Hundreds of players in power armor no longer maintained tactical formations. Everyone wanted to be the first to try something new. According to the game mechanics, the first kill reward could make someone rich overnight. The president of the demolition office charged to the front. He had spent heavily to get an enhanced set of hydraulic leg components, allowing him to leap several meters with each push off the ground. Stick close to me, brothers, he shouted in the guild channel. While adjusting his posture in midair, he encouraged the brothers behind him, estimating that the sparse gunfire ahead probably came from just a few hundred small monsters. Our demolition office may be small, but we'll still get the first sip of soup. The outline of the ancient ruins appeared through the swirling red dust. Among the ruins and broken walls, many green figures could be seen swaying. These figures were huddled behind cover. Did you see that? They're all scared. Dolly landed on a huge wind-eroded rock. He raised the modified extended chainsaw sword above his head, the engine roaring through the canyon. Looking at the shrinking shadows, Dolly mocked over the public frequency. This batch of aliens is no good. Brothers, get your melee weapons ready. Let us go attack these bastards' lower bodies. The boss is mighty. Fix the feet. Fix the feet. Dozens of elite players from the demolition office followed closely behind. They cranked their power armor to maximum. The previous jungle battle had given them a false sense of security. The monsters in this game had high health but poor intelligence, and they thought they could win by getting in close. The scattered formation was very wide. Some players were doing flips in the air, while others were sliding on the ground. No one was taking cover seriously. They were still a kilometer away from the ruins. In modern warfare, that was an extremely dangerous distance. But for players used to slicing with blades, this was the best starting point for a charge. Charge. For contribution points. Dolly bent his legs slightly, the hydraulic rods building up power, and he jumped. At the moment he leaped, countless strange green spots of light lit up behind the pile of rubble ahead. The high-frequency energy shriek tore through the wind sounds of the canyon. Dolly was still in midair. Everything in front of him blurred. A violent burning sensation radiated from his chest. He looked down at his chest. A fist-sized hole had appeared in the alloy armor plate, with edges showing a melted crimson color. Inside, the circuits and flesh were charred black. Dolly let out a sound like a hiccup from his throat. His body fell from midair, landing face first, and sliding several meters before coming to a stop. This was just the beginning. Dense green beams covered the open ground. The first few players from the demolition office at the front died instantly. Some had their heads blown apart, some had their thighs severed, and many others were turned into sieves. The low-gravity environment became their greatest accomplice. Players still performing actions in the air could not change direction, getting shot by the firepower below. This monster has guns. A player following behind widened his eyes. He watched his teammate in front get split in two. It's a laser gun. This is cheating. Where's the referee? I want to report. The true form of the enemy revealed itself amidst the smoke and dust. This group of Zergans stood nearly 3 meters tall. They were covered in a layer of black biological armor, holding weapons resembling rifles, with green smoke billowing from their gun muzzles. This was a well-equipped, well-trained regular army. Several biological heavy machine guns on the high points of the ruins began to roar. The green barrage forced the players to lower their heads. The flanking troops opened fire simultaneously, creating a crossfire. Several blobs of green liquid exploded among the player crowd. The splattered green juice landed on the power armor. One player shouted, "My leg! My leg is melting." His leg armor quickly dissolved, followed by the flesh inside melting as well. Don't panic. Don't panic. Brothers on the front line, don't retreat. Retreat means death. These bastards have too much firepower, and our armor is thinner in the back. We'll die faster. The surviving dozens of demolition office players hid behind several large rocks. Above them, beams of light whizzed by, and even extending a finger could get them shot. Boss, I can't hold on. This acid shell is too disgusting. Our armor can't take it. A teammate shouted. Dolly watched clearly in spectator mode. They kicked against a steel plate. Fight to the death. Dolly said fiercely, "We're all going to die anyway. On my command, everyone turn off the battery overload protection. Pull the pins from the grenades. Self-destruct." The teammates were shocked. "Yes, self-destruct. Charge. I'll compensate you," Dolly shouted. "For the Federation." One player gritted his teeth and suddenly jumped out from behind a rock. He was covered in electric sparks, clutching 2 high-explosive grenades and rushing toward the Zergans' defense line. "I'm coming too. Take me with you." Dozens of players covered in flames laughed maniacally as they charged at the enemy. A sharp, piercing screech echoed from deep within the ruins. That was the commander of the Zergans giving orders. The Zergan infantry formation retreated in unison. They contracted their defensive line while shooting at the charging players. Continuous explosions rang out at the front line. The smoke and dust kicked up by the players' self-destructs obscured the sky, and a few Zergan soldiers caught off guard were blown away. But that was all. The players' corpses littered the ground, various scraps of metal scattered across the rocky shore. How are we supposed to fight this? The players in the channel who had been clamoring to loot the monsters fell silent. Many looked at the brutal scene ahead, instinctively swallowing their saliva, their feet halting. The main force arrived at the edge of the battlefield. They saw the devastation and the ready alien army. The demolition office was completely wiped out. "Everyone get down. Find cover." Wang Laolu suddenly pressed down on a rookie who was trying to peek, pushing the other's head into the red sand. "Don't show your head if you don't want to die." A stray bullet whizzed past that rookie's scalp, blowing a charred pit into the rock wall behind. The rookie's face turned pale with fear, curling up with his gun. A chill ran through the hearts of thousands of players across the server. The playful smiles disappeared. The bravado was gone. This was a real interstellar war with no mercy. Who says it's a mowing game? Wang Laolu hid behind a large rock. Loading his explosive gun, he spat out the sand in his mouth, his eyes becoming sharper than ever. This difficulty is going to crack our skulls open. Chapter 43, Daddy's coming. A splash. A blob of green acid splattered like mud on the cover rock, and in an instant, a large hole was corroded through the red sandstone, which was as hard as granite. Wang Laolu, hiding behind, shrank his neck and watched a few drops of green liquid splatter onto the ground by his feet, burning the metal greaves of his power armor and causing them to emit black smoke, making his legs tremble in fear. What the hell is this stuff that carbon-based life forms can spew out? Wang Laolu curled up like a shrimp, feeling like he had a feather stuck in his throat. This is even more ferocious than sulfuric acid. Did your chemistry teacher teach you this? Originally thinking it would be an easy mowing spree, he ended up being treated like grass as soon as he entered. The wind in the canyon sounded like countless vengeful spirits howling, mixed with the heart-wrenching screams of players. The firepower net of the Zelgan people was simply unreasonable, even if those green energy bullets didn't hit a vital point. Just a slight touch could make steel armor melt like wax. Just moments ago, the demolition conference that was boasting about getting a pedicure was now lining up at the respawn point to get their numbers. Don't even send me there. This terrain is toxic. Taiju lay in a shell crater, covered in dirt, howling. He understood now. This place was a typical bottleneck. The entrance was so narrow that it could only accommodate 3 to 5 people side by side, but inside it was spacious enough to run horses. Those Zelgan bastards occupied all the high ground inside, with dozens of biological heavy machine guns set up high, sealing off the only entrance tightly. This was like attacking Tiger Lock Pass, but instead of facing Lu Bu in a duel, you were met with 100 Italian cannons bombarding you. I 1T believe in evil. A player with a sniper rifle turned red with rage. I used to be a CS professional player. In this fixed target position, I can get one shot, one kill. He suddenly leaned out halfway, raised his gun, and aimed. However, the next second, his furious curse echoed in the public channel. What the hell? Why is the crosshair bouncing around like it's dancing? In his vision UI, the red crosshair that should have been locked onto the enemy's head was now wildly jumping on the screen, sometimes floating up to the sky, sometimes diving underground. Completely out of control. This cursed place has a magnetic field problem. The magnetic field is interfering with the fire control radar. I can only use manual aiming. Taiju shouted until his voice was hoarse. But for these players who were used to system-assisted aiming, asking them to manually aim at moving targets hundreds of meters away was a hit rate that could make the enemy laugh out their abs. For a time, the stone walls at the canyon entrance were filled with bullet holes from players shooting wildly, while the Zelgan people didn't lose a single hair. And the worst was yet to come. To the right, there is something on the cliff to the right. Someone shouted, and everyone looked up, their scalps nearly exploding. There, on the nearly vertical cliffs with almost no footholds, a dozen Zelgan elite soldiers were clinging to the rock surface like geckos, rapidly climbing using their hands and feet. They carried high-explosive acid tanks on their backs and moved with alarming agility, quickly maneuvering around to the flank of the player's defense line. These monsters can flank. Are they using wall hacks? This AI has become sentient. The public channel was filled with cries of despair. In the past, monsters in games only charged straight ahead like idiots. Who had ever seen a tactical unit that could intersperse and move in 3 dimensions? Bomb them flat. We can only wipe the ground. Taiju pressed his muddy face against the communicator and shouted at the sky. Command center. Calling the command center. Requesting orbital strikes. Fill this damn ditch. Throw as much explosives as you can. Hurry up. Wipe the ground. We must wipe the ground. However, the response from the communicator was not the expected received, but rather a rejection message from Yao Qian. Target area magnetic field is chaotic. Orbital projection accuracy deviation greater than 500 meters. Rescue targets are located behind the combat zone. Bombing has a high probability of causing mission failure. Request rejected. Yao Qian watched the players and the Zelgan unit exchanging fire on the screen. It was indeed difficult to fight. At this stage, the players' equipment was too poor. Encountering such a regular army-level alien force, coupled with terrain disadvantages and environmental interference, the battle turning out like this was expected. But he couldn't retreat. Yao Qian's gaze fell on the mission reward bar. That line of golden T1 tech tree unlocking for free seemed to have a magical allure, firmly grabbing his attention. If he missed this opportunity, who knows how many years it would take for these players to gather the resources needed to unlock technology next time. It's now or never. Yao Qian stood up from his chair, adjusted his collar, a hint of resolute determination after the pain of parting flashed in his black eyes. He turned and walked towards the special equipment storage behind the bridge. As the airlock door slowly slid open, a 4-meter-tall heavy power armor, painted in a deep ocean blue, stood quietly on the maintenance rack. This was the private stock of the old general that he had stuffed into his warehouse before parting, a Poseidon-class special operations mech. This was a military supply version, equipped with a mini-fusion reactor and independent force field shield, on a completely different level from the basic power armors the players wore. Originally meant to be kept for emergencies, he would feel heartbroken if it got scratched. Hopefully, that mission reward will be worth it. Yao Qian muttered to himself as he stepped into the cockpit, which resembled the gaping mouth of a beast. On the ground battlefield, players were still exchanging fire. Soon, Yao Qian's voice echoed in everyone's ears. All units, attention. Hold your positions. Mark the guiding beacons. I will take over the battlefield. This voice is the commander. Before the players could react to what taking over the battlefield meant, the Yabo ship descended onto the ground above the canyon, and the belly hatch of the battleship opened. The ocean blue mech walking out from the hatch. Without any hesitation, Yao Qian leaped downwards. As the dust settled, a menacing-looking heavy mech, radiating a ghostly blue force field aura, knelt down on one knee and slowly stood up from the crater. The particle accelerator cannon on its shoulder, thicker than a person, was charging up, emitting a heart-pounding hum. Its left arm bore a semi-transparent diamond energy tower shield, blocking all acid attacks. That steel behemoth simply stood there, like an insurmountable mountain, firmly halting the Zelgan onslaught. Holy crap! Dad is here. That design, that effect, that sense of oppression. I love it. Since you're all watching, he nudged the joystick, and the floating cannon behind the mech detached, rotating in a circle behind Yao Qian. Let me show you a trick. Chapter 44. Interested in a cup of hot tea? Bullets rained down from the sky. A light blue diamond light wall blocked half a meter away from the mech. Those attacks struck the force field shield and could only slide off along the light wall. Yao Qian glanced at the energy gauge in the cockpit. The value had only dropped by 1. T2 level single soldier force field shields were more than enough to handle these natives. The external speakers amplified Yao Qian's voice, echoing in the canyon. Stop dawdling, keep up. The deep blue Poseidon mech took a step forward with its sturdy mechanical legs. As its foot landed, the ground sank half a foot. This mech pushed forward under the dense firepower net. Taizhu, who had been lying in the shell crater, suddenly raised his head. Taizhu jumped out of the pit and rolled towards the wide leg armor of the mech. He propped up his empty heavy machine gun. Brothers, don't be scared. The boss is tanking for us. I want to hide behind the boss and shoot too. Don't crowd. Leave me some space. Thousands of players surged madly behind the mech, turning what was supposed to be a deadly charge into a safe zone. Wang Laolu squeezed himself behind the mech's heel, poking the gun barrel out from between Yao Qian's legs, randomly pulling the trigger at the dazed Zelgan soldiers across from them. Wang Laolu laughed heartily. I have a shield. You don't. With this shield, the player's firepower could finally be unleashed. The dense explosive rounds flew over Yao Qian's shoulder, crashing into the Zelgan's position. Even if the hit rate wasn't high, with hundreds of bullets, there would surely be a few that hit. The commander of the Zelgan on the opposite side waved its arthropod-like arms, emitting sharp cries. Dozens of gun emplacements on the cliffs turned their barrels simultaneously, trying to find the joint gaps in the mech for targeted shots. Yao Qian watched the red dots on the holographic radar screen. The thought link was established. The 4 conical floating cannons hovering behind the mech suddenly vibrated, and blue particle streams erupted from their tails. For streams of light spread out in the air. Controlled by the central fire control computer, the floating cannons began to take aim. The first floating cannon hovered above a cliff. A high-energy laser beam, as thick as a wrist, pierced straight down. The monster's head vaporized. The headless corpse fell from the several-meter-high cliff. Then came the second, the third. The 4 floating cannons were clearing the enemies above the canyon. They didn't need to reload, nor did they require aiming time. Every flicker would take a life. The Zelgan commander watched the ambush position collapse, letting out a terrified sound. Yao Qian looked at the drastically reduced enemy position and pushed the joystick forward. The main thruster behind the Poseidon mech erupted with blinding blue light. This 20-ton steel behemoth executed a tactical slide, crossing dozens of meters. In front was a wind-eroded boulder 2 stories high. The mech's right arm swung out. The immense kinetic energy wrapped in blue force field brilliance punched the rock. Debris flew everywhere. The boulder exploded into a cloud of powder. The originally narrow terrain of the gourd mouth was smashed open by this punch. The group of Zelgan soldiers hiding behind was exposed to the players. Yao Qian controlled the mech to step back half a step. The path is clear for you. If you still can't win, then delete your account. This sentence ignited the players' emotions. After being suppressed for half an hour, they could no longer hold back their anger. The heavy chainsaw sword in their hands revved to maximum speed. Kill them all. Thousands of players in power armor charged forward, abandoning their tactical formations and pouncing on the panicked Zelgans. No cover was needed. A Zelgan elite soldier raised his bioweapon, trying to block the charging Wang Laolu. Wang Laolu didn't dodge at all. He let the enemy's knife hit his shoulder armor, swinging the chainsaw sword horizontally. Flesh flew. The elite monster was sawed in half along with his weapon, green blood spraying out and dyeing Wang Laolu's face even greener. Wang Laolu burst into laughter. This was a cathartic massacre. Without the suppression of terrain and firepower, these Zelgan infantry were extremely vulnerable in front of the fearless players. Taizhu, using the thruster, knocked over 3 small monsters blocking the way. He rode on the still squealing commander and stuffed a grenade launcher into his mouth. Die! The entire canyon fell silent. When the last Zelgan fell, the ground was covered with a layer of green slime. Players stood among the piles of corpses, some wiping blood off their faceplates, others delivering finishing blows to the bodies. Yao Qian watched the energy points burning every second, feeling a bit pained. Clean up the battlefield. Yao Qian controlled the mech to turn around and looked at the half-open door deep within the ruins. Inside was the mission target worth tens of thousands of energy points. Striking it rich, this gun looks like a serious piece of work. The monster's teeth could be sold. The biological armor on the Zelgans was stripped clean. Yao Qian ignored the group of bandits. He controlled the mech to the entrance of the ruins. The massive mechanical hand reached out and pushed open the alloy door riddled with bullet holes. Dust flew everywhere. Inside the ruins, the light was dim, and a petite figure was leaning against a pile of rubble. It was Dai. Dai's white combat suit had turned a gray-brown. Her golden braid was disheveled on her shoulder, and her face was covered in blood and grime. Her eyes were very bright. Dai tightly gripped the rifle, which only had half a magazine left. The muzzle trembling as it pointed at the 4-meter-tall blue giant at the door. Dai's mind was blank. She had never seen a mech with this kind of paint job. At least not on her planet. Were they really reinforcements? Don't come any closer. Dai raised her gun, her finger trembling as she tried to stop Yao Qian from advancing. The blue giant halted its steps. The armor plating of the cockpit slid open. Although wearing protective gear, it was undoubtedly a human from the look of its transparent visor. Yao Qian looked at the frightened girl in front of him. The task prompt on his retina turned green. Mission objective confirmed. Survive. T1 tech tree, full unlock reward ready. Yao Qian's smile became sincere. He did not mind the gun pointed at his forehead. Hello, my compatriot. It seems we arrived just in time. Would you be interested in having a cup of hot tea somewhere else? Chapter 45. Are you saying? All of these are. In front of the massive sea blue mech, Dai looked like a little chick facing a T-Rex, with the hissing sound of the pressure valve releasing. The heavy chest armor of the mech slid open to the sides. Yao Qian poked his head out from the cockpit, and the human face made Dai freeze in place. Her rifle, which had only a few bullets left, clattering to the ground. Seeing a living human again excited her, just a short while ago. She had prepared for a death without a complete corpse. Humans really were allies. Dai's legs went weak, and she nearly sat down, before she could calm her excitement. A sudden uproar came from outside the door, like thousands of ducks bursting from their nests. Don't touch that helmet. Who stripped the Zelvian captain's gear? Can we have some decency? Leave me a shoe at least. Get lost. I found this bioweapon rifle first. If you steal it, I'll turn red. Dai was dumbfounded. Were these people really regular troops? Could they still move? Yao Qian jumped down from the mech, brushing off the dust on his body. Dai quickly regained her composure and hurriedly rushed to the dusty control panel at the door. She inserted her blood-stained ID card and typed rapidly on the virtual keyboard. Buzz. A faint golden energy wave rippled across the inside of the door, like an inverted bowl, enveloping the bloody hall within. The warning red lights on the control panel turned green. The life support system here was still operating independently. Dai's voice was dry from not drinking water for too long. But she spoke quickly. An aseptic, oxygen-rich environment has been established. Radiation dust from outside can't get in. You can let your troops come in to rest. The air here is breathable, so don't waste the oxygen in your armor. Yao Qian glanced at the environmental monitoring data on his retina. Oxygen concentration, 21. Radiation index, trace, safe. It truly was a treasure trove. He turned around and shouted at the group of players outside, who were still nearly fighting over the loot. Everyone pay attention. The environment inside the hall is safe. Get in here. Don't embarrass yourselves outside. Upon hearing the words environment safe, the players who had been reluctant to leave the pile of corpses immediately perked up. What? We can breathe? Does that mean we don't have to burn oxygen bars? Oxygen is money. Hurry into the circle. Get out of the way in front. Don't block me from saving money. The previously disorganized group suddenly burst with an astonishing momentum comparable to the rush hour subway crowd. Thousands of iron cans scrambled to squeeze through the only 5-meter-wide door, fearing that if they delayed even a second, they would incur more life maintenance costs. Don't push. If you push again, I'll call the police. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Power armor hurts. Okay. Dai stood against the wall, watching this elite force pounce like hungry wolves, feeling her worldview being subjected to a dimensionality reduction attack. Is this really the legendary, highly disciplined Third Fleet? However, when the first batch of players rushed in eagerly unfastening their neck locks and taking off the heavy full-face helmets, Dai's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. Oh, this air is a bit sweet. It smells like money. Wang Laolu clamped the helmet under his armpit, revealing a scruffy face, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Following him were Dali, Palu, and Taiju, with hundreds of heads popping up like potatoes from the ground. But what sent chills down Dai's spine was not their appearance, but the 3 small, golden metal studs the size of a pinky fingernail, all uniformly embedded at the same position on the left side of their foreheads. Those metal studs were directly embedded into their skulls, with no scars around the skin, as if they had grown there naturally. This was not a feature that normal humans would have. Dai instinctively shrank back behind Yao Qian, her voice trembling. What is that on their heads? Yao Qian turned to take a look. That is a neural synchronization device for brain-machine interfaces, which also serves as the display carrier for players in this world. However, in the eyes of this little girl, the design of this thing indeed seemed a bit over the top in a cyberpunk way. As you can see, they are not natural humans. They are a clone legion. A clone legion? Dai covered her mouth. This kind of technology had been attempted in her country, but the result was merely a mass of living flesh, incomparable to the people before her. As soon as this was said, Wang Laolu, who had been picking his feet, paused. He heard it. Not only did he hear it, but dozens of players around also heard it. What the hell? This setting? It's a bit exciting. So, I'm an emotionless killer? Love it. No wonder I can resurrect after dying. Turns out I'm a mass-produced cannon fodder? This is so cool. This group of dramatic players immediately began to get into character. Sit down. Yao Qian was very pleased with this effect, casually pulling over an ammo box to sit down. Now tell me, what is going on here? Dai sat down opposite Yao Qian. We are the rebels of the Free Wings. Dai organized her thoughts. Since the fall of our home planet, we have been hiding on the edge of this star system. As for this ruin, it has remained silent for tens of thousands of years. Until a few weeks ago, it suddenly became active. Active? Yes. No one operated it. Its defense system activated automatically. Dai gestured with her hand. A beam of light. Just a beam of light shot from the ground into space. That level of energy burned out all our detection radars. The players perked up their ears. This plot sounds a bit familiar. At that time, there was a giant star beast migrating in space. Dai continued. But that beam of light directly pierced through its chest. Dai's voice trembled as she spoke. That once mighty monster screamed and fled the star system, its blood raining down on nearby planets like a torrential downpour. However, Yao Qian keenly caught another piece of information in Dai's words. Since this thing is so powerful, why can the Zelgans still besiege you? Dai let out a bitter laugh, her eyes dimming. Because that shot exhausted all the energy reserves of the ruin built up over tens of thousands of years. She pointed to the dim lights around them. Now it couldn't even kill a mouse. Moreover, that massive energy wave exposed our coordinates, attracting the Zelgan patrols. Our main fleet originally intended to come and recover technology. But, Dai's voice choked up. Just received news that the ship sent to pick us up at the edge of the star system encountered the main ambush of the Zelgans. It's all over. Not a single ship escaped. At this point, Dai seemed to suddenly remember something terrifying, jumped up, and grabbed Yao Qian's arm. Hurry, take your people and go. Since the fleet that was supposed to support us has been destroyed, they must be heading this way. Yao Qian extended his hand, presenting the tactical screen flashing a red alert from his wrist communicator to Dai. Are you saying that these light points coming from the edge of the star system are their fleet? Chapter 46. Who goes into battle without a shield? Run. Run now? Dai clutched Yao Qian's arm, looking at the tactical screen that was turning red with panic, her whole body trembling as if she were sifting grain. The main fleet of the Zelgans was like a pack of piranhas smelling blood, rushing towards this broken planet with wide-open mouths. Yao Qian looked down at the girl who was nearly scared silly, his face showing no expression. He raised his wrist and tapped on the communicator. Attention, everyone. The operation is about to begin. All personnel return to the landing pod immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the ruins hall outside erupted like a boiling pot. It was not the scene of crying and chaos that Dai had expected. On the contrary, these people erupted with an astonishing level of action as if they had heard about a supermarket sale. What the hell? A new event. Hurry up. I just said those little monsters earlier weren't enough to fill the gaps. Don't block my way. I need to go back and change equipment. I want to bring armor-piercing rounds this time. Thousands of people surged like a torrent of steel, and they didn't even need Yao Qian to urge them. They were already screaming and rushing upwards. Dai was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a troop. Facing certain death, they were not only unafraid but looked a bit excited. Is the technology of these clones that outrageous? A few minutes later, on the bridge of the Yabo, Yao Qian sat down in the command seat, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. A massive star map projected in the center of the bridge. The entire area was filled with dense red dots, clearly marked. And according to their current speed, there was less than 2 hours of travel left to reach them. 23 strike ships, plus a frigate. In front of that fleet of nearly 100 ships, the numbers were indeed a bit lacking. Yao Qian said nothing, just curiously enlarged the model of the Zelgan flagship. I have to say, this thing looks quite unique. Like a gigantic, bloated space slug, covered in disgusting purple biomass and cannons. Is the armor very thick? Yao Qian asked. Very thick, Dai said anxiously, and it also has that disgusting regenerative ability. If damaged, it can heal quickly. We used to focus fire to blow open a gap. But before we could rush in, we were wiped out by their acid cannons. I see. Yao Qian stroked his chin and suddenly asked a question that left Dai completely confused. What about their energy shields? Are they directional or phase shields? Shields? Dai was taken aback, her beautiful large eyes filled with clear ignorance. What is that? This time it was Yao Qian's turn to be stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at Dai, his expression a bit strange. It's that shiny layer that can block lasers and particle beams, the energy force field. Don't you use shields in battle? Energy force field technology? Dai let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. We Haven T stopped fighting the Zelgans since we could fly out of the planet. The Zelgan skin is the best shield. Our ships rely on special alloys to withstand it. As for the shields you mentioned, I've never seen one. They only exist in theoretical technology. Huh. Yao Qian couldn't help but laugh. If he had any lingering anxiety earlier, it had evaporated completely now, like dew under the sun. No energy shields. In this era of high-energy lasers and particle cannons, a warship without energy shields, no matter how thick its armor, is just a large iron coffin. And one that is not only flammable and explosive, but also as fragile as paper. This is the dimensional strike of the technology tree. The Zelgan people are like heavy armored warriors who have allocated all their defense points to physical resistance, only to encounter a group of mages armed with magic-piercing staves. What is the point of fighting? Isn't this just one-sided bullying? Pass my orders. Yao Qian's smile became exceptionally bright. The entire fleet is to deploy and move to the designated ambush position. He quickly tapped on the control panel, drafting a new mission statement. Inside the Thunderstrike ship that had just taken off, players were bored, staring out at the pitch-black space. Suddenly, everyone's UI interface turned blood red. Server announcement. Limited-time campaign event has begun. Event name, Interstellar Hunting Feast. Enemy intelligence update. The Zelgan expedition fleet is about to enter range. The enemy has 24 large warships and 40 medium escort vessels. Mission objective. Annihilate the enemy forces and recover wreckage. Special rules. 1. All loot recovery prices for this event are doubled. 2. Players can forcibly board enemy ships. 3. If an enemy ship is fully captured and internal enemies are cleared, that ship will be distributed according to contribution points to participating guilds or individuals. And modification services will be provided. This long string of announcements was like a mine dropped into a pot of oil. Oh my god. Steal a ship? Am I seeing this right? We can steal ships. No shields. Isn't that like running naked? Isn't that just waiting for me to get wrecked? I want that biggest one. Don't stop me. I see that flagship looking handsome. I want to steal it back as our guild base. The player with the ID, construction site Palu, didn't even bother typing on the public screen anymore, directly roaring in the voice channel. Your vision is too narrow. Palu, you're useless. Iron Pillar's voice followed closely. What ship to steal? I want to go in and steal people. Strip the aliens inside. That Commander's shell looks pretty valuable. Charge, charge, charge. Whoever is slow is a dog. For the tribe. Oh no, for the Federation. For the money. Players who were originally a bit fatigued from the previous battle now felt like they had been injected with 10 pounds of adrenaline. What terrifying alien fleet. Fear. Doesn't exist. On the bridge of the Yabo, Yao Qian looked at the group of Thunderstrike ships that had begun to adjust their formation spontaneously, even jostling each other for advantageous charging positions, and nodded in satisfaction. Looks like morale is high. He turned his head and looked at Dai beside him. Don't worry. Yao Qian said gently to her. By the way, why don't you take a shower during this time? Outside the starry sky, Thunderstrike ships, painted in various colors. Some even adorned with SpongeBob and Hello Kitty, all turned off their navigation lights in unison. They slipped into the shadows behind the star like sharks hiding in the deep sea, silently. The silence in space was deadening. Only the distant glow of the approaching massive fleet's engines, like the prelude to a grand and bloody fireworks show, drew near. Chapter 47. The Art of Rebirth. The flagship of the Zelgan expedition fleet, the Divine Punishment. This giant biological warship, 5 kilometers long, was made up of living, plant-like materials. Dark purple biological chambers were everywhere, and the walls seemed to breathe gently. Prince Sars leaned comfortably against a throne carved from the skull of some unknown creature. Do you see? This is called art. Sars pointed to the huge holographic projection in front of him, which was replaying an explosion image of the third fleet of rebels being surrounded and annihilated. Flames burst silently in space, like blooming flowers. Sars squinted in appreciation, his face full of intoxication. As long as I make a slight move, it's the limit of this galaxy. Several attendants beside him immediately bent at a 90-degree angle, their heads nearly touching the carpet, praising him in various ways, making this prince seem capable of defeating the imperial marshal and kicking the emperor off the throne tomorrow, directly ascending to the crown. Sars enjoyed this atmosphere. He waved his hand to turn off the battle report that was pleasing him, and with a swipe of his finger in the void, the star map magnified, locking onto the barren planet in the center that showed earthy yellow and reddish colors, especially the noticeable great rift along the equator. That is the legendary site of ancient ruins, and also his direct ticket to the imperial throne. His father had been searching for the technology of this lost civilization. Greed sparkled in Sars's elongated eyes. As long as I can bring this back intact, what can my brothers who compete for the throne do against me? They are only fit to raise pigs on the frontier. The more he thought about it, the more excited SARS sat up straight and shouted at the messenger, "Pass the order. Open all engine power. Don't be slow like a snail. I want to have dinner at that ruin." "But your highness," before the messenger could finish, a heavy and hurried sound of footsteps burst into the command room. The only one bold enough to enter without notice at this moment was the old general of the Empire, Carleton. "Your highness, look at this." 3 weeks ago, a heavy colonial ship of the Empire, the Pioneer, along with 2 escort reconnaissance ships, completely lost contact near this galaxy's coordinates. We Haven T found even a piece of wreckage the size of a fingernail. This galaxy may have other dangers. We cannot proceed so quickly. He stared at SARS. "I recommend the fleet immediately reduce speed and exit full-speed cruise status. Dock outside the gravitational sphere of the star. And first release drones for carpet searches. Until safety is confirmed, the main ship must not enter synchronous orbit." His words were heavy. And although the officers around him didn't dare to speak, their eyes were drifting toward the old general. This is the deterrent power of the old general. This kind of instinct for danger is honed in war. But to SARS' ears, these words took on a different flavor. Harsh. Extremely harsh. This was publicly slapping his face. This was telling everyone that he, this prince, was just a paper tiger. "Search? You want me to waste time in this godforsaken place?" "General Carleton, it seems that the years have not only taken your hair, but also your courage. You look like a mouse scared stiff by thunder." "Your highness." Carleton's eyebrows shot up. "This is war. Not your child's play. Be careful in navigating a ship for 1,000 years. "Careful?" SARS let out an extremely sarcastic laugh. Who knew that a wooden body could actually express a mocking expression? "Open your eyes and take a look. The main force of the rebels has already been turned into space debris by my previous attack. What threat is there left on this broken planet besides a few primitive people who can only hide in caves? Is there a star-destroying civilization buried below? What if it's spatial turbulence? What if it's an unknown interstellar beast?" Carleton stood his ground. The late emperor once taught us that when facing unknown star regions, we must maintain the highest alert, even if the way ahead seems clear. Mentioning the late emperor made SARS's face darken completely. This old thing is using the dead to pressure me? The atmosphere in the command room was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Everyone lowered their heads pretending to be dead, fearing to be caught in the crossfire of these 2 big shots. But that kind of silent silence made SARS feel like everyone was laughing at him in their hearts. Laughing at him for being inferior to this old stubborn man. Laughing at him for being a waste. This humiliation felt like a fire, burning through the string in his mind, named reason. "Enough." SARS suddenly waved his hand and directly called up the flagship's main control authority interface. "Carleton, since you love to be a turtle so much, go back to your room and sleep." With several urgent electronic sounds, the control panel in front of Carleton went dark. You're crazy?" Carleton widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the prince who was blinded by desire. "Changing commanders at the last minute is a big taboo. Without my authorization code. This fleet belongs to the Zelgans. I am also a Zelgan." SARS pushed aside the old general blocking his way, adjusted his slightly disheveled collar, and looked down at his opponent, declaring, "Here, I have the final say. I don't need a timid old fool to teach me how to fight. Someone, please escort General Carleton to take a rest." 2 soldiers who had already pledged allegiance to the prince immediately stepped forward, one on each side, restraining Carleton. "You will regret this, SARS. You will send the entire fleet to hell." Carleton struggled, his roar echoing in the hallway until the airtight door slammed shut. Cutting off his voice, the world fell silent. SARS felt great, surveying the officers who were silent as mice, a victorious smile on his face. "Now, does anyone still think we need to stop and count the stars?" No one spoke. Everyone wished they could shrink their heads into their chests. "Good." SARS nodded, opening the feedback interface of the detection radar. It displayed that apart from some weak gravitational anomalies, there were no large-scale life responses or energy fluctuations in the star system. "See, this is science." SARS scoffed. "We need to trust data, not that damned intuition. Relay my orders." He stood up straight, adopting what he believed to be the most imposing posture. "All ships, listen up. At maximum cruising speed, head directly into the synchronous orbit of that planet. I will descend in the manner of a conqueror." The command was given. 46 warships, along with the flagship Punishment, surged forward like a pack of wild dogs that had just heard the dinner bell. To pursue ultimate speed, these warships, which originally had thick and hard biological shells, began to dull in their dark purple sheen as all energy was redirected to the propulsion organs at the rear. Faster, even faster. SARS watched the planet grow closer, as if he could already see that golden crown hovering above the atmosphere, waiting for him to reach out and take it. But what he didn't know was that right in front of this exposed fleet, in the asteroid belt surrounding the star, the prepared torpedo boats were quietly hovering there. They had shut down all heat sources, like venomous sea snakes holding their breath in the deep sea. Altitude good, position good, ready to launch. Although everything was being monitored by fire control AI, the excited players still reported the system's self-check repeatedly at their posts. The torpedo launchers on each torpedo boat slowly turned in the darkness, silently adjusting their angles, ultimately converging into a deadly crossfire net. And on the player's UI interface, the number representing the optimal firing distance was rapidly counting down. 1,500 kilometers, 1,200 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The prey is delivered clean and ready. Chapter 48. Fire in the Hole. To evade the Zelgan's thermal radar, all Hunter-class torpedo boats shut down their main reactors, leaving only emergency power to maintain minimal life signs. The cockpit was as cold as a morgue. A thin layer of white frost formed on the glass, forcing the players to huddle in their cold weather suits, occasionally reaching out to wipe the control panel in front of them to avoid being unable to see where the enemy was. This extreme silence had lasted a full 40 minutes. Although their bodies were cold, their mouths were anything but idle. The public communication channel was as lively as a market during the new year. If one didn't look at the screen, they might think they were in a LAN gaming center. Taiju, what is up with your ship's paint job? The voice of construction site Peru sounded particularly annoying in the channel. Pink Hello Kitty, how much do you want to attract the aliens' attention? Or do you want to kill the opponent with this girly style? You don't understand a thing. In the adjacent ship disguised as a meteorite, Taiju rolled his eyes dramatically, though no one could see it. This is tactical camouflage. The pink is just a cover. It's black underneath, got it? Besides, this is a limited edition skin. Adds 5 psychological critical damage. Cut it out. If we get exposed later, you'll be the biggest scapegoat in the whole server. Another player with the ID, I am a sharpshooter, interjected. I say, everyone, steady hands. We all know the attributes of this crappy ship, right? It's really a one-touch death. A brush against it means doom. The armor is as thin as A4 paper. If we can't take out the enemy in the first wave, we'll be heading back to the spawn point to watch black and white TV. What are you afraid of? We want output. Extreme damage. Paru yelled frantically in the public screen. I have a feeling that if this wave works out, we'll definitely get the battle group order. Just as this group was busy trading barbs, the radar's previously stable waveforms suddenly spiked violently. Here it comes. The banter in the channel stopped abruptly. Everyone instinctively held their breath, straightened their bodies, and stared intently at the pitch-black, deep universe background. The first to appear was the punishment. That thing was simply enormous. The 5-kilometer-long biological hull resembled a giant purple-black leech swimming through space, with dozens of massive biojets at the stern spewing out ghostly green particle streams, leaving jagged scars across the silent star sea. Following closely behind were over 40 various warships, like a swarm of piranhas guarding their food, pressing forward. The overwhelming sense of pressure made players participating in space combat for the first time sweat in their palms. Wow, can that thing really blow up? Wang Laolu swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. Paru's finger was already hovering over the weapon preheat switch. Everyone, don't shake. Steady. Wait for the boss's signal. At this moment, the Zelgan fleet was like a drunken man who had just won a victory, preparing to head home for a celebration feast. They were too relaxed, too arrogant. They didn't even release the most basic escort drones, swaggering straight towards that yellow-brown planet. For Prince Sars, this was merely an uncontroversial reception operation. He had even mentally rehearsed the speech for his coronation. Decelerate to enter orbit. With the flagship's command, the massive fleet began to transform as a whole. To counteract the planet's gravity and enter synchronous orbit, these warships had to perform significant reverse thrust. They raised their ugly bows, and all the nozzles at the rear lit up, resembling little suns. Then, an exhilarating scene unfolded that made all players' hearts race. Due to the immense heat generated by the engine overload, the heavy armor plates on the side of the Zelgan warships, which had been tightly closed, slowly slid open to the sides. It was like ancient knights removing their breastplates, revealing the red-hot heat dissipation grids inside. In the pitch-black space, these heat dissipation cores glowed like targets' bullseyes. Holy crap! Wang Laolu's eyes nearly popped out. He lowered his voice in the channel and roared, as if discovering a gold mine. Did you see that? Did you see that? They lifted their butts. Without him shouting, the player's fire control radar had already gone haywire, sounding alarms like crazy. A series of red lock frames danced wildly on the display screen, ultimately locking onto those completely defenseless red areas. Target locked. I told you these aliens are not very smart. Taiju trembled with excitement. Brothers, I'm going for MVP this time. Just at this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred. A probe that Yao Qian had casually thrown out earlier, due to gravitational pull, drifted unexpectedly close to the punishment ship. Although the Zerg's biological radar was not operating at full power, it still detected the metallic magnetic field response that did not belong to natural celestial bodies at such a close distance. On the bridge of the punishment ship, a monitoring officer suddenly looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in his compound eyes. Your Highness, an abnormal magnetic field fluctuation was detected at 3 o'clock on the port side. Before he could finish, and before Prince Sarz's impatient gaze could sweep over, Yao Qian stood on the command platform of the Yabo ship, looking at the enemy ships on the star map that had completely exposed their weaknesses, and he waved his hand heavily downwards. Fire. At that moment, time seemed to freeze for half a second. Immediately afterwards, light erupted in the dark asteroid belt. 23 Thunderstrike ships, each equipped with oversized heavy anti-ship torpedo launch nests, prepared for this moment. Players had even dismantled escape pods and living areas during self-design to fill every inch of space with high explosive ammunition for this moment of explosion. Eat my big one. Art is an explosion. Die for me. Accompanied by the players' hysterical roars, countless torpedoes, trailing azure tails, were fired from their tubes. They were densely packed, overwhelming, like a meteor shower flowing upstream, rushing towards those massive targets that were still foolishly slowing down, with the momentum to destroy everything. The silent space was completely ignited. The Zerg fleet didn't even have time to react. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm echoed crazily inside each battleship, and the red warning lights cast a ghostly glow on the bridge. The smile on Prince Sarz's face had not yet had time to fade away before it froze on his wooden face. He stared blankly out the porthole. It was no longer the pitch-black deep space. Instead, it was filled with rapidly enlarging death points that filled his retina. The first batch of heavy torpedoes had already crossed half the distance, and the vicious fuses on their warheads glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam under the starlight. Chapter 49. My wife. Thank you. There was no fancy light and shadow prelude, nor the energy fluctuations of a shield generator overloading. This was the simplest and most unadorned physical impact. Hundreds of heavy anti-ship torpedoes rushed into the Zerg battleships through the completely opened crimson grills meant for heat dissipation, like a group of Sun Wukong diving into the belly of the Iron Fan Princess. Following that, the nuclear fusion reactor was detonated. In space, more than 20 huge pale flowers blossomed. The biological active armor that the Zerg took pride in was utterly worthless in the face of tens of millions of degrees of high temperature. They didn't even have time to secrete repair fluid before being torn apart into basic particles by the shockwave that erupted from within. The scene was extremely spectacular. The once slowly decelerating, imperious heavy vanguard ships burst like balloons blown up. The purple-black biological armor on the surface of the hull cracked inch by inch, and the green blood that just gushed out was vaporized by the high temperature. The 23 main ships didn't even let out a proper scream. They were directly erased from existence in this star domain. All that remained was a sky full of burning wreckage, like a grand fireworks display, illuminating this originally silent universe. Although the flagship, Punishment, in the center of the fleet was not directly hit, it was violently pushed by the high-energy shockwave that spread out due to the proximity. This 5-kilometer-long behemoth rolled violently in space like a dead snake with a broken spine. Inside the bridge, Prince Sarz's bony throne flipped over, and this heir who had been fantasizing about the coronation ceremony just a few minutes ago was now rolling around the command hall like a ball, his head banging hard against the hard biological wall, making a dull thud sound. What happened? Where's the interception? Why wasn't there any interception? Sarz scrambled up in embarrassment, grabbing the armrest and screaming hysterically, his wooden face filled with fear and confusion. Where did this firepower come from? No one among the surrounding officers and technicians could answer him. They were busy getting up from the chaos. The holographic screens were filled with static, the interference left by high-energy radiation. When the image finally cleared a bit, Sarz looked out the window, and his throat felt like it was being choked. Unable to make a sound. Gone. His vanguard fleet was all gone. All that was left was a pile of still-burning garbage. Counterattack. Give me a counterattack. Sarz went mad. The fear turned into rage. He waved his arms, spitting saliva all over the messenger's face. Send the escort ships up. Blow those ambushing rats out for me. I want to tear them into pieces. It must be said that the Zerg, as a war race, reacted quickly, even if the command system was in chaos. More than 40 medium escort ships stationed at the back quickly responded. They rapidly spread out their formation, and hundreds of biological particle cannons lit up simultaneously. Countless green beams wove into an impenetrable net of firepower, intercepting the second wave of torpedoes still flying in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Orange-red fireballs exploded in space. Most of the torpedoes were detonated in midair dozens of kilometers away from the enemy ship, unable to get close at all. Damn, how can these bastards aim so accurately? On the novice killer ship of the Thunderstrike, Wang Laolu looked at the disappearing friendly torpedo signals on the radar, anxiously slapping his thigh. My money. Every single torpedo is my hard-earned money. Stop crying. Hurry up and reload. In the communication channel, Tieju's voice sounded more painful than losing his father. Is the fire control AI just for show? Why hasn't it locked onto the next wave yet? I want to go fast too. But this damn system has a reload cooldown. Another player cursed on the public screen. Why is the reload speed so slow? Is the planner deliberately messing with us to slow down our game progress? Players watched as those intercepted torpedoes, their hearts bleeding. These are all contribution points. This is all money. The Zerg escort ships were like annoying flies. Although their firepower wasn't too strong, their interception efficiency was extremely high. If this dragged on, by the time that flagship recovered, with its tough physique, it might really turn the tide. Just as the players were getting anxious due to the stalled attack, and even considering some risky maneuvers, on the bridge of the Yabo ship, suddenly, the heavy alloy airtight door slid open. A wave of warm air carrying the scent of shower gel drifted in, easing the tense atmosphere in the bridge. Yao Qian was focused on the tactical panel, thinking about the next strategy, when he heard the commotion and turned around. He saw the girl Dai, who had originally looked disheveled, now standing at the door with her hair wrapped in a large white bath towel. Her short golden hair was wet and slicked back, a few strands falling down along her cheeks, water droplets sliding down her slender neck, ultimately disappearing into the not-so-fitted bath towel. From the steam of the hot water, her originally pale face blushed with two attractive hues, looking like a freshly ripened peach. She had just been forced to take a shower by Yao Qian and was startled by the explosion, thinking the situation had worsened, which was why she rushed out in a panic. The high-definition cameras inside the bridge silently turned to focus on Dai at the door. Click. The image froze. In the photo, Dai's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, with glistening water droplets hanging on her collarbone, the bath towel half concealing her. And that sense of fragility in the midst of war could easily evoke the most primitive protective instinct in any male creature. Yao Qian silently muttered an apology in his heart, then turned around and posted the photo on the server's announcement board, and accompanied by an extremely provocative line. Special plot NPC butterfly status update, scared. The next second, the thousands of players who were complaining about the slow torpedo loading in the channel collectively went silent for half a second. Immediately after, the entire communication channel exploded. What the hell? Who is this? Who is this? Tell me who this is. Is this the dirty-faced girl from before? She cleaned up so well. Honey, this is my wife. No one can take her from me. That terrified little gaze, those collarbones. I'm dead. The planner understands me. You really understand me. If just now the player's desire to fight was for money, for equipment, now, this desire has transcended. This is for love and justice. A player with the ID, Pure Love War God, howled on the public screen. You scum of Zelgan. How dare you scare my wife? You have chosen your death. Brothers, I can't rest easy until these aliens are dead. For my wife. For the Federation. For justice. Let's kill them. Charge. Anyone who dares to take a step back is disloyal to my wife. At this moment, the player channel has gone wild. Did you see? The commander just spoke. That tone, that operation, definitely a real person. What the hell? Could it be the admin coming down to lead the rhythm? Who cares if it's a real person? Anyway, I'm enjoying this wave of benefits. Brothers, leave that flagship for me. That's the wedding house we're robbing for our wives. Brothers, it's the last wave of torpedoes. Engine start. In the asteroid belt, 13 torpedo boats controlled by players roared to life.